a nice product image for their new product that they're starting to sell, they're just going to grab the competitor that kind of was the first person to sell it, and they've got to grab branded images from that competitor. When Oodie was really, really hot in terms of being a trend, there was just a ton of content here that was ours, and we had to DMCA it. Now, I've heard lots of stories about people going on to AliExpress, downloading the images, then getting DMCA'd, and they didn't even know they were doing the wrong thing, which is really, really kind of a shame. So how do we fix that? How do we avoid that? I don't want to completely scare you away from actually doing this, because it's going to be the quickest way for you. Is you can easily, one, if you're on Zendrop Select or something like that, you can try to get in touch with them and chat to them about the supplier images, making sure that they're all good. But realistically, the other thing that you can do is you can just do a reverse image search, which is super simple. So let's find a product. Let's just do a humidifier. There we go. And we can just grab one of these humidifiers. Let's say we're going to start selling this bad boy. We can just screenshot this, and we can go to reverse image search. I can just drag that image into here. You can use Google reverse image search or TinEye, and you can just see that there's 0 matches. Whereas let's say if they took this Oodie image here and use that, you can see that there's just a bunch of results here. And you can scroll down and you can find the original brand owner. These are a lot of media articles, but you'll be able to find the original brand owner, and got to be able to delineate between, hey, this is a proper branded photo versus, hey, this is a dropshipper. And it's going to be pretty obvious. It really should. They'll be a quite reputable brand. Their shipping profile will be 2 to 4 days. There might just be one of them as well. There won't be heaps. And you can just make sure, and a lot of dropshippers won't even show up here. So just do this reverse image search, check out the competitors, make sure that you're not stealing from an absolute huge brand, because they're just going to DMCA you straight away. So that's one thing that we can do. We could do that with our Zendrop images here, which is super easy. But for the most part, Zendrop has told me that all of these images are pretty good to go. So we'll work on our example here, and we're going to go up a level. So we're going to go to level 2, which is modifying the existing supply images to be more on brand. And so we can use them on the website. So we're going to go to compression shirt. When we come to, I'm pretty sure this is the one we bought as a sample in episode 2. So we've got this compression shirt here. This is a product that we found in like episode 2. I want to show you how you can grab an image like this and make it elevated in Canva. So if I was using, you can see this humidifier was a really good example. Like, this is what we call a white contoured shot. Now this is with background removed. You can add a little bit of a drop shadow to make it a little bit better, but pretty much what they've done, actually this might be a real photo shoot, but you can see that the backgrounds, like this might not be, like I would argue that this is just a background that they found from Canva, all of this bathroom here, and they've grabbed the white contour shot and just added a shadow because the light's coming through there, and they've created their own lifestyle shot. And they've added features and benefits here, which is just a really good way to elevate your imagery, and super simple. So if we can get these white contoured shots, especially for something that's like interior, let's say it's an iPhone charger, you can just go onto Canva and you can go to Instagram post square. It's probably a little bit too big, but we can sort that out later. And you can see all of these templates here. They've automatically popped up, but we can go product benefits. We can grab all of these templates here. But what I wanted to show you, just like on the charger example that I just mentioned. So we can come into these elements, we can click photos, and we can come and write in table. And we can basically put in a table here, chuck our charger on there, and then, yeah, go from there. We can actually combine the two. So I'm going to make our images in a sec, but I just want to show you. So if we come to templates and we go product benefits, and we can grab something like this. And actually, I kind of like this. It's interesting. Actually, I kind of like this. It's a little bit more masculine. So I could actually delete this product here, and I can get what's called the white contoured photo. So I'm just going to do it for our product, not a charger, because I'm just speaking to you hypothetically. Now, you can download these images, you add the products to the store, they should all be there, and you can download them directly from Shopify. I'm just going to screenshot to keep this quick and drag this across. And now we can just use, oh my God. Yep. And now we can just use the background remover, click this button, and it's going to remove it here. And we can just drag all of these things out. And we probably don't need this text. Just want to show you what this looks like. And we can drag all of this out. You guys kind of get the idea. And we can play around with this until this looks decent. So look at all the templates, try to find templates that suit your product. And it's really just kind of that easy. The other thing that we can do is we can elevate our contoured shots just a little bit by deleting this. Oh, that kind of lined up perfectly. But that shadow actually wasn't there. So let me just delete all of this stuff. And let's say we've got this from there. I've removed the background. And now I can just click edit. And I can scroll down here, and there's just a bunch of things that we can play around with. We could do like, oh, no, that's not the right one. We just want to drop shadow, and we can make the distance a little bit further and definitely more blurred. The final thing I will say with this is if you're struggling to figure out what to actually write on these graphics, whereas like the arrows and talking about the product, you can quite easily just go into ChatGPT and say, what are some unique selling propositions for this product? Just make sure that they're 2 words or 3 words with a small description underneath, and you can just grab those and chuck them on there. It should be really easy. Now, the next level is using AI imagery to get models within your products. For clothing, this is going to be, it just keep getting better and better. People look back on this video in 1 month and be like, oh my God, it's already gotten way better, which is awesome. And then the final stage after that is doing your own photo shoot, which I'm going to show you both of those. So the other thing that you can do to get more ideas for imagery is you can go onto Pinterest and write in, clothing, advertising, that kind of stuff, clothing graphics. You can go onto Behance and Dribble. They're free tools as well. And you can see some other imagery like this. Now, I don't like this image specifically because it's leaving up too much up for interpretation. But, something like this, you kind of start to, that obviously makes a little bit more sense. But using arrows and just general arrows and actually calling out the features is probably the easiest way to communicate your product. So one of the tools that I recommend in terms of getting, if you're doing a clothing product, is Batika. Now, if I'm not using clothing products, I'll use Midjourney to create prompts and then Photoshop them in, or even get a Photoshop expert on one of the platforms like Fiverr or Upwork, even an AI expert as well, to create backgrounds, to create situations and get them to manipulate and add the photos to it. But for clothing, we don't really need to do that anymore because we've got this app here. So I'm just going to get started now. And we can go into, there's 3 options here at the moment. So this option here is on model photos, which is like someone wearing the product. Let me just find an example of that. Which would be kind of this photo here, but the more zoomed out, of course. That makes sense. And then we've got the next option, which is the flat lay photos, where you're taking the photo flat, which would probably be a bit more like this image here. And then finally, we've got the mannequin photos as well, which actually that's probably pretty close to a mannequin photo. The flat lay is going to look a little bit different. I'm trying to find a flat lay. These are all probably mannequin photos. So the best photos that we can get with these features, these are all in beta, is this highest quality on model photos. So coming back here, like hopefully your supplier has some images for this, but we can grab this compression top. We just don't want too much in the photo. like these dumbbells and stuff. We just kind of want it to be a simple photo. There we go. So let's say, for example, we grab this image and we come here and we click start creating. And we go next step. Click men, select one of the guys. We're just going to do a studio photo for this, but you could maybe pick a gym, flooring or something like that, and click generate. And it's going to take a few minutes. And now you can see this image here. And you can create variations of this image, but you can see this model is now in that product. So pretty simple. Have a play around with that tool. And this is just going to keep getting better and better. But the one thing I will say before I show you the final level is that product imagery has the ability to take a store from unprofitability to profitability. If you have blurry images and it doesn't show the product, you don't have enough images, it doesn't feel cohesive and trustworthy, then there's a good chance that the customers aren't going to shop. I did a photo shoot with one of my investments and their conversion rate increased by 30% straight away with those images. And it probably actually ended up at more like 50%, but initially, like straight away, day after the change, it increased. So highly recommend really just spending a lot of time with this. The next step is doing your own photo shoot. Now, do you have to do a professional photo shoot to launch your dropshipping brand? Absolutely not. I didn't do a proper photo shoot for a long time with my e-commerce stores, but I want to teach you how, because I think that it is something that people don't do enough of. And I think if you're going to do something competitive, you're definitely going to want one. Now, there's different levels of photography. There's the first thing you can do is, let's say you've got a small gadget. You can easily go onto Amazon. I'm going to show you. And you can go and simply do light box. And you can just buy one of these light boxes, and then you can use your iPhone. You can even get a little tripod to make sure it's 100% still. That's also not necessary. And you can take some photos with the light box. Just get one with really great reviews. That's going to probably be a pretty decent shoot. The other thing that you can do is, if you are selling like skincare or like something very simple, like a tub of cleaning product or something like that, you could actually just go onto Fiverr or Upwork. Now, we've got modules coming up on how to hire people overseas. But if you wanted to, you could hire someone on Fiverr or Upwork and to create a 3D render of your product. And if you spend maybe $50 to $300, you'll probably be able to get a pretty good 3D render of your product, which will save you having to do this photo shoot. Now, let me be very, very clear. We are getting photos at the moment for our website before we create our Shopify site. We're not creating content, Facebook ads, TikTok just yet. We might incorporate it with the shoot, and I'll show you my shot list in a second and how that works. We can also, if we wanted to, we can do white background, and we can buy one of these and pin that up with a photography stand, again, using iPhone. We can also just get a continuous light, and you really just want to go, like, the bigger the softbox, again, we're just starting to get into expensive territory. The bigger the softbox, the better. These newer lights are pretty good. Also, the big rig lights are pretty good as well. So if you wanted to start to get a little bit more expert there. Now, there are a couple of other options if you don't want to do it yourself. You can, one, go to a photography agency. They're starting to pop up a lot now, which is you basically send the product to this photography agency. You can actually remotely call in, and what they'll do is they'll make sure that you get all the right shots and you can check all the images, make sure you're happy with them. Then they'll deliver the images. The alternative is you can hire a photographer and then put the shoot together yourself. The way to find models is you can easily write in your city and then models. So I just wrote in Adelaide models, and there was a bunch of options. And a way to find photographers as well is you can do a very, very similar thing. You want to go into the portfolio, make sure that they've done photography for your exact product, like a food photographer. And again, like this is one of the requirements of why we picked a relatively easy product, because of this photography section. If you're selling a food product that requires perfect plating, you're going to have to hire like a chef to kind of create that. But realistically, if we can find a good photographer that has shot models before for my type of product, plus get a model, just a local model, we're going to have everything we need, providing that the photographer has all the equipment and we can rent the studio. We can also just Google studio rental. So it's really not that hard. I think the main place that people get stuck with this stage to get really elevated photography is the brief, which we're going to go through today. Failure to plan is planning to fail. And I think I butchered that quote. But realistically, if we don't plan this shoot, it's not going to look good. So I spent a little bit more time planning out this my competitors list. One thing's for that LA apparel. What's the name again? Young LA. Didn't realize how big a brand it was. It wasn't just doing compression wear. I should have clicked around a little bit more. So apologies for Young LA to not assume how big they are. This part of the issue about being in Australia, but they look like they're doing some really cool stuff. So I've broken down, their cool products, and the development looks really good there. But yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people screaming at the screen, just like, how do you not know who these guys are? Anyway, the next steps that we want to do is we want to put this next Notion thing together. Now you've got free access to this template. This is predominantly right now for someone that's got to organize the shoot themselves, but still pretty important for other people as well. So first up, we've got defining the purpose of the shoot, which is website imagery and a couple of social videos. That's the main thing. Identifying the target audience based on the market research we've done. It's going to be probably age 30 to 50 men. Now, determine the style and tone of the image. Now, I think this is the most important part. What we want to do is we want to come to these competitors. I don't actually mind some of these competitors. Should have done a lot more. Obviously, that's terrible. We can take something from like this. We could even take something from Gymshark, right? Like we could look at Gymshark's imagery and look at how it's kind of positioned, the white background. Like this stuff's pretty good, even though we're selling a little bit more of a specialized piece of equipment. They're kind of up there with the best in the game here. Same with ASOS, these guys that do so much photography, they just know what to do. But if I just write in compression here, we might be able to find some example images. I think they're all a little bit jacked, but look, we can probably grab. So now what I can do is I can just screenshot this and I can put it in this placeholder. That's basically showing the style and the tone of the imagery. Realistically, that can just give the photographer exactly what you need. They know that you need a white contoured background. You know that they're going to be kind of, maybe the posing is a little bit confusing. We should get something a little bit different to that more so, because they're just going to be confused. I'm thinking we want something a little bit more reasonable like this. So we can screenshot that. And it's just going to help them know kind of the tone, the color, that kind of stuff, and get the right backdrops. And also the model selection, what they can kind of expect. So I think that's kind of enough there. If you want to go into more detail, you obviously can. Now, the next step is we've got this kind of checklist of the amount of products that we need. Now, I have my sauna t-shirt. I also have the compression t-shirt. I also have the sauna shorts, which I might just photograph in case I try to do a bundle or something like that with it. Then we've got this, ensure products are clean. I've done that. Arrange all necessary product pairs, done that. We can, the props and whatnot, background, I've already coordinated with a photographer. They've got that. Fabric backgrounds, iron or steam them. You also want to iron and steam the products as well. You might just need to have a steamer there. Then we've got all of this camera equipment. That's all up to the photographer. This is all good. Now, this is the bit that is kind of important. And I think that a lot of people get lost when organizing a photo shoot. We want to make sure that we've got all of the product shots that we want here. Now, if you're confused, if there's just something so important, so for example, we are shooting these slippers, and they have a really cool mechanism at the back that you need to push your heel into and it goes in. This is the kind of shot that you would make sure that you put in this shot list, saying heel pushing on the back, because it's going to make sure that you capture it and it tells the photographer exactly what you need. And this is especially important when you're selling a product that is a little bit confusing. So it might be a vacuum, and how does the actual canister of the vacuum take apart? These are the things that you'll need to copy down. And you might also want to get example shots. If you want to find new styles, new creative ways that you could shoot your product, which I don't actually recommend you getting too creative at this point. I think you just want a white background. It's 99% of the time it's going to increase conversion rate. It's just having a really clean background because customers don't want to be confused about what they're purchasing. But you can always use Pinterest if you're looking to understand some creative directions, or even certain shot lists. So we can do compression where photo shoot ideas. And you can just see a bunch of examples. You know, these are far more creative than what we've got. You'll also get a bunch of different model poses. So we could do model pose, fitness. And honestly, you're just going to get so many different types of ideas and backgrounds. And you can also, in our shot list, so these are all white image shots. We've got the front view, bottom view, close-ups of the fabric, logo, branding, blah, blah, blah. You've also got this section down here, which is the lifestyle shots. Now, you don't need to shoot all of these, but lifestyle shots are going to be so, so, so important to elevate the brand entirely, because otherwise everything's going to feel very bland. So where can we get photos of this product in its best setting so that customers can understand what we're all about? That's what Pinterest is really good at. So we can do fitness wear, influencer, just is really anything it's going to come. We've got someone playing tennis, these kind of things. So anyway, it gives you a ton of ideas. The final thing in this photo shoot plan that I think you need to know is when you've got a model and you've got great lighting and you've got all your product looking great, themed, beautiful there, sometimes it's a massive waste, especially if you've invested in resources, even like certain props needing to be there, or you've got 3 models there and you've organized everything. It's sometimes a waste not to get some iPhone videos and some level of Facebook ads, or just B-roll that you can then use in your Facebook ads. So this is where this video hooks and video body section is, where you can just write a few ideas like, I want to get the packaging shot here as a video. Now, you probably can go there with your iPhone and film that. Alternatively, you could maybe get a videographer to come as well, which is probably overkill. But I'm just going to get my iPhone and I'm going to shoot a couple of videos of the person putting it on, that kind of stuff. And that's going to become really, really handy as we start developing our Facebook ads. The final place that I do look for like imagery inspiration is actually AliExpress. And it's counterintuitive because you're trying to take images so you don't take AliExpress's images, but their concepts can often be quite good. Their execution is 7 out of 10. If we can elevate to 10 out of 10, that's way better. So I can just go compression T here, and I can see, we could take some photos like that. Maybe we just want more the model shots. That looks like Young LA. Yeah, I think it was. We can go shapewear mem. We can get some concepts here. So like even this image here, where you can see the arrows pulling in, that's a really kind of good concept that I'm just going to grab to make sure that we get something similar. Obviously, we have a different product. So these are the things that I just want to paste here. See these concepts that they often have? And it's close. It's close in terms of being able to be used on Shopify, but that just feels a bit scammy. But it doesn't mean that we can't look at some of these concepts and apply them ourselves and create consistency. So we got this image here. I think that looks pretty good. Obviously got to get that one. Don't know why this isn't pasting. All right, let me grab that other one again. Oh, I'll just grab this one. Now, if you look at this image here, obviously it's blurry, there's a gross logo, but you can see the function of the product within this shot. So one, it gives me ideas that maybe during the shoot, we want to, kind of use some props or something like that. Probably not necessary. But when we come to all of these competitors, they're really not doing it right. Like, I think this is a really good shot, and I think we should capture this. But they're not really using those arrows, which are prevalently used on AliExpress. So there we go. They did kind of use it, but it's not really front and center. So there's another good concept. So we're just going to spend time. We're going to make sure that every shot that we need for our website is going to be on there. And again, if you're confused about what shots you need, it doesn't need to be a direct competitor, but find someone in an adjacent space where their photography is 10 out of 10. Even someone like Alo Yoga in this situation, they're not selling men's clothes, but their photography is just absolutely insane, both from a lifestyle perspective and a product imagery perspective. You can see here. So find those people, research them, copy and paste as many example shots that you need, give that to your photographer, or even give it to the agency that's doing the shoot for you, and it'll come out perfect. All right, the model is on his way. It's shoot day. We're really going to make this brand pop. It's going to be good. I'll show you what it's like to be on a photo shoot. If you're shooting your own photography at home, you're not going to have this experience, but we're going to coordinate it. Eddie here is the man. He's the best. So enjoy. So first shot will be something just straight on like that. You can see the...
Do you want the face in, or you don't need the face?
I would just get the face in, because we can just crop it. We can just crop in. And then it's important that we can kind of see the marks to the lighting of the product, so it doesn't look just like an undershirt. You know what I mean? Like it has a feature.
Yeah. Do you want them like cool looking, or?
Yeah, I think just serious looking.
Looking?
Yeah. Actually, it doesn't need to be too serious. Like it can be a little bit lighter, like that Gymshark. It's supposed to be like an approachable middle-aged dad kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
Help get me on. The inside out.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Can you feel that pull back a little bit?
I can feel it all around.
Yeah. Yeah.
I happen to even put a sock in there today, so it's warmed up as well.
All right, just have a quick test. Okay, chin down a little for me, yeah. But you can look at the camera for me. Yeah. Yeah. Ashley, okay, yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah. Great.
That's good. Can we get more contrasting light to make that stomach? Or should we do that in post? I think we could do that with light.
Yeah, okay.
Let's keep going. We'll get the back shot now as well, but I want to do this side view again. You might need to use tripod, because we're going to use a t-shirt, and then we're going to put the thing on and fix it, and then it's just going to be like a transition slide.
I probably will.
Well, we can finish off. We can just finish off just getting the product images, like the front, middle, of side, and back. Yeah, capture this one as well, just to show. I'll just show it to Ashley. We'll grab that one as well. Yeah, that looks good.
So this one's with the stomach relaxed.
Yeah, this one's like kind of. He's still got abs.
Have to take out that muscle.
It's just a V taper, like. Oh, it's just a V taper here. It's just so. It's so indicative. No, it's good. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. It actually pulls the shoulders back for like a little bit of a postural change.
Yeah.
Like it's not huge, but there's definitely there. Rounded with the shirt. You know what I mean? Like rounded without that. And there's actually a different fabric change above the chest as well that you can maybe highlight.
With your chin just like kind of
nothing really crazy about this aside from you need to get this inside the fabric.
We have to probably do
a couple of those.
Yeah.
And then you might, I've actually got some like dumbbells and elastic bands and stuff like that. So we can do a couple of prop shots. But we probably, at the end of it, we should get some spray sweat as well, just to highlight how that operates.
Yep.
Cool. Sweet. I'll let you just get your regular shots.
More front on a little bit for me. Yeah, good. Yeah,
Guilty.
Nice.
But I think it needs more water.
Oh, right.
Perfume that.
Yeah. Or even some on the product as well. You know,
yeah, true.
usually. Yeah.
Get sweat going.
Yeah. It's some there. You okay?
I was good, yeah.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think that's a wrap. Unless you want to keep going. Can you explain our setup and why I have so many lights?
This is our main light here to bring all the details of our product.
Yep.
And that one there is basically a fill light to filling up. At the moment, this one's just on the modeling light.
Yeah.
Just better for me to see. Basically, those are not turned on.
Gotcha.
Basically.
And why can't you use continuous lighting versus a flash?
Flash just gives in product shooting, it gives you a better crispness to the product.
Yeah.
It's just sharper with the light sharpened, and then also with the more control, better control of the shutter speed, so we can get motion blur.
Sure.
Yeah, with flash we can freeze any.
So is that synced to the camera?
Yes.
Yeah.
This little gadget talks to the flashes, and then I can control the intensity, the power of the flash from this unit here. And then as soon as I press the button on the camera, it just connect everything, just make everything flash at the same time.
So you got one main light, one second light.
This is a fill. We call it fill light.
light.
Yeah. Well, without this fill, we will create a moodier look on the face, more shadow on this side. With this fill light, it just cleans up the shadow a bit, depending on the mood we go for. Sometimes we don't use it, sometimes we use it.
So you got one more light up here.
Yeah, this one's just a top light. I use a lot for bringing out more details on my hair. And then sometimes it cleans up the background as well with a little bit of light on the top. And then we have the two backlights for the background color.
Yeah. Do you need the backlights?
Depending. If without that black backlight, that white, as you see it, won't be white in the photo. It will become a gray. It will become a gray more than a white. Yeah. With the backlight, I can have control of the brightness of the background.
Yeah.
If we are using a color background, I can change the blue into a different blue by adding more backlight into it.
What's a main mistake like new photographers make when they're trying to do at-home shoots like this? Just not enough lights?
I suppose trying to do too much, trying to add too many lights in a small space.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because as soon as you have more lights, then it's harder to control the environment.
That's true.
So sometimes if you just starting at the beginning and do it at home, it's better to keep it simple.
Yep.
Yeah, just
what setup would you recommend?
I would go for a main light for sure.
Yep.
A good source of main light, and maybe perhaps a fill light for it. Yeah. And then if we only have budget for two lights, we can sometimes change the fill light and move it onto the back and use it as a backlight.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so, but I would say sometimes minimum is free lighting would be good, depending on your budget, depending on your space. Yeah, I think keep it simple. As long as you get your subject well lit, that's good.
And after you've done these photos, you send them off to a retoucher. We use someone internationally, don't we? Or do you retouch the photos? Explain that process.
Depending on the job, sometimes I do my own retouching most of the time. And if it's like a large loading, like in a busy e-commerce situation, we send it off to a retoucher to do it.
Yeah.
They,
and what is retouching?
Retouching is getting rid of the flaws of the photos, really. Like, no matter it's like a dirty background or fixing up skin problems. Spots and stuff, clean it. And then for more advanced retouching, we can even like to change the whole mood of the photos with toning, with bit of lighting, changes the lighting a bit.
Yeah, you can change fabric color as well. Correct that as well.
Yeah, you can correct anything from retouching afterwards.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. So that's how you do a product shoot. We've got a couple of more products coming for females as well. So I'm not going to come down here. I'll be filming Shark Tank, but Eddie will take care of that. And yeah, next step is we're going to get the website live. And there's a couple more steps, but see you in the next module. I'm going to cover the exact flywheel, the exact process to guarantee that you become successful through dropshipping. Two things can only be true if you do this flywheel, is you're either going to become successful in dropshipping or you're going to die before that happens. Because part of this process is never giving up. And there is an iterative process that we just continue to do through this process of learning and changing things, that eventually something is going to work. It doesn't matter how stupid you are. It doesn't matter, what family you were born into. It just matters that you do follow this process. Generally, the way that I see it is the people that don't get result, two things happen. The first is their product sucks, meaning that they haven't selected the right product. And in this course, we're going to go through every single thing I know about selecting products. Selected products that do hundreds of millions of dollars in sales, and my strike rate is pretty good. Then the other thing that could be true is your marketing sucks. Now, marketing is definitely not a skill set that everybody knows, and that's okay. It's a skill set that can be learned though. Generally, we have left brain and right brain. Right brain is creative, left brain is more operational. If you're coming and you're like doing a trade at the moment, you're a builder or you're a lawyer or something like that, and you're very operational, you're very logical, chances are the marketing side is going to be quite difficult for you. And that's something that we need to overcome. By the way, this might feel a little bit like if you have no experience in dropshipping, you might be a little bit confused, but I want you to come back to this video after you've launched all of your store, after you haven't gotten results, and I want you to watch this, but I wanted to bring it up early as well, so you can start thinking about it. I like to call the process the do I suck process, and it's a series of questions that we ask ourselves and a series of actions that we do. The first step, let's say you've launched your website and you've launched your ads. The first step is to check your checkout to make sure that you can actually, the person that you're advertising to in the region that you're advertising to can actually check out. Because the amount of people that don't actually go onto their website in an incognito browser and try to purchase their own product, and they realize that the shipping options aren't even set up or something like that, is just astounding. So let's first give ourselves a chance and set up the checkout properly. The next thing that I want you to do is I want you to analyze your advertising. Before we change product, we really want to check out our advertising, because we need to make sure that our videos are fast, the positioning is good, we understand our customers' objections and pain points, and we're calling that out with all of the best practices that I talk about in this course. Then I want you to get feedback on this advertising. Now, you can use the Discord, the millionaires.com Discord. You can find a group of friends or people on YouTube that are just starting out on YouTube that are talking about dropshipping, that have gotten some results. Get in some groups and just send them the ad and just be like, is this good? Then I want you to do that for your website as well. I want you to send them both your website and the ads, and you just be like, is this good? Because I find that people first starting out, their websites look terrible. They look like scam websites. I would never purchase from them. You probably wouldn't even purchase from them. So why are we expecting customers to purchase from them? And things like information hierarchy, like padding on images, the quality of the images, the way that it acts on mobile, all of this kind of stuff that you probably are a little bit blind to because you've set it up and it's your first try, even copywriting, spelling mistakes, you just might miss. And this is why we have a Roast My Store section on the Discord. It's so people can, when they're not getting results, send that store link there and people will just tear you to shreds. And that's great. We like to learn, right? So once we've checked that it can be purchased, once we've checked the quality of the website and gotten feedback on the ads as well, then we can analyze the rest of the business. So let's say you've gotten a few sales, but you're unprofitable. So let's say you're selling a product for $100. It costs you $20. You've got $80 of margin there and you're acquiring customers for $100. So you're now losing $20 every single order. Is that a loss product or is that a good product? Well, chances are that it might be a great product and you just need some time. You might be able to get the cost of the product down by $10 or something like that. Remember, your store when you first launch is the worst it is ever going to be. It only gets better from there. You create better ads. You create new angles to attract new customers. You improve the website conversion rate. You create offers. So like things that are just far more enticing. I was talking to a client the other day and in Daily Mentor, and he's doubled his business to $30 million simply by offering a new product with like a slightly better feature at less price than his old product. It's just framing in people's mind. It was creating an anchor in their mind, and his business doubled from it. His conversion rate doubled just almost overnight. And I think these are the things that you're just going to discover, and we're going to discover together to make sure that you get these results. One thing that you do need to communicate when you're getting some of this feedback and learning, or you're just even asking yourself, is how many angles have I actually tested? Because if I'm selling, let's say, a compression wear top, and I've only tested 20 to 30-year-old males that are trying to, I'm competing against Gymshark, and I've just created 5 ads for that, then that I would not say that that's a conclusive test. Like, I want to go create another hypothesis. This product is actually amazing for older females that are struggling with joint pain, and I want to test that. That's a bad example, but that's probably what I would go do. And I think you've got to question how many different creatives you've launched, how many different angles you've launched as well. Then the other thing is, how much money have you actually spent on the ads? In this project, I've done a project before the way I did, I only spent, I think it was like $500 or $1,000 or whatever to launch the business. And that was very, very restrictive. Realistically, I would minimum $1,000 for every brand that I launched, maybe even $2,000. So I can test these angles on Facebook more. Eventually, when you get the right angle, don't stress, you're going to be cash flow positive. One ad's going to produce $3, like $1 to $3. But initially, I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. When it comes to product selection, let's say it hasn't worked. So once we've kind of looked really hard at the ads, and we've launched a bunch and we've tested a bit of money and we've seen how many operational improvements we can make, and we're just like, this is still not working. Maybe you've gotten feedback on it. And it's just like, these ads are fantastic. That's the feedback that we want. It's just like, I thought this would work. Then we can look at the product. Now, I like to think of all of these things as improving your skill stack. E-commerce is such a multifaceted craft where you have the skill sets of finding products, the operations, hiring people, managing VAs, creating advertisement. I look at all of those as very individual skills. Product is the highest leverage one of those. I remember I've launched businesses that they've done $10 million in their first year. They just absolutely skyrocket. Very rarely have I launched a product that hasn't done very well in the short term, has become really, really good in the long term. And this is because there's certain stages of awareness that we are trying to, as dropshippers, we're not trying to get customers that aren't aware. We're sometimes trying to get customers that are more solution and product aware, but we're not trying to get them when they're already brand aware. A lot of people in the product stage are picking people that are in that brand aware section. That's why you don't just suddenly have these massive results, which are kind of essential for you to get a lot of profit early days. And this is why, as a beginner, we want them kind of in the solution/product aware stage. And we want to be that product that we are going to sell to them because there's already search volume for it, but there's not a huge amount of competitors. If we go to the product and we launch the product, the ads are amazing and it doesn't get results, I would reflect on what I've done wrong there. And chances are you probably launched something that nobody gives a shit about, nobody cares about, or Walmart is already selling the product. And I would really drill down on and spend another whole week. This is why I'm, talking about Trend Rocket as a tool, because like when I'm doing product research, I'm trying to find things that aren't saturated, and that just takes time. It really, really does. And I don't want to rush that stage. There are a lot of dropshipping courses out there that recommend testing 5, 10 products, grabbing the images of AliExpress, using AI Canva to just kind of tweak them, and then running with the supplier's videos or something like that, which I just don't fundamentally recommend. Because when I do that, I don't know whether the main problem was generally the ad quality. I want to elevate you above all of these other people that are doing that. And to do that, we really kind of want to make sure we create really high quality videos that really emotionally move people. So getting the product in your hands, taking your own photos, spending a bit of time creating that content and testing less products, I think is a better way of going about it, and really drilling down on the marketing fundamentals of that product is going to be better. So we might only be able to test 2 or 3 products a month if we're doing this full time. Whereas if we're doing this part time, we probably just want to be focusing on 1 product, maybe 2. And I think that that's a big difference between a lot of the other courses. So I think follow that flywheel. Remember, you're not in this alone. You can fast track learning very, very quickly by using the community that we're trying to build, by using other communities that won't be offended, by messaging me, just getting answers to why this thing isn't working is going to be very, very quick, because chances are you just have one missing broken link that once you fix that broken link, everything will just explode. I really want to drill down the fact that as you scale with the increased sales, the marginal cost of getting the product to the customer is going to decrease. It's going to become more efficient because suppliers will sell it to you cheaper. You're going to find new suppliers, and it's just going to get much easier. So if you do find that you're like getting okay results with a product early on and it hasn't skyrocketed, but at least you're making a little bit of money or slightly losing money, it may be something that you just want to keep drilling down on, and you don't want to give up just yet. With time, other things change. There are a lot of competitors, and I do apologize for the people that watched my previous video, just copied all of my products to try to launch them, but I don't think it's a great opportunity anymore. I think I reflected on it, it's a little bit too difficult. Temu, Shein, they've launched the sauna shirts, dirt cheap, and I just wasn't really feeling it. Now, this is just part of the process, finding new products. There's so many of them. And I really do want it to be a mass market opportunity, but probably lower competition as well. So granted, I found a brand new product, which I'm going to kind of try to talk about in the next video, because I know everyone wants to follow you through. The reason why I didn't want to go with these ones is it's too saturated. We want to find ones where there's not the very, very cheap competitors. So yeah, over to the next video. So in today's video, we're going to cover exactly how to create a business name for our dropshipping brand. Now, a lot of people spend way too much time on this, and it's just an absolute waste, especially when you're a beginner. Now, if you are becoming experienced and you're very, very confident in that this brand is going to work, you're very confident in the brand positioning and where you're going to take the future development, then obviously you should take a lot of time developing the name, thinking about it, trademarking it, and those kind of things. But for the vast majority of the people watching this, you're going to be a beginner. So the only thing that you need to think about is the DTF framework. So yes, that's my initials as well. I created the DTF framework, but basically it needs to be domainable. So you can actually get the .com, the .co.uk, the .com.au domains. Then it needs to be trademarkable. So we can jump into that in a little bit, but certain names can't be trademarked, like calming blankets. When I launched a weighted blanket called calming blanket, it was too descriptive. It couldn't be trademarkable. It couldn't be trademarked, sorry. So we want to have a think about that as well. And there's some big reasons why we actually need it trademarked. Some people think that they're overrated, but I disagree. It's very, very important that it is at least a potential in the future. We don't need to do it right now, but we just need to make sure that the name actually works. And then we've got flexible. Now, what I mean by flexible is exactly what I was referring to before. Like, You don't want it to be limiting in your ability to launch future products. Calming blankets is another really bad example of that, because we wanted to launch lots of sleep products, but it was called calming blankets. Where if it was called like something like CB or something a bit more just random like that, it would have been much more easy to pivot in the consumer's mind as well. So we just want to make sure that it satisfies all three of those criteria. Now, there's always a question whether you do our branding guidelines before, like the branding positioning before you do the name or after. Most experienced people will do a bit of positioning, make sure they're confident in it, and then they'll pick the name kind of from that process. I'm going to do it the opposite just because it's not that important. I just kind of want to get the name locked in for you guys, and then we can get into the branding guidelines. So how to do this very, very quickly and very, very effectively. We're going to come to ChatGPT and we're going to go and start a new. Pretty much all we need to do is I am creating a business that sells, and we just want to put in what we're selling. So alpaca socks. Now, this is going to give me, at this point, it's going to give me a lot of kind of just alpaca socks variations. It's really not going to be too creative. So we kind of want to think outside the box and just kind of think about some brands that we really love. How do they make us feel? How do they deliver on what they do? So for example, we've got Apple. They're an innovative company. They use technology. They use minimalism. Then we got Coca-Cola. They bring happiness. They bring moments of joy. They're delicious, this kind of thing. So you can kind of just start thinking about how some of these brands are going to look and how your brand's going to look. We're going to do a full process on it, but it's just important that we put it into ChatGPT where we think that it's going to go. So if you really want, you can also do this. If you're really kind of stuck for positioning, you can go, tell me the most famous brands and how they are branded. How do they deliver on that branding? How do customers see the brand? Just something like that. And they'll give you a list of certain ways that brands are positioned. The Apple, innovative, Nike, high performance. So this will give you some really simple ideas about how you can position your brand. And it does need to be incorporated a little bit into the naming, in my opinion. The more we can give ChatGPT outside of the obvious, the more creative the results will be. So let's go back to this. I am creating a business selling alpaca socks. And now I could even leave out alpaca just because I know how much it's going to absolutely love playing with that keyword, and it's maybe not even necessary, because I remember when we say that it's flexible, I might not always be selling alpaca socks. These alpaca socks might not even work. They might not even sell. So therefore, if my business name was called alpacasocks.com, then how am I going to test the second product on that? Remember, dropshipping, you're not always going to hit the winner on the first product. So we want to, again, keep it flexible. So I'm creating a business selling alpaca socks. I want the brand to be innovative, technology forward, and performance-based apparel. So basically giving it a bunch of more to play with. Create me 10 business name options and check that the .com domain is available. Cool. So, and then I'm just going to send that. Now, I am in experience. I've seen the .com, these .coms be taken a lot. It doesn't seem to manage it too well, but it's better than it coming back with like something like socks.com or something like that. So we've got a bunch of options here. We've got alpaca stride, and you can see how much I've just kind of loved grabbing that alpaca keyword. Let's try just removing alpaca completely. Selling socks with different materials. Let's try that. Let's probably just going to grab all over socks. Cool. A NanoStride, TechWeave, StrideSmart. So it heavily relies on the 2-word names, which are okay. We can also go create me a business name with 3 words, which probably is going to be way worse, but no, that didn't work. Let's don't just use 2 words, see if that figures that out. Cool. So it's just, you can just play around with this. You could also do give me some options where it's not just normal words, like you can creative spelling and stuff like that. Generally, you don't want to do too much creative spelling simply because Google will struggle to, let's say, socks with a Z or something like that. It's going to be confusing. Plus, they can infringe on trademarks a lot. The other thing you can just say is do abstract names like Google. So Google obviously makes no sense. I believe they created Google because it just looked good with 2 O's and G's. I can't actually remember. Don't quote me on that one. But you can see just by creating abstract business names, and it's checking the domains, but you got Sintra, which is cool. So like Sintra.com, like that's going to be taken. I'm certain of it. So how do we check the domains if they're taken? See, ChatGPT is not too great at it. We can just come to Namecheap, which is going to be the domain hosting that I'm going to recommend for you. You can buy the domain directly to Shopify in a later stage, but you want the flexibility. I believe you want the hosting outside of Shopify in case you want flexibility. Let's say you want to move away from Shopify one day, creating emails, all of that kind of stuff. It's just a little bit better. Namecheap is the cheapest option out there. I can leave an affiliate code for you guys as well, but realistically, GoDaddy is okay. We host with GoDaddy as well, but it's been a bit buggy for me at the moment, so I'm a little bit off them. So to find the domains, all we're going to do is we can come in here. This one is Fro. Super hard to pronounce. I wouldn't use that, but just checking that there are going to be some. Cool. So these are all kind of taken. A lot of these won't be taken though. If we just come up to here, like Active Weave definitely will be. But remember, just our DTF framework domain is the first thing. So we just got to check that it's free. The Stride. Cool. So these are all still taken. Working through these. Cyberlux. They're all pretty good names. Pretty flexible in terms of what we can do. Could test. We could just keep launching different types of socks. We could go into fitness apparel. We could go into any kind of performance-based, which was part of the brief. Sorry, I've already tried that one. Well, that's next low. So probably all of these 3 words will be free. That being said, don't really want them. They're kind of lame. If we can get the .com available, chances are the .co.uk, the .com.au, all of the other domains going to be free. Now, if you're just getting started, you just want to sell to the US, you don't really know what you're doing, you can just buy the .com initially and get launched. And then you can, if you wanted to, you can use a currency converter down the line. We'll get to that point, but yeah, realistically, I do like to have all of the domains free if you're pretty confident in what you're doing. And it also will mean that you're less likely going to get in trouble with a competitor that's already using that name, right? So that's why I'm just going to check. When I do find one that can even get the .com free, I'm going to check all of the other domains as well. So I've got Synthetic Fit, which is pretty terrible name. What about SynthFit? Cool. $3,000. Let's not use that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come back here and just say, create me 30 business names. And you could have just prompted there just to say, create me 10 more, create me 10 more, create me 10 more. God's really loving the socks. So we'll just keep working through these. Nextstep.com. Probably don't want to use bio simply because people say that's environmental. Technically, it is an environmental product, but we don't want that to define the brand. You know, we just want performance-based at this point. Keep working through them. All fantastic names, but we're just going to keep pushing it until we can find some that are free. Let's try to incorporate. So I'm basically just asking it to incorporate the alpaca material, but be abstract. And it didn't understand what abstract was. There we go. LN thread, pure weaves. Let's try to see if we can get pure weave. We're not going to get pure weave by itself, but we might get pure weaves. We don't want aura fleece because we want it to be kind of cool. peaktextile.com. So we finally got one that's available, which is good. I think we will go with Peak Textile for now. It's a pretty good name. It's not ideal, but at the same time, I think it's going to be really good to show you the examples of the next steps. So the next thing we're going to go to is something called trademarkia. Now, the way trademarks work is if I trademarked Udi in the wearable blankets, apparel, slippers category, and someone trademarked Udi in the food category, that is okay. Trademarks are category specific and they're also regional specific. If someone trademarked Udi in, I don't know, some random country that I'm not selling in, have no common usage rights, which means that like I've never been selling there before, chances are that's going to be okay as well. So it's an interesting form of law, but basically what we're looking for to be as safe as possible, and you should get a lawyer to look over any of this stuff, and especially when it comes to legal IP and whatnot. We're looking for someone that a region that has no businesses similar that are selling already within that region as a first step. So the way that I would go about that is I would just write in Peak Textile, right? And you can see Peak Fabrics since 1990. And you can't see any like Peak Textile Instagrams or anything like that pop up. Now, the next thing, Peak Fabrics, I don't think would infringe, not from a trademark perspective, because they're two different words. Like Peak Fabrics and textile, while they can mean the same thing, they're still different words. It's very similar to like cleanest dry cleaner versus spotless dry cleaner. They're two different words, even though they can mean the same thing. So from a trademark perspective, you're probably going to be fine. It's when you're impersonating and you do lots of other things that are exactly the same, that can be problematic. So let's say you rip their website completely, you just change one word, you're stealing all of their ads, and the consumer is very, very confused about who's who. That's when you can start to get in a bit of trouble in that area. But realistically, Peak Textile seems like it's okay there. Their website's barely kind of operating, so not too worried about that. So that's when I would come to the trademark search and be like, just because if you do the trademark search first and you search it and nothing comes up, that doesn't mean that it's still okay, because there is something, as I was talking about before, there's common usage rights. So let's say I'm selling Udi in Australia for 3 years and everyone knows Udi, branded. Someone can't just come in and just start selling under the Udi. It's much cleaner if I got a trademark initially and made my registration very, very clear. And that's a much better process to do it. But you still have some kind of protection if you don't have the trademark. And that's why I wanted to just search it first before looking at the trademark. So we can just write in Peak Textile here. And you're going to get a bunch of variations. So either the Peak. Now, this class and description is kind of what we want to look at, because, this textile, it's software. We're not in software, so it's not too much of an issue. And I think Trademarkia is actually quite good at interpreting different variations. So if you're going to actually use the trademark search tools within like the US government or Australian government, it's really quite difficult, and you kind of definitely want a lawyer to do it, because you need to search like Peak first and then different variations of Peak, and it's just very, very messy. But this is why I really like this free tool Trademarkia, because it really just kind of interpret different words, and even actually, maybe this doesn't, but like phonetically similar as well. So let's say the Peak's not a good example, but words like, let's say you've got Udi and then someone changes the name to Udi, like EWDIE. So it's kind of exactly the same phonetically, even though it's spelt different. That can infringe as well. And that's where some of these trademark searches can be very, very difficult. So I know this might just be scaring everyone off, but the one thing that we're trying to avoid here is you getting 12 months down the line, scaling your business, everything's going really well, you've invested all this money in packaging, website, domain, this kind of stuff, and a big company goes, oh, we actually can see you now, we're going to get you to change your entire website. So you have to change over your domain. All of your ads that are pushing to your website, the domain will need to be changed there, and it will just kill your momentum completely. So that's pretty much why I'm trying to explain this as detailed as possible, so that doesn't have to happen to you. And then the other reason, like, we want it to be able to be trademarked is because eventually scammers are going to copy your website, your entire website, and they're going to start running ads to stealing either your packaging, stealing your graphics, all of that kind of stuff, stealing your Facebook ads. And if you have a trademark on these things, it's going to be much easier for you to go to Google, go to Facebook, go to Amazon and say, this is my registered trademark with the US government, take this piece of content down, and they'll do it. So this is why we want to make sure that we can get a trademark when we want it. Cool. So going back to this, first thing I'm looking for is someone that just has Peak Textile. If that was there, I'd be pretty worried about that. But these all kind of seem fine. The last thing that I can do is I can just do Peak Textile trademark, and we can just come into some of these and just have a read of all of this stuff. Like Peak Clothing, you can come down and sometimes they're not active anymore. So you can see the class status code that is active. Look, I don't think, oh no, sorry, this is a status abandoned, failure to respond or late response. Cool, so they've basically abandoned this one. So that shouldn't be an issue either. And then you can just click through some of these articles. No, I think we're good. I'm just going to simply add this to cart. So basically searching your brand's name, the .com, and they will maybe suggest a couple of other things, but you don't really need this at this point. And then we can click checkout. And we definitely want domain privacy if we can have it as an option, simply because we're going to get a lot of spam emails pitching to create a premium landing page, is what they always say. So then we can just click confirm order. We don't need web hosting or anything. We can create an account. So we do need a Gmail to set up with our email address for this account as well. Then all of the other accounts that we're going to set up after are going to be used with our actual domain name. The Gmail can kind of be your personal thing, but you want to interact all with kind of one branded domain, simply because like maybe you're going to sell the business, maybe you're going to launch another business and you want to keep them all completely separate. So it's a really good habit to get into. Then we can just set this up, put all your details in place. For company name, you don't actually need to put anything in at this point. And we can just use all the defaults here. Click continue. Now we definitely want to do automatically renew all of our services, because the last thing you want is your Shopify store going down because you failed to pay $10, and click continue. And then we can pay it now. Now that's all done and our account set up, buying new domains is going to be much easier because you kind of just defaults to everything. But if you are very confident in your desire to expand or grow the business, you do want to buy all the other similar domains around it. Now, if you're a beginner, don't do this because probably this isn't going to work the first time, as I said. But one of the other benefits of having all of the other domains is when you start seeing success, a lot of copycats will come up and they'll start copy and pasting your website, your brand name, everything. And by just kind of limiting how many domains that look similar can be really good. It also stops competing brands or similar brands in other regions from even just attempting, even if they don't know about you, launching a brand because you've already owns the domain. So we can just do like peaktextile.co.uk. And we can add that one to cart as well. And we can go through and we can add all of the ones that we want. The next step is we want to set up our email address. So to do this, we're actually what we're going to use is Google Workspace. And so you can just write in Google Workspace and set up here. Click Start Free Trial. And we want to click here with your company, with your .com company address. Click select. Does your business have a domain? Yes, I have one. And we're just going to write in peaktextile.com because we now own that. Click next. Then you're going to enter what you want to create your username as. So mine's going to be my first name @peaktextile.com. Create password. Click I am not a robot. Agree and continue. Cool. Try that one. We're going to skip Gemini. We don't need that AI software at the moment. All we need is a great email, an easy to integrate email. Click I understand. Cool. Now you're in the admin console. So it kind of feels like everything's set up, but it's not at this point. You still need to do one little technical thing. Click next. So we need to verify this domain with Google. Then we can, this is another one of the major benefits of setting up an email in Google Workspace is every time we bring on a virtual assistant or any employees at a later date, we can create a new email for them very, very quickly. And that way, if the VA ever leaves, you've still got access to all the emails, and it's just a really good habit to get into, as I said. The main thing that people usually do is just set up everything in a Gmail, which honestly, if you're a beginner, I guess you could do it, but you're always, if it becomes successful, you're going to wish you did this in the early stages. Click protect. I'm ready to protect your domain. Now, if your screen looks a little bit different to this, you can just search how to connect Namecheap with Gmail, but they always look a little bit similar here. So we need to come back to Namecheap, and we're going to come to dashboard, manage. Guys, I'm a little bit slow today. Sorry, guys. Click advanced DNS. You're going to click a new record. So you can come back here and go to step 2. And it's going to tell you to add a text record from here. And you're just going to copy and paste this value here. And you're going to scroll down to text at. So all I'm doing here is I'm copying this host record, this text value, putting it here. And then I should be able to click save all changes. Just make sure it hasn't changed since I last did it. Cool, that's done. And then I should just be able to click protect domain and should pick it up. It might take a little while. The other reason why you really need this domain and you shouldn't just use a Gmail is because when you set up your email marketing, it's really good to kind of have that all set up appropriately. So it's not coming from a Gmail because they go straight to spam. So when we do abandoned cart emails, all of this kind of stuff, you're going to need a branded email. Cool. This might take 5 minutes, but realistically, that's it. Now I can go onto Google and Gmail. I can use other email services that integrate with Gmail, and I can just sign in. Easy as that. So in today's video, I'm going to cover how to create a brand for your dropshipping store. Now, I'm not just talking about pretty colors, logos, beautiful website. That is very surface level of what a brand actually is. A while back, there was a brand that was dropshipping. Well, they might have not been dropshipping, but they were extremely direct response. Their websites looked really, really almost scammy, and everyone was like, this can never be a brand because of they didn't have a pretty website and they didn't do all of the really kind of Gen Z design stuff. Fast forward, and this is now a multi-$100 million brand that is talked about by Joe Rogan and some of the major health people because the product was so good, because what the brand strategy was so good. And this is Athletic Greens. Now, every kind of dropshipping business has the potential to be a brand in itself. Dropshipping is a delivery mechanism. It's not a death sentence for brands, because I've even bought from Apple. I bought some headphones recently and they dropshipped it from China. The reason why that dropshipping products sometimes don't become a brand is 1, because the product sucks. 2, they don't stand for anything. And 3, the service is terrible. And we're going to try to mitigate all 3 of those things. But the thing that I wanted to talk about in today's video, it was, what does the actual brand stand for? How are we going to differentiate ourselves from the competitors to stand out in our consumers' minds whenever they need a solution to the product the brand stands for? And this is what a brand really is. Like, there's some really good quotes here. Like, a brand is the set of expectations, memories, stories, and relationships that taken together account for a consumer's decision to choose one product versus the other. So we've got a bunch of competitors for the hoodie that sell a similar product. Granted, less quality because they have to drop ship it and it's too heavy to do that. When a consumer sees the hoodie versus the competitor that has no brand, the hoodie and everything that we do is to create moments of comfort and joy for the consumer. So when then they see all of our supporting assets and everything that we do prior to the purchase, and then they're comparing to buy the competitor versus ours, even if ours is slightly more expensive, they're going to purchase ours because they know that they're going to get a moment of comfort through the product. And that's what a brand is. So there are so many different ways to push your brand. And it doesn't matter what type of product that has. There's probably like 5 very valid ways to brand that product in a different way that probably your competitor hasn't stand for. And it's similar to how I keep talking about positioning. Like, you've got to kind of consider that. Now, a lot of kind of people that are familiar with dropshipping will be like, oh, I'm going to skip this video. I don't need this video. Let me tell you why branding is important, like from a performance point of view. The first thing a brand is going to do is going to get you cheaper acquisition. And I can hear a lot of people that are very experienced saying like, no, branding is going to be limiting. I want to be able to make any ad that converts. It's not true. Like, you look at all of the people drop shipping a teeth whitening product at the moment and look at their CPA, their cost of acquisition, versus someone like High Smile that has a brand, I can guarantee you High Smile is better. They're spending way more. They're going to do $1 billion of revenue, hopefully. They're crushing it. So that's what a brand can do. The second thing a brand can do is it gives you a lot of direction in what secondary products you should be launching under the brand. Because if you're selling, alpaca socks, and if we're going to push the alpaca socks in the branding direction of hiking, it's not going to make any sense if we brought out some like running shoes or something like that. Whereas if we pushed it down the branding route of looking after the feet or something like that, like chiropractic, scientific, foot health, then suddenly a shoe does make sense. And the brand needs to be kind of defined so that you can do that, because what we're doing with that secondary product is we're leveraging the emotional connection that we've already created with the first consumer, with their first purchase, with the first product, and then leveraging that for the second one. So the final reason is word of mouth referral. And a lot of people ask me, why Udi was so successful. And part of the reason was because the brand was creating so much joy in people that they were telling their friends about it. So I could acquire one customer and they would tell maybe 0.2, 0.3 extra customers. I don't have the actual facts, but that's what I think was happening. And I think that that's a really good reason. So if you're a drop shipper that just doesn't ever want to understand about brand, you're going to be limited. As I grow older and wanting to hit new heights, I realized that kind of brand is the only thing. Brand is the only true moat in e-commerce. Systems, processes, patents, trademarks, all of this kind of stuff, they are just kind of finite. And Warren Buffett is one of the best people that talks about this, and he will only invest in something that has a really, really strong brand and a really strong leader. So if it's good enough for Warren, it's good enough for me. I remember chatting to Simon Beard, who's created an incredible brand. He's one of my friends, Culture Kings. He exited for 600 million. He said, a brand is earned in drips and lost in buckets. And I think that really reinforces the requirement to have consistency amongst the brand. So how do we get consistency? Well, first we need to define it. And this is what I'm going to teach you today. I'm going to give you a free template. Join the Discord or head to millionaires.com to check out this template and download it. And yeah, we can kind of go through all of these things. Now, this is the template. It might be on a different format. It's on Figma right now. I don't know how easy that is for everybody to use, but this is my creative director at Udi created this for us. She's incredible and knows her stuff. So what we want to create here is a branding deck. Now, this branding deck will help us define everything. But if you ever hired an email agency, or if you ever needed to build a website or something like that, and you hired someone to do it, you would send them this branding deck because it really defines a lot of the things that you stand for. You can even show it to potential employees, all of that kind of stuff. So it's a really, really important resource to have. So we're just going to add our brand name here. So next we've got this brand overview, which I'm actually going to do last. I'm going to leave that one here. And I'm going to go across this brand strategy because I think this is a great place to start. So we're going to fill in the answer to these questions. Now, if you're new to branding, this is going to feel really overwhelming. If you're not a creative person, it's going to feel really overwhelming and you're just going to have no idea what to kind of write here. But that's where ChatGPT and a couple of hacks that I'm going to show you today come in real handy. So the purpose, what's the greater good behind your work? So we're selling alpaca socks at the moment for the cold, for traders, for potentially hikers. I don't know the exact positioning that's going to work the best. When we create Facebook creators and create landing pages, I do want it to be relatively versatile in these early stages within building this brand so that I'm not limiting myself when I find the right avatar and I find the right positioning for my brand. Some people, like a little bit more experienced people or someone that's more branding orientated, will set this at the start, know exactly what the openings are in the market and smash it from a branding perspective and will not stop until they get it right. Think of Steve Jobs. He was like, everyone was like, nobody's going to buy a $1,500 phone. Nobody's going to buy a computer like this. It looks weird. It's a closed ecosystem. This is never going to work. And it didn't for so long. It was absolutely getting hammered. And so many people were constantly saying that they needed to sacrifice a lot of their brand values. He would absolutely not do that. He was so religious and dogmatic and pushing it forward with that branding. And it obviously paid off. You are not Steve Jobs. At this stage, you want to keep your branding versatile and you want to define a few core principles and at least start this. But then when you get a winning creative that might be for mums rather than for young Gen Z, suddenly that might shift a lot of the stuff that you're doing. But we can at least start making some assumptions. So what's the greater good behind your work? So we want to create extremely comfortable and technical textiles. See how that's versatile? I can go into sportswear. I can go into more different types of socks. Very, very different. So vision, what will your brand look like in 5 to 10 years time? A multi-category e-com store with lots of cool. Just shrink this one down. So I've got a multi-category e-com store with lots of different technical apparel endorsed by experts. Let's say you don't understand what purpose and vision actually is. So we want to come to ChatGPT and let's say we're selling something else. Let me give you something. The sauna t-shirts that I was going to sell. Let's go, what are some branding? And we can just go purpose, brand. What are some brand examples for purpose and vision that of major brands that could be applicable to my brand that is selling sauna shirts? Actually, let me just do our pack socks. I don't know why I'm going back to those. So a bunch of examples are going to pop up. So we've got Patagonia. We're in the business to save our home planet. Vision, to be a responsible company that supports environmental and sustainability, and applicability, which is emphasize the eco-friendly aspect. So it's actually giving me an example that I could use, but see how easy that was to kind of get a bit of a brand value for that exact product. So it's talking about the sustainability practices of alpaca fibers. Like, that's going to be a completely different brand to what I'm talking about from a technical apparel element. But at the same time, it's still going to be really, really cool. Like, you can change all of the ads. Like, it would definitely work as well. But let me just give you another one. Ben & Jerry's purpose: to make the best possible ice cream in the nicest possible way, to create high quality products while promoting social. So this is all about product quality as well, which is a good value. One thing that you'll notice, even on this branding template, is just using existing brands is really, really helpful to actually push you forward. Now, there are some already brands on this template that can help you understand. So we've got in here, we've got provide structure. Actually, probably just look at these colors. We've got innovation, safety, knowledge, freedom, liberation, power, mastery, intimacy, pleasure, belonging, service, control. They are just great keywords that could summarize so many brands. Like, we've got like innocent, safety, Dove. Makes sense. Maybe you're in the beauty space and that's kind of where you want to go. Maybe you want to go power, magician in the beauty space, and that's going to be like Truly Beauty. Like, that's probably more where they line up. There obviously are like explorer, freedom. That's the typical way that someone would brand a product that I'm doing. But maybe what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at creator, innovation, and I want to be more like Apple through this textile product, because this is probably where my competitors already are. This is where my competitors are thinking, probably explorer, maybe like outlaw and liberation is where they're kind of sitting. So if you have, we can go back to our competitor sheet that we've done and we've analyzed, or we can even just look at some brands that we really, really like and try to apply their framework to ours. because chances are there's going to be a customer set that kind of appreciate it. So check out this as well. But yeah, realistically, we can kind of go through here. Rather than go through step by step, I'm going to just kind of go through the rest of the sheet and talk about it. So we've got values. What are some beliefs that you stand for, which is like innovation, high quality products, science, that kind of stuff. Audience, what's your ideal customer look like? It's just like anyone that really wants to enhance their performance. Yeah, so I'm going to keep it open to hikers and people that, you know, may be training as well. So I'm going to keep that really open. Market, why should your audience choose you over your competitors? Because we're going to have higher quality products, but we're also going to be more committed to the actual science behind the product as well. Goals, what are your goals of your brand? So that you can probably leave that initially. I would say mine could be like to invent a new sock or something like that. Personality, if it was your brand was a person, who would it be? And again, I'd probably use ChatGPT for that. Right now, I could say Steve Jobs. Voice, if your brand was human, how would it speak to the audience? Like a scientist. Visual identity, how does your brand visually make its customers feel? Which is probably more a little bit like Apple. So when we come to Apple, now, one thing that is really, really good to do is add visual references from brands that you love. And to do that, we either use Pinterest or we use just going to the website. So you look at some of this imagery here, and we can put this imagery on the branding template itself. There should be a place for example imagery. So this is the visual mood board. So we can start chucking pictures here because we're going to have our logo, brand marks, and this is just going to be a really great place to screenshot and send to these developers that I was kind of talking about. When we come into these product pages, they're wild. They're really cool. Like this. So cool. So just screenshotting some imagery here. Close-up images. Then we can come to Pinterest, as I said. Go high-tech branding. And it'll give you some really good examples. The other one is actually Behance is really cool for this. Come into Behance. And we can go search. High-tech branding. Let's do branding deck. And you can come into some of these. Oh, that sucks. That's a website. Sort by most appreciated. And we can come into some of these. We can just see some of the branding decks. Like this is even for like logo options. Let me do technology, product, imagery. And see, Behance has some really good examples. So like even this is really cool. Cool. And you can see how the brand's starting to take shape visually. I'm a very visual person rather than, I don't really like just reading about brands. I like to see them. So let's come back to Pinterest and I'll show you a few more. So you can see here, AI monitoring. You do high tech, technology logo. See if that comes up with anything cool. Get rid of So we kind of want a mixture of like things that can go on the website, product imagery. The other thing that we want is lifestyle shots. So, because lifestyle shots are such an integral part, like if we come to the hoodie, they're such an integral part of most people's branding. So we're actually quite branded nowadays, but let me find some examples. So like these are more lifestyle shots. Let me get one that will have more lifestyle shots. That's a bit more of a lifestyle shot. There we go. So like this kind of stuff is really, really important as well. Now, I would screenshot and put this on there because it looks great, but it's not really the vibe that I'm looking for. That's more so streetwear. It's a little bit cooler. It's a little bit too lifestyle. So probably don't want to grab that. But we can find a few more lifestyle. Might be able to find some examples here. So it's a bit too vintage for me. Cool. I think that looks pretty good. Lululemon might be actually a really good comparative brand. Let's take a look at Lululemon. Lululemon's actually not too big in Australia. We're not really huge, and I don't really know what the brand stands for. Looks pretty cool. Very clean. Minimalist. But yeah, realistically, let me just check. I think I'll keep walking you through certain things, just how to use the sheet so you guys can keep filling it out. Brand purpose. Brand purpose is like, why does your brand need to exist? And brand strategy is kind of like how you're going to achieve it, if that makes sense. So you can fill that one out, and there's no next explanation needed there. That's very similar to the other one. We got action verbs here, which is really kind of similar to what I was talking about before with the archetypes, like the types of brands that people can be, but also just like how you're going to do it as well. So we're going to connect with people. We're going to teach, those kind of things. And you can start grabbing some of those to good reminders. Purpose statement is kind of similar to what we had before. It can feel a bit like it's repeating itself, but they're all, a branding expert will hear me say that and they're going to absolutely slaughter me. But at the same time, I'm definitely not a branding expert. But there are going to be some small differences, and there's no harm in kind of repeating yourself. So brand vision is really cool. So you can write, now I'm going to launch an alpaca sock, 5 years. Obviously, I'm not going to launch this brand for 5 years. I've got plenty of other things to do, and I just want to teach you guys. But yeah, you could do 5 years, launch your own sneaker, work with Huberman, I don't know, work with a celebrity, and that will give you a little bit of vision. Now, brand values. So you're putting negative. I actually really like this one. So this is very similar to what we were doing before with like finding the consumer, using Reddit, how do they actually feel, those kind of things. But writing in these negative and positive experiences, like my feet were freezing on a hike, I thought I was going to get frostbite. Or positive, I didn't get any blisters when I was doing a hike. That's a really good one. And then negative feeling is a fear to get a blister. Positive might be, I was very confident before I went on to my walk. That kind of stuff. Identifying those feelings and experiences are always going to be worthwhile because you recreate them in ads and you recreate them on landing pages. We've got core values here. This is another, I definitely scroll down to this kind of before you do the sheet. Hopefully I haven't been doing it alongside with me. Apologies if you have, but there's some really good kind of keywords here as well about what the brand can be. And you can just add 3 to 5 there. Tone of voice. Tone of voice is really important. We kind of said it a little bit before, but Alo Yoga, as I said before, is probably a bit more trendy, whereas we might want to be a little bit more professional. Actually, there's professional. Yeah, there's professional there. The competitive landscape, you can do this if you want. There's not too many competitors at this point for this, but you can chuck them in there and then put yourself in to make sure that you are really different to them from a branding perspective. And then we got target persona. We can have a play with this about what type of a customer is. I think this is all getting a little bit too granular when you're first starting now, simply because the persona really may change the customer. And then we've got audiences. I think that you can probably leave that as well. We're just going to do broad targeting. We're going to test a bunch of creatives. And then we get to this visual mood board, which I'm going to keep filling out because next up, we're going to make our logo and we're going to get started on the design element. Logos are incredibly important for successful businesses, but for startups, they're just another step that we need to do quite quickly. We shouldn't get sued doing it. And then we want to keep it versatile, similar to just names in general, because we just don't know if this is going to work. So we don't want to waste too much time doing it. But overall, just so you understand, logos are incredibly important for successful businesses because they really embody the emotion that you're trying to portray through your brand. For example, the Amazon logo, it's A to Z, and it's also got a smile underneath, which represents the fact that they stock everything from A to Z, and their main focus is to create satisfaction for their customers and make them happy. Then you've got the Adidas and Nike logos that may look different to each other, but they're both, the Adidas logo is slightly slanted. The swoosh represents movement. This is a sports brand. So you can see as these brands become bigger, they really do embody the meaning of their logo. But at the same time, the Nike logo was drawn just by a graphic designer, $10 in the early stages. So we do want to keep it quite lean and dirty at the start. But there's going to be two methods that I show you. Now, one of them is completely free and one of them is going to cost a little bit of money. I probably prefer the one that costs just a little bit of money because it's so quick and so easy and it probably saves me a bit of time. But if you have creative skills and understand a bit of creativity and maybe you've done some graphic design in school or something, just use the free method. So the first method that we're going to use, so we've got our branding document here, which is actually a really good place to start with kind of how the logo should make us feel, what it should embody. Because we've already defined that with this brand, we want to do a little bit more tech orientated kind of performance apparel. So that refines it. And we've even got a couple of examples here. So I'm just going to go into this tool. So it's called Looker and it's getting better and better with all the AI advancements. And we can just go peak textile. And we can go apparel, we'll go fitness apparel. And you can just select a couple of logos that we like. Now, it's worth going through a bit of logo theory. So we've got the logo mark here, and then we've got the type font here. So we've got two components of a logo. Now, this logo mark is sometimes way too complicated. We want to keep it minimal. We want to keep it versatile here. Otherwise, we're going to get into the logo needs to be so versatile across the header bar of the website, the emails, any other marketing that we're kind of doing on the packaging, this kind of stuff. So the less complicated it is, the better in my opinion. And I actually don't mind when they're actually it's just kind of two fonts, especially because my brand name is actually 2 words. This could be a really good design. So if you've got 1 word, you should probably be looking at something like this and making sure that there's a type font, but a logo mark, sorry. But if you've got 2 words, this can be a really nice design. And 3 words, we probably don't want a brand name. It's too long. So we can just go into a couple of minimal things like this that we like, that just kind of catch our eye, and click next. Now, I'm going to talk about colors in a little bit for our branding, but for now we can just do grayscale. We can do you can look at the actual definitions of the colors. Cool. And we don't have a slogan here. It's probably not necessary. Cool. Select a few things here, and it's going to pump out a few logos. And just keep scrolling down until you see something that you like. And favorite them. We're really trying to look at them in two different components. So again, the actual icon itself and the text. If we like the text for something, we can probably just move forward with that, and we can change the icon at a later date. Cool. So I've got a couple of logos that I like. We can go to your logos and have a play around with these. See what they kind of look like. So it actually looks pretty good. We can change this symbol. Now, again, we're kind of looking for certain elements within our branding that, we talked about before, like these kind of keywords, these key action verbs could definitely kind of lean us towards a certain movement or a certain way that people feel that we can try to get within our symbol. So like if we were going to do a waterproof product, that might make sense. The fact that there's hollow fibers within the alpaca, you can kind of see that, and it's represented within the triangle. Just kind of looking for that a bit more abstract meaning, the way that the textiles actually interlink together. Now I'm relatively happy with that. Now I can click download, and I can preview the brand kit as well, which is kind of similar to what we were making back here. Now in the brand kit, we can check out a couple of things that we might want to use and just see how it kind of goes across all of these mediums. So for example, whereas newsletters, we can go into this and we can see kind of how the font that they're kind of pairing is going to work on our emails, just to give us some good idea. Is this kind of what we're after? And, when we look at, I'll just screenshot this. Maybe go these two and bring it back here and put it here. We can kind of see that the logo itself plays quite well into this feeling. Now, all we need to do is we can actually just purchase that now. And you can download just the logo package if you don't need the brand kit. Probably I'm just going to do that because I'm going to customize all of the other stuff at a later date. So we probably want the multiple formats. I can go through and purchase this. But for those people that are working on a huge budget, let's go through and show you the other tool that you can kind of set up. So we can go to Canva, which is going to be your best friend going forward. So we can just sign up for a free trial to Canva. So now we're in Canva. All we need to do is create a design and go logo. One mistake that I often see people make, and it's probably the same with Looker, that you just might want to consider is if you use any of these elements, and Looker, the public information that they say is they can't give legal advice, but I assume that they are in a similar situation where to try to trademark just this diamond or this text in itself, they already own it. Someone else has created that. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to get those unique elements trademarked. Now, the combination of it all and the actual word mark might be trademarkable, but if we were to use this mountain, for example, this might, it might be a little bit difficult. Like a dropshipper might be able to use that mountain in their design. They can't say peak textile as well if that got trademarked, but it's not a huge amount of protection. Now, if we were to use something like shapes, for example, we can come into here and I don't know, this is going to look terrible, but like, let's say we create a unique pattern like this, for example, and we're combining certain shapes and we make it a little bit more complex with like a P and a T or something like that. Then suddenly that might become unique to you and trademarkable. And this is where using shapes versus elements can often be a much more protectable and safe way to go about things. Now, I'm not a graphic designer, so if I tried to create something like this, it's obviously terrible. So when I use Canva rather than Looker, I really rely on these designs. So we can just go write in some styles. So we can look at something like this. When I'm looking at these templates, I'm identifying how little I have to change them so that I don't break them. Because if I go into something like, let's say this, first of all, this is a much more creative, a bit more along the lines of Disney's logo. So I know that I now need to change that text. As soon as I do that, that is like the most visible part, the most encompassing part of that logo. So it's more likely I'm going to break it as a non-creative person. So you're much better looking at the length of your logo and trying to find something that kind of matches it. So we've got 2 words. We've got one short word, one a little bit longer word, and we don't have a slogan. So that's kind of the requirement that we're looking for as we look through these logos. We'll go simple. So again, this is a little bit, it's 3 words, but we can just have a play around with a font. So it's a little bit too minimal for me. Cool. These are all too simple. So we'll go to other templates. Try fitness. They're probably going to be too gym bro. Cool. Let's go innovative. Cool. Let's get rid of them all together and have a look through some of these. They look good. This will be a little bit interesting. So let's try Canva Pro so we can access some of these ones. Obviously, you can keep Canva free and use it without upgrading. So it is still a free method for you, but I just want to test this one because it looks a bit better. Cool. So again, had to change way too much and kind of broke it. It's also not that aligned with our brand. I'm just going to keep going through here. See, one thing that you can do is, let's say I wanted this to be my mark, and come over back to here, and you'll see that we have the brand marks, but then we can also have the logo itself. And you can see how those two interact. Now, I think they're way too different. I think that you'd be better off doing something like this for the top mark and just closing that gap. But again, I think I'm just changing too much. We're going to find the perfect one by being patient. I might show you guys how to hire a graphic designer as well if you guys want to really excel with the branding piece and the design piece. We'd try this. Doesn't actually look half bad. Cool. I think we can, I'll find one more just as an option, and then I'll show you the next steps. Let's try text logo. This is pretty minimal. Let's try something like this. So I actually don't mind this combination. It's a little bit like skater, a little bit more earthy, but I think it looks pretty cool. We'll just change the colors and see what it looks like. Look, we've kind of got 3 options there. But let me show you the next steps of what we need to do to make sure that it's conducive with the rest of the design. Now, the rest of the design, what I mean by that is like everything else you see on the website. So let's say, for example, we want to use this, this logo. We also want to understand the pairing fonts that we're going to use with it and also the color palette. So let's go into a new page and we can come into Canva's tool here and go into font combinations. Now we can look at this font, Archivo, just to make sure that it's kind of pairing. We're trying to find a header text and header to text and maybe a tertiary text as well. These are all pretty crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write Proxima because we got Proxima Nova. And I'm always pretty happy with that font. It's available on Shopify. But we can just go here and do font pairings as well. The Canva ones weren't that good. And we can just go to this one. I can click through and it's going to give us a bunch of options. Go more pairs, scroll down. So this is a decent one. We're just trying to find one that matches the brand. Like that looks pretty good. Honestly, that looks pretty cool as well. So we can just grab these fonts. Actually, I don't like this secondary font. That's going to be where the most, it's not a head to, sorry, it's a paragraph. So let's just change this one because we want it to be really simple to read because this is going to be the main one across the product descriptions, all of that kind of stuff. Let's try this. Cool. So something like that looks pretty good. Worst case, we can just use both Proxima Nova because it's available on Shopify. But you can just start to define your brand a little bit more. So we've kind of got our typeface there. Now all we need to do is get our color palettes. Now there's a few ways we can do this. Again, back to good old Pinterest. So we can write in innovative color palette. We can have a look at some of these examples. They're all a little bit colorful for me. Something like that is actually pretty cool. Just put this into Canva, chuck it here just so I have reference. But when I come back to here and looking at all of these example boards, they're much more monotone. So I kind of want one that's a little bit more gray. The final free tool, sorry, I'm jumping around a bit, aren't I? But is this colors, it's pretty good. Super easy to use. And we can just generate. So all we need to do is click through space and change them. I believe there's a way that you can change one color as well and then the rest. So what I'm going to do here is change this one. Nah. Let's keep clicking through and find something. So one of the problems with sometimes with these colors is you don't have one a variation where white text will work on it. You need both. You need a color where white text will work on it and black text will work on it. So like you can see white text would work on none of these colors, which is like problematic. So we want to keep clicking through. Sweet. I'm going to go gray color palette in Pinterest. Try to find, see, I mean, this is pretty cool. Actually quite like this. So let's grab this one and pull this over and decide between the two. I'm probably going to go more so this color palette. So let's say we want to edit this and save all of these colors and get the hex code. We come into brand and we can come into here and we click edit. We click the plus to add the colors and we simply click there. Now we've got the hex code. We can save that color as well. We can save all of the colors that we like. Whoops, I already grabbed that one, didn't I? Oh, I know, they're just very similar. We probably don't even need that secondary color, to be honest. We'll probably only need these three. Cool. I think that's fine. I just don't like flush black. We always just want it to be a little bit like that. And then I can save that. Now we've kind of got our color palettes here, which are very easily editable. So I can even change this logo if I wanted to. I can change the color here to our brand colors. This is going to look bad, but I'll just show you how it looks. And we can just kind of change it like that. We can even pull this across once we've finalized it, which I'm not 100% sure which one I'll go for, but something like this, and save across the colors as well. Now, one other good habit to get into is just grabbing this code and going like this. God, anyone that's very, very good at Canva would be doing pulling out their hair, but I hope they're not watching this module because it's a waste of their time. But we can also go. Now, we can just apply all of these colors to it so that we know that wasn't that color, was it? It was more that one. Cool. So that one. And then this one as well. We're just grabbing the actual hex code. So if we need it at a later date, and this one as well. I'm just double clicking on that just to grab it, and we can just copy and paste these across. You get the idea. You just really want to make sure that you have the colors very easy to grab so that you can just grab that hex code in Klaviyo when we set up emails, when we get into Shopify, and you can easily paste them across. But I'm going to tinker around with this. I think that's everything that you guys need to know. I'll pick a logo and I'll see you in the next module. Alrighty, in today's video, we're going to cover how to create user-generated content for things like Facebook ads. We might also use some of the stuff on the website. Now, this is one of the most important videos out of this whole series, and I think it's definitely where a lot of people go wrong within building their brand. User-generated content kind of came onto the scene probably, I would say 5 years ago. It started to really absorb the majority of the budget within the Facebook ad accounts. Now, what user-generated content is, if you go onto Facebook, and you check out any major kind of brands like Woody or all of these other people, you'll see that a lot of the content it's similar to influencer content where they're holding the phone, talking about the product, talking about the value propositions of the product. Now, the reason why it works so well is because it feels like your friend is telling you something about the product, and it matches the formats of other social media posts within the platforms themselves. So it's less about being sold to, more about being educated. Now, a lot of brands get this wrong because they will not create enough user-generated content. They won't brief in the creators well. So I'm going to walk you through the entire process about how to find user-generated creators specifically. Then I'm going to cover kind of how to pay them, how to brief them in, pretty much everything that you're going to need to know. So the first option to find user-generated content is we can actually just go into Twitter or even Instagram, and we can just write in UGC creator. Now we can click search and we can go people. Now what you're going to get is just a bunch of UGC creators that are already putting their name into UGC creator because that allows people to be discovered. Now, probably Instagram may be a better one, but I'm not 100% sold on that. So we can just click into these guys and basically review their content. They should have if they're any good, they're going to have a portfolio that you can kind of click into or just at least understand their quality of the creative. So we can just unmute this.
And the feature that just is called their AI that we gotta use it simply and free.
Now, what are we looking for? The first, we're looking for a really, just generally, how does the content look? If it's terrible lighting, if it's terrible audio, if they don't captivate you in the first 3 seconds, then they just don't know what they're doing. The next thing that we're looking at is how are they actually presenting the information? Is it kind of convincing? Does it emotionally move you? Some of them can be very robotic about the script or about the brief, and we really don't want that. Generally, all of their creatives, any good UGC creator is going to have some really good points, and it's going to kind of convince you. So her content is incredible. And you can see that she's also doing a few different formats as well, which I think is really great, because these creators, they should be so obsessed with the platforms and the results that they're bringing. So creative diversification is a big point for them. So if all of their creatives look exactly the same, you can kind of guess that you're not going to get much variety, which, it's not always a deal breaker if the creatives are good, but I like to see when they do have a bit of variety. So we've got this one, fast, quick hook. So she gets it as well. We can go to some of her brands. That was her promoting herself. You can see how she's talking with so much emotion, and she's talking with her hands, and it's instantly going to kind of captivate you. So we can kind of go through these. All of these have looked really, really good, and we can select some. Now, how do we reach out to these people? Well, anyone that wants to be contacted is going to have their email available. So you can simply copy and paste this email, and we can start grabbing a bunch of these emails. So I'm just starting a new document here. Let's go. I'll just include the link as well. Let's just grab a couple. And I'll grab this one as well. Because these were like the number one and they've got a fair few followers, there is a good chance that they will be quite expensive. So that's why I'm just going to make sure that I grab a few of them. Cool. She looks good as well. She wants you to DM, so I can just put this and go right in DM. Sweet. You can go to their website and look at all of their creatives, but realistically, we want to get a decent size list here. Now, in a second, we're going to write this creator brief to actually contact all of these creators. But before I do that, I want to cover some other ways that we can actually get user-generated content, because I think it's really important. There's tools such as Star Now, that's predominantly Australia, I believe, and then Backstage as well. These tools allow us to actually hire actors rather than hire UGC creators. Now, if you think about what a UGC creator really is, someone that, passionate about the product, but also is convincing, can understand how to incorporate words into making someone take action. Actors are great at that. And believe it or not, actors can often be much, much cheaper than UGC creators, because UGC creators are very tied to the money that brands are creating. So people are willing to pay them more. Whereas actors, they generally don't have that social media background initially. So they can't edit these videos into these great formats. And they need a lot more kind of coaching through the process. But when you would hire an actor is probably when, let's say you're selling, like I've used this example a couple of times, but like a big kayak or something like that, something where you don't want to send them a $1,500 product and you kind of only have one or two products initially and you're just like, look. Or the other reason you might do this is when it's really complicated, the actual shooting process as well, because you want to be there to manage it. If you have no skills in social media, if you have no skills in Facebook advertising, and you're kind of just getting started, I do highly recommend you use either a UGC creator that knows what they're doing, because remember, when you close the skill gap by using experienced people, there's less room for error. There's a time and a place where you want to trial and error and you want to learn it yourself and get involved, but I don't want you to create a brand and create a product and then wonder, maybe my creatives are just terrible, which is obviously one of the main reasons why people actually fail. So I don't want you taking too much of a risk here. I think I would prefer to use a UGC creator if you've got budget. Now, if you have no budget, you're going to be wanting to do this yourself. You are the creator. I obviously don't want to be the creator because I think I'm just going to create a video and everyone's going to see my face and they're going to buy it. And then it's just going to be unfair. It's going to not be true results. So, but realistically, you can be the UGC creator initially. If not, you can hire these guys if you've got a budget. The only other form, which is if you've got even more budget and less time and you don't want to brief in people, is using a UGC agency, which we've used a lot throughout our brands, especially to get volume through. Now, I can leave a couple of recommendations of UGC creators in the course itself, but yeah, realistically, you're basically paying an agency to handle the briefing, handle the sourcing. So obviously it's going to cost you a little bit more, but I do highly recommend that if you've got budget and you just kind of want to move fast. But I'm going to keep showing you how to actually reach out and interact with these people, because I think that's a skill that's going to be most valuable to you all. So I've got 3 contact details here. I'm going to, of course, flesh this out at a later date, but we want to build out this brief to make sure that people know what they're signing up for. So the brief is kind of in line with the core reasons around why a UGC piece of content will work and not work. And some creators work really well with being really flexible and you're like, here's my website, here's my product, go make me an amazing ad. I don't want to leave that much up to chance initially, especially with kind of a newish product. So you're really wanting to understand the deliverables, the core content, and probably the core content messaging is a better way to say it. The hook variations, which is the first 3 seconds, because we can create different variations within the hook to make sure that, let's say one didn't work, we could just sub that 3 seconds in for another ad and run that as well. I've seen, sometimes hooks can determine whether it works or doesn't work. We've got the brand do's and don'ts as well, which we're going to fill out in a second, which is somewhat obvious. And then we've got usage rights as well. Now, these are all things that we can prompt in rather than, we never want to use a script, in my opinion, unless it's a very, very kind of long video. By using a script, we're going to get rid of the main benefit of what UGC actually is, which is like, it feels authentic. It feels like the actual words. And you kind of want it to be their actual words as well, to some degree. You want them to have the product and actually be talking about it in the way that they would talk about it. So I've got this template here with what we're going to be filling out. The first one is deliverables. So for example, we've got, 3 hook variations, between 30 and 60 seconds long of footage. And then we've also got lifestyle shots as well, which is sometimes you don't need those, especially if you're established, but we're a new brand. So we're going to try to get as much as we can take. And yeah, we can add all of these guidelines. Don't add text or captions in your video. This will allow you to have optimal freedom at a later date. All of this stuff, like recording and good lighting and quality, is definitely a given for the good creators. But if you pick a bad creator, trust me, they'll forget that. And by just explicitly saying things that are obvious, kind of cover you down the line and just reminds them as well. And it shows that you know what you're doing. Don't use any licensed music in the background. We can actually put these more so in the do's and don'ts. It probably should be there. Sweet. Then the core content. So this is where we're explaining the basis of the concept and doing loose scripts. So for us, it's going to be the main problem might be blisters when hiking, and the product is using alpaca to therefore solve that. That may be the core fundamental part of one piece of creative. Now, in that piece of creative, do we suddenly want to go, hey, this is a great at-home compression sock for something like diabetes or something random like that? No, they're completely different ads for completely different avatars. We need to really think about who is this creative for and make sure that we're briefing in our UGC creator. One, we're picking the right avatar that's the right UGC creator for that. There's no point me getting a 14-year-old kid that's like hiking Mount Everest or something like that. That's stupid. Whereas if I want to find maybe like someone that you could picture hiking Mount Everest to do that creative, and I'm briefing them in for that type of creative. So really important that we kind of select the right thing there and then outline it within the brief. And this is why sometimes just giving them the website, no brief is kind of just, you're going to burn some cash. And then the hook as well. Now, I've had positive and negative effects scripting in the hook. I think that sometimes really good UGC creators can actually create new hooks that I couldn't even think of, but it's probably good for you to have a think about a couple of hooks. And whenever you're briefing in hooks, don't just look at competing brands and try to adapt them and make them creative for your brand. Like, look at completely adjacent businesses like the Hoodie, like some of these big competitors, like High Smile, like Ridge, all of these guys, and study their hooks because maybe they're even better. And then you can adapt them. Yeah, we're just briefing in the type of hook. Like, is it a voiceover? Is it showing using the product? And then we've got our do's and don'ts, which I have kind of covered, but I'll just go through them because we're not rushed for time. We've got removal tags and packaging of products. Maybe you actually want the packaging of the product, which you can outline there. Keep a clean shooting area. That's obvious. Don't overemphasize your feedback or review. Like, that's just so it's not like, cringe. And then recording good lighting. Then we've got also don't film with background noise, have other brands. So like logos, if maybe they're wearing a Patagonia jacket and we don't want that. I'm not too worried about that in this one. Yeah, so that's realistically all of it. Now, one thing, if you are really struggling to find creators, even though it's that simple, maybe they're just too expensive or nobody's replying to you, I will set up in the Millionaire Discord, a creator channel where you can find work or even at work as a creator. So make sure you kind of go check that out as well. So now we're over to our deliverables now for our alpaca socks. How are we going to brief this in? So the deliverables, what I really want is I want 3 times hook variations. I also want 3 times creative angles. Actually, I'll just call them add angles for 20 to 60 seconds. And then we will also have some lifestyle imagery. iPhone photos are fine. And then we also want all raw footage, which will just allow me to edit it at a later date and mix and match. And then I think that's pretty good. That's all we need. Usage rights, we'll just put forever or in perpetuity. And then we've got core content messaging. So the first creative that we're going to do is for hikers. So the best socks for hikers. And then we're basically pulling all of the unique selling propositions of the alpaca socks across here, which seem to be quite consistent across all of the competitors. So this is where we want to come to our competitor section, because a lot of them are using a lot of the same creative angles. And truthfully, the creative angles that everyone is using is going to be very similar across the entire sock industry. Like people selling merino wool, people selling 100% cotton. They're all going to be using similar creative angles. Now, I'm going to kind of push the creative angle a bit more to the extreme here and try to use a little bit more statistics as well to really drive that home. So I'm actually going to use ChatGPT to kind of try to figure this out. I'm just asking what are some facts about alpaca as a material that is great for hiking, and we can check out some of the words that they're using. So excellent insulation in cold conditions. Let's go back to our creative brief, and we've got core content messaging. So let's do best insulated socks for really cold walks. And then, so we've got best insulated socks for really cold walks, best for hikers. We know that we're targeting hikers, and the core content messaging is that it's just really great for cold walks. So the next thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to make sure that we have a really good hook for this. So it's like, what's something that a hiker would feel in this moment? Now, one thing that you could definitely do here, which I'll just show you how to do, is we can just go to here, and we'll just go Reddit cold feet hiking. And we can come to these Reddit forums, and we can just see how the customer base actually communicates this issue. Because these stories that people are talking about on Reddit, lots of people have them. And that's kind of what the UGC creator is trying to tap into, the emotion of when these people have had those things. So, for example, they're using bottles with boiling water to heat their feet. For example, get toe warmers. So instantly we have, like, just for example, we've got sleeping booties. We've got the boiling water bottle. We've also got toe warmers. Now, we would need to validate more using hiker knowledge that is a common solution that people are using, but you can think of a hook there. You can think of common belief disruption as the hook. So people are like, let's say use toe warmers, for example. The way that you would do that is, let's say everyone's using toe warmers. You would grab the toe warmer as the hook and just say, stop using toe warmers. There's a better way to warm your feet. Because every single person that has ever used a toe warmer is going to watch that next, 10 seconds after that first 3 seconds, right? So we're trying to do pattern interruption, and we're trying to use cognitive dissonance between their existing beliefs already. And we can't do that without marketing research. We can't do that without understanding our customer. And this is where ChatGPT, studying competitors, Reddit, these all come in very, very handy. And the best place to find this in the future, which you'll find out, is your customers. calling your customers after you get a couple is going to give you the best marketing angles possible, and surveying them. They're going to give you stories that you can pretty much either send them extra product to create the creatives, and they can tell their authentic, real story for it, which is super, super effective. And yeah, it just converts way, way better. So this is kind of what I'll go through. Let me just kind of finish off one brief that I can send off, and then I'll complete the other 3 in my own time. So I want to go to probably the most sleeping booties. This is an interesting comment as well, like word for word, thick socks don't matter if they're damp. So if we were going to do, let's say, create let's just call this the cold angle. Let's do another angle here, which is like wet/damp. And we'll just get rid of this. But I really like this as an angle. Thick socks don't matter if they're damp. Now, we know that the alpaca socks, the material is really good for moisture wicking. So that's going to be a really nice hook that we can grab there. So kind of building out all of these creatives in my head while I'm doing it. But I'm going to go back to this cold angle and try to come up with a hook. Sleeping booties. Sleeping booties aren't the best way to keep your feet warm. And then we can even have a bunch of other, of these stories kind of incorporated with it. Or we can do, we could also do the toe warmers. But look, I'm definitely going to have to do a bit more research and chat to a couple more hikers before I do this. Now, this is one of the benefits of actually getting a UGC creator that understands hiking for it, because they're going to correct me if I'm absolutely stupid about this. But I think that I'm going to do toe warmers. It seems to be a bit more obvious, and it's not going to be expensive for them to get that as like a prop within the hook. Toe warmers, brand do's and don'ts. All right, let's create this for it. So I'm actually just going to grab all of these do's and don'ts. You guys can copy them all as well. I think they're fine. Sweet. That all looks pretty good. And I think we want to increase this core messaging just because there needs to be a few more. Now, one thing that I didn't see in my market research was really highlighting why alpaca fur is so good for socks. And I assume, which we can again come back to ChatGPT. So I'm just asking, why is alpaca fur so good? Is it because they're in the cold? So this here is really kind of interesting. Like, they are based in the Andes in South America, which is obviously freezing. And it talks about the fiber structure of the fur itself. So this is kind of, we've got features, benefits, and hook as well. So don't forget this. So the hook obviously is kind of what's capturing them. Then we can talk about the features of the socks, which would be like padded heel. Then we've also got the fact that it is alpaca fur. And then what are the benefits of that? Which is, we're not going to get cold feet during sleeping. Then there's kind of the, how does it work? The people often overlook. Now, this is where we can use surveys. We can use scientific studies, peer-reviewed studies, and we can really dive deep. Now, one thing that you'll often see with the really good marketers is they'll use kind of 3D renders. You've probably seen people with foam rollers, selling foam rollers or something like that, and they'll show the spine and 3D render, and then they'll get a doctor to talk about the science behind everything. This is really a great way to reinforce the features and benefits that we've talked about and actually make people trust the process. The more language we can use around the hollow fiber structure, the rational reasoning around why alpaca fur is so good for it, it's going to be better. So we can kind of just grab this here. I don't want to grab too much, but I can just grab all of this. They're not going to copy this word for word. So I just added that scientific explanation so they don't have to go find it. So we've also got best insulated socks for really cold walks / sleeping in socks. Now, there's probably someone out there that's saying don't sleep in your socks, but I think that's going to either trigger people during the ad, which might get us a bit more engagement. The best for hikers. Cool. how it kind of works. Then what else? We've got this resistance to moisture as well, which is this angled back here. Sweet. Just fleshing this out. Cool content messaging. So it's the best for hikers. I'm going to just get rid of the general saying it's the best for hikers because that's kind of this cold angle. Best insulated socks for really cold walk/sleeping in socks. So kind of jumping around a little bit, but that's just how my brain works. Some other hook variations. We could go back to Reddit, but I'm just going to think about it. Have your feet ever gotten cold on a really cold hike? Something like that. Have your feet ever felt like they are going to freeze off on a really cold hike? So just using a bit more dramatic language there to hook people in. Got the toe warmers, got that. So we're asking for 3 hook variations, so we probably want to give them 3 hook variations and ideas. We probably want to use something even more dramatic with the cold, because obviously people can kind of get, health issues from the cold of their feet. So we can just come back to ChatGPT, go, what are some main risks of your feet getting cold on hikes? So we've got frostbite, that's kind of an obvious one. Hypothermia, trench foot. We do have to be a little bit careful about the claims we're making, because I don't really want to go as far as frostbite because I don't know enough about it. It'd be a bit irresponsible. But blisters, obviously we know that the product can help blisters already. So we're combining 2 kind of features. We're keeping the cold hook, but we're also talking about blisters with it as well, which I think will be good. We know that's good. So did you know that cold weather, cold hikes can increase your chances of getting blisters due to the moisture? Cool. And then we've got that crazy hook, but then we've got the solution here as well. So this brief is starting to look pretty good. The one thing that I actually forgot to do is also the call to action, which is basically what you need to say at the end. We might just put this in the deliverables as well, because sometimes you can actually ask for more than one call to action. 1 times call to action. So the call to action down here can be buy now at URL, like pretty much. And you can put anything there. You could even do like if you've got an offer, so like buy 1, get 1 free here as well. The other cool content messaging, we might want to be like free returns as well. Free returns and exchanges. Or we could even go a little bit further and have our 100-day satisfaction guarantee. Free returns. Cool. So this is starting to take shape. The way that I can see this ad going is the person goes, toe warmers aren't the best way to keep your feet warm. And then they go, did you know about there's actual socks that are the best socks out there for this? You can either use them when you sleep or walk. And then how does it work? It's like alpaca fibers are partially hollow, which allows them to insulate more with air pockets. This sock is, and you don't really need to fill them in about your business too much. They're going to fill that in themselves. And then they're going to go, there's a 100-day satisfaction guarantee with these socks. You've got to try them. You can buy 1, get 1 free here, or buy 1 at domain. That's kind of how the ad is going to play out. Now we're going to have the 3 hook variations that we're asking for, so we can kind of mix and match that. We might even just use their hook and then add a bunch of other footage that we're going to shoot ourselves on iPhone and use images, whatever. But yeah, realistically, we're going to get all of this in raw format. So across all of it, I think that there's some really interesting things for very experienced hikers. So it's worth saying this is a bit more experienced, because the beginner hikers probably aren't going on crazy cold hikes. I could be wrong about that. Again, I'm lacking a bit of knowledge in here, but I think the best way to get information is action. So yeah, how do we, what do we do now? Basically, we've got to copy and paste this whole brief, and we're going to go to one of these emails. So I'm going to come to this Gmail. And we might have to just actually screenshot this. This is probably why Google Docs was better to use initially, but we can put it here. And we've got the brief attached. Now, what will we say? We want to actually make this tailored. Now, ideally, you would actually use the email that is linked to your website. You want to use Davey at the Oodie to actually send it to them so they know you're not a scammer. And we can just do UGC creation alpaca socks. And the email can just be as follows. I'll give you this template. We just don't want to sound like a robot. So this creative here. For my brand, I'm just going to make this a template for everybody. You guys aren't going to be able to use this part, but that's okay. I'm just wondering if I leverage the Oodie. Cool. So we've got, hey Samantha, love your UGC on X. Your AI tool is just what we need. So just personalizing it so they know you're not just spamming them. I'm looking to get some UGC created, and you can just insert your brand name there. You're obviously going to have to delete this, but I would add a personalized thing about yourself here. You may already know me in the e-com space. My name is David Fogarty, and I grew the Oodie to 700 million sales. Yours might be up-and-coming dropshipper that has launched a couple of successful brands that have done $1 million in sales, whatever. Or, you know, I'm confident that I'm finally going to hit a winner. I don't know, maybe you've run an agency before. Just add something personal there so that they know that you're good. Attaches the brief that I'd love for you, to work with you on. There's plenty of long-term work and other creative angles we can do. Can you please outline your rate to complete this project? So they'll come back, and your estimated delivery time after the product arrives. So really putting a time constriction on these projects is important, because some of these UGC creators, they will just not send it for ages, and we're in a rush here. So next step is I'm actually going to send this to like 15 creators, because I want to find, you know, get the whole range of pricing and compare them all. Now, all I'm going to do to find these creators is I'm going to do UGC creator on TikTok and also influencers, searching them in. But I'm also going to really look hard for anyone that's done hiking or just looks like they're doing hiking, or someone just in the outdoor space, so I can make sure that I get someone that can authentically sell the product. But yeah, I'll let you know how they respond, and we can book some of them in. So pretty much what we're going to do is we've got all the talking points from just the copywriting, all of the stuff that we've been doing. We've got a shot list, right? Whenever you do user-generated content, the exact same way that we were briefing in these content creators, this is all they're doing. They're getting that brief that we're providing them, and I'm giving the brief to Alex today. And I'm just going to get him to say the words in different situations. We're also going to just be capturing footage in different situations, because we want all of this footage in Google Drive so that we can pull and match different hooks and different body footage as well, so that eventually we get a good creative. And I'm going to show you how to edit all of those videos as well. But yeah, realistically, we're just going to get started now. So it doesn't matter too much, because it's user-generated content in terms of like quality. You want it to be visible, you want it to have good audio, but it doesn't need to be a very polished scene, if that makes sense. So we're just going to get started now. So obviously Alex is going to be filming himself a lot, but for the things that he can't film himself, I'm just going to film them now. And if you can not look at the camera, that would be really
Sorry.
Yeah. That looks really crisp. Stand up. Jump. Cool. So we want both we want close-up imagery, close-up videography, sorry, and we also went further away as well, because generally you're going to be like setting the scene and then showing things that are closer. Cool, now we're going to get him to grab the iPhone and put it on selfie mode. And the first talking point that we want, and we probably need to get the socks in it somehow, so maybe sit where you were sitting before and just basically be like, do your feet get heaps hot and sweaty, that hook, just something natural along those lines.
Yep.
These socks are these socks are a game changer.
Do your feet get hot and sweaty when you're on the tools? Well, these alpaca socks are made out of alpaca fibers, which is super smooth and cooling.
Yeah, that was good. But let's do it in two. Do your feet get super hot when they're on the tools? These socks are made out of alpaca fibers. Just get there.
Okay.
Sherlock, come out.
Let's be a star. Do your feet get hot and sweaty when you're on the tools? Well, these are the new alpaca socks.
No.
Wait, what was it?
These alpaca socks are made out of alpaca fibers.
Alpaca fiber, okay. Because of these fibers, it leads to less pressure and more ventilation, so your feet stay cooler throughout the day.
They're perfect for any tradie.
They're perfect for any tradie.
And now just give me a call to action, which is like, the crazy thing is there's a buy one, get one free sale at the moment.
Yeah. The crazy thing is these guys have a buy one, get one free right now, so go check them out.
Awesome, that was great.
Nice.
Obviously, if you can use a family member or a friend, but you can also use actors for this. Like a lot of brands are just using actors for their user-generated content because all they need to do is be convincing and all they need to do is memorize lines. Cool, I think that looks really good because you can see all the tools in the background, like the work site. Yeah.
So I'm on site right now and it's like 100 degrees outside, but here's my secret to staying cool all day. These alpaca socks. They're made out of alpaca fibers, which is way better than wool, way better than cotton. There's less compression, which means there's more ventilation, which means my feet stay cool all day. And the best part is they are moisture wicking, which means that you do not get blisters on your feet. And if you want these, they're a life changer. Go check them out on their website.
Boom. That was awesome. That was great.
Moisture wicking, is that the right term I use?
Perfect.
Okay, good.
That was good. I think that's a good tradie angle. Let's get some just B-roll now.
Yep.
Of you. We probably need shorts, eh? Oh, there we go. Yeah,
I'll roll them up.
Let's get you pretending on the tools.
Yeah. Do there any tools, any saws, any hammers, nails?
Dude, I wouldn't even trust you with a hammer.
No. I'd probably swing it.
I'd trust you with a camera.
Is there a shovel I can pretend to shove dirt with? Surely they leave something around.
Oh, here's a staple gun.
No way.
It doesn't. Yeah. Put the gun closer to your foot. Yeah. Perfect.
Measure.
See, that looks good. So now all we're going to do is we're just going to keep repeating that. Different hooks, different call-out actions, different points that we're talking about with the socks, scenarios and stories that we've researched from our customer, getting Alex to repeat those. And I'm going to do that all for the tradie angle. But then we're going to go down to where I actually have alpacas as well, which is kind of lucky. And we're going to shoot some content down there for the hiking angle as well. We're going to shoot some longer form content, a little bit more polished. But yeah, we're also going to shoot some content using the animals as a props because remember, we're just trying to get attention. We don't want to be like everybody else, everyone else's sock adverts. So yeah. So just see these alpacas behind me? They're not happy. And that's because I just made these socks from their wool.
Quick, they're going.
All right. You see these alpacas?
No. They're on that side.
You see these alpacas? You see how they're not happy? Well, I just made these socks out of their wool.
You need to frame them more. So you need to go fully horizontal and point at them.
Okay.
Yeah, like that.
You see these alpacas? They're not very happy. And here's why. I made socks out of their wool. Whether you're out for a day hike or tackling a multi-day trek, there's always one thing that seems inevitable. Here's the problem. Your socks are failing you. The truth is most socks aren't built for hikers. And when you're miles from camp, the last thing you need is a blister slowing you down. Oh my God. Let me just do that last line again. Let's do that last one again. So what's next? Right now you can get Peak Textile Alpaca socks on sale. Click the link below and get yours today. And say goodbye to blisters, soggy socks, and foot pain.
Yeah, keep presenting and show the socks. Yeah. Cool. Go. Yeah, and hold them up a bit to your chest and then stretch them. Yeah, stretch them. There we go. So now we've got to edit the user-generated content that we just created. So typically, if you're using a UGC creator, they're going to send you a bunch of files. How do we organize them? How do we create different edits, different pacing, different angles, that kind of stuff? Now, you can actually just use your phone. You can go into Instagram editor and cut it up. You can also just use your phone for CapCut as well. And you can also use CapCut on your desktop, which I'm going to use today. I think using desktop is best because you can drag and drop and see the layers a little bit easier, but using your phone, it's going to make things feel very native as well, because you're basically creating it in Instagram and the ad's going to be shown on Instagram. So don't be afraid to do that if you want to just completely free edit it. Now, I'm on CapCut Pro today. You don't need that necessarily, but sometimes you get certain features like enhanced voice that you want, especially if you're spending money behind these ads. But use the free versions if you don't have any money, as always. So I am now in CapCut here. So I'm going to go to all of the files that I shot, and I'm going to just find one that's nice and easy for me to edit without too many different files. So I'm just going to drag this one in. No, that's 2 seconds. So this version here. Now I'm just going to drag this file in, and then I'm going to play it here.
If you're wearing everyday normal socks, check this out.
So really nice hook. People are kind of curious, is like, why is he holding this sock? What's wrong with my everyday socks?
Right.
The only issue with this video is he doesn't look like a tradie. He wasn't wearing a high vis. He is in the tradie site, which will capture that demographics attention. But like, we're going to have to just call that out using what's called a title. So pretty much with your editing the UGC, you have a few options. The first thing you can do is add titles, and then you can add captions as well. Captions are auto-transcribed of them speaking. And this is because not many people are using audio when they're scrolling through Instagram. They're muted because they're in bed or something like that. So we want to add captions as well to capture their attention. But titles is something that they didn't say that you actually want it to say. And it can be very, very effective. Again, we want this to look native. So we want to use a similar title that you'll find on Instagram or TikTok. But yeah, the other thing with this video, I'll just fast forward here, is there's a really long pause here. You can't have any long pauses. Quick, like they should stop speaking and then start speaking again. There should be no, if you watch this start, he doesn't start speaking for like half a second, right? This is just too long. You want them to start speaking straight away. So these are the things that we can start tidying up here. So to cut things, by the way, guys, I'm not a CapCut editor. I'm just zooming in here so I can see where the audio lines are here, and we can just cut here. Okay, cool. So I'm just using the keyboard shortcut W to cut, but you can just click these things up here if you're confused. It's like you create a split and then you can just delete that bit. I just deleted the whole video.
If you're wearing it every day,
see, he's now speaking very quickly. So I'm just going to trim this first before adding any titles or anything like that. So this bit, I wish he was speaking during it. There's just too much silence. But anyway, that is what it is. I'm wondering if we can fix that in another way. But anyway, so this big silence here can be cut. So I'm just going to split this into two things. And then I can see the audio start speaking there. So I'm going to pull this all the way here. Now it should be gone. So
it's on your feet. And then you have these out.
See how much quicker that is? Then we got more silence here, which is not great. But anyway.
It falls right off because it's moisture wicking materials. It's hollow fibers, just like a real alpaca. When they're out in the rain.
Sweet. So I think that's all good. So only 2 cuts in this one. Now, if you wanted to, you can add more footage over the top of this, like B-roll. Like when he says, just like a real alpaca in this, we could drag a real alpaca over it getting rained on, but I'm not going to do that for this one. I'm going to keep this super raw.
Safe, dry, and safe from blisters. If you're wearing...
Cool. So now I've got that done. What I can do is I can add my captions. Now, ratios. Let's talk about this. So this is a 9:16, 9 across, 16. You always start with a cross. That is good for stories dimensions, but we want our ads to run on dimensions for 4 to 5 because that's what the Instagram feed is and the Facebook feed. But we also want to run it for 9:16 because we also want stories. So we're going to have to create 2 videos here. I'm just going to finish off the 9:16 and then I'm going to show you how to change it to a 4 to 5 as well and export both of them. So I want to come into text at the top, and I want to create auto captions. This isn't a pro feature, which is good for those people that want to use it. So I'm just going to click generate, take a few seconds. So one thing that you'll notice about these captions is they're really long, like it just sits there and there's not enough movement. So it's just sitting there. Like you just want movement. You want to keep people with ADHD just watching pretty much. You want hyper dopamine content. So I'm going to click this. So you can highlight them all, and then you've got all of the captions here. And I can just click enter, and it will put it into a new line. And we just want 1 or 2 words. We want them to all be a similar length if possible. So like you can see this one's maybe a bit too long. Let me just see how that looks. It's cool. It's still too slow. So I'm going to start that again. Do it a little bit smarter. Sweet. So I'm going to, if you're in your everyday, so I'm just going to keep it super quick like this. Spread all of these out. Stop letting them be a bit bigger here. And if you see any words that aren't spelt right, this is your time to change them. The Instagram editor is really struggles with. So brewer packer, that's obviously just like an alpaca. We can add some like ... dots. Cool. Oh, keep clicking that button.
If you're wearing your everyday normal sock,
so it says if you're wearing, but that says if you're in. Sorry, this is a bit boring, guys. If you are, and we want it capitalized. If you're wearing your everyday normal socks. Cool.
If you're wearing your everyday normal socks, check this out.
Sweet. And then just click through, make sure it's all good. So that one's a bit too long. I'm going to cut that. Cool. And that should all match. Sweet. Now we can just highlight all of this, and we're going to change it to a different caption. So this one looks pretty good. This one's used a fair bit. You can clearly see what's going on. Now, I just want one more title. So
If you're wearing your everyday normal socks, check this out.
I just want to add a text layer. Add text, default text.
If you're wearing your everyday,
and I'm just going to drag that down. And I just wanted at the start just to, again, deal with that, like, who's this video for? The ultimate socks for builders. Cool. And now we want the background color to be, we want the color to be black. Then we want the background color to be white, because that's going to match like what Instagram is. So go white, and then we want it like that. Now it looks like that Instagram section. So we can drag this down a little bit, and let's see how it looks.
if you're wearing your everyday normal socks,
Cool. We probably want it down a bit more. Then I'm 16, maybe shrunk a bit.
if you're wearing your
Boop.
if you're wearing your everyday normal socks, check this out.
Cool. I think that looks pretty good.
Oh,
I wonder if we can speed this bit up to make it look a little bit better. Let me just watch it through.
if you're wearing your everyday normal socks, check this out. Absorbs right into the sock. That's going to be with you all day long. Sweaty, stinky, thin material that's going to build friction and build blisters on your feet. And then you have these alpaca socks, right?
Cool. I do wonder if we could do like a little circle around that. Might just be a little bit distracting. The other thing we can do is we can actually increase the scale of this as well, like zoom in a little bit more, which we can do with keyframes. Keyframes is actually a pretty important thing. I'll just show you how to do it. So that's actually going to make it blurry. So one other thing we can do is we can highlight this footage, and we can add this image enhancement. I've just added it. And also you can add audio, and you can go enhance voice, because we want to make sure that the voice is very clear. But this video, we used the iPhone and it was pretty quiet, so it looks pretty good. So this is ready to export. So I'm just going to change this to 1080 to 1350. Click save. Now all I need to do with this one is increase the size and scale of my clip. So just scaling it up to 143%. 143. Whatever, I'm sure there's a better way to do this. But you can see now that it looks a little bit weird with the captions. I just want to make sure the captions are sitting in a good spot. And also, so I just want to drag these down a bit. So you can't see his face in this, which is kind of not good for emotional connection. So we just need to drag him down a bit, making sure that we can see it. Just at the start, it's probably pretty important.
Cool. So if you're wearing your everyday normal socks, check this out. So now that title is getting in the way, so I'm going to get rid of it as soon as he starts tipping it. Check this out. Absorbs right into the sock. That's going to be with you all day long. Sweaty, stinky, thin material. That's it. Cool. Your feet are going to be safe, dry, and safe from blisters. If you're wearing... Sweet. So now I can export this as well as a 4:5 ratio. Now we've got both, and you can upload those into the ad account.
In today's episode, we're going to cover direct response advertising. Now, what is direct response advertising? Technically, all advertising has some level of call to action. Well, most do anyway. Typically, what most people are doing on Facebook and all of the brands that you see, including Udi, is we have like a 45-second video and we're calling out just like one problem within the video. We're talking about the product, and then we probably have like a buy now or something like that as a call to action. That is technically direct response, but there's this kind of whole industry within most, like both e-commerce, service-based info, just everything that is more refined, more described as direct response. If we took the opposite of direct response advertising, we'd get brand advertising. Now, this is like billboards, the Super Bowl commercials, it's all of that kind of stuff. It's magazine advertising. There's no real direct action or direct response that they're calling upon. And the reason why a lot of people don't talk and learn about direct response advertising is because it's really difficult. It takes a lot of time. And sometimes it can be a little bit gray and black hat, meaning that they do some dodgy stuff. A lot of affiliates where they simply get paid by, they don't have a product or anything like that. They're just very, very good at creating these landing pages, creating these ads and getting people to click and take action. And therefore they're so good at it that brands will pay them to do all of their acquisition and give them a cut for it. So it's a great skill to have. And it is very, very difficult. I think it's a very important skill to have if you are going to be in a very competitive space with a product that is somewhat confusing, that has a large amount of objections, or needs to be explained. The two formats of direct response advertising that I'm going to teach you is advertorials, which is a long form article that looks similar to a news article, like an unbiased news article that can be very, very long, like 20 minutes to read almost. It can vary in size. And then there's also VSLs, which is video sales letters, which is similar to advertorials, slightly different structure, but these can be 5-minute ads to 20-minute ads. Even there's VSLs out there like over an hour. And what you can see that the benefit of those and the format is we have a great opportunity to educate the consumer on why they need the product or how the product works as well. If we took something like Udi, and this is why we don't do advertorials and VSLs for Udi, it's very obvious what the value proposition of the product is. It's a fluffy wearable blanket. I don't know if I could write a huge article talking about the fluffy wearable blanket. And it's really important to keep them engaged of it and disrupt their objections. So most clothing brands, they're not going to work for direct response. Whereas if I then go, okay, I'm selling knee braces or something medical where there's this huge problem that there's a lot of other competitors as well, and we need to describe the story and describe the objections and also the solution mechanism, then suddenly it works, and it works better. And the reason why it works better, I like to think of the analogy of like the 100-meter sprint in the Olympics. The winner that runs that race is going to take 90% of the prize. Nobody remembers second. And it's very similar to in direct response advertising in a competitive space. If you can use these formats that I'm about to tell you to increase conversion rate by 0.5%, so their website's converting at 2.5%, yours is converting at 3%, then you can spend and take a huge lion's share of that industry, which is already massive to begin with because it's competitive and you'll take all of that prize money. The person that's first in the 100-meter sprint gets all of the prize money. The person that uses direct response to increase conversion rate and also average order value using aggressive order bumps and aggressive offers will also allow them to spend much, much more on advertising. So the conversion rate gets increased because you are using a story-based medium. So you're going to see a couple of examples in a second, but you're basically telling a first-person story or a story from an expert. The most emotionally engaging way that we can communicate to each other is through stories. So that then gives us the conversion rate boost. And same with VSLs, we're telling a story in the video sales letter. And then the average order bump is done through unique design, which you're never going to see on the Apple website because they're going to protect their brand. They don't want to be too salesy and aggressive. But I've seen direct response brands that have 3 to 5 upsells on their page. They might sell a pack of 5 and they might be drastically strike through and discounted for the majority of their life, which is somewhat grey hat. Now, on the flip side, those tactics, a lot of people will say that they are an antonym to brand because they are somewhat emotionally manipulative. They're not sometimes consistent with the brand messaging because they are somewhat salesy and pushy. Nobody likes a salesperson. People say that disrupts brand. As Alex Hormozi said, he was talking about recently how he loved direct response in his early days and now he's more on the brand side because that brand goodwill compounds quicker than revenue. So he would rather build the brand side of things. I think that is very valid, and Udi wouldn't be where it is without its brand. But at the same time, if you're just starting out, and this is what this series is about for beginners, learning direct response tactics and implementing them within your business is one of the quickest ways to mitigate the fact that you are launching a saturated product, which we've talked about. I've told you how to avoid that. But even if you do a saturated product with these strategies, you'll make millions of dollars. That's the truth if you execute on them well. But don't expect to be very, very good at this stuff. This is an own craft in itself. But there are some really, really easy ways that we can kind of hack the process and get some early results, which I'm going to show you. The one final thing that I will say about this is there seems to be a massive demographic difference between people that respond to this form of advertising versus another. You're going to see these examples in a second. If me as a person went onto some of these websites, I would think they're a scam. It's almost like we are so conditioned to like Shopify's checkout and the simple Shopify layout. We see it across all of the brands we trust, Nike, Gymshark, this kind of stuff. So suddenly when we see designs and funnels that are off these sites, we get, our hairs kind of stand up and we're like, is this a scam? And this is why you'll rarely see a direct-to-consumer e-commerce brand that's doing direct response, that is selling very well, that doesn't have an audience above 40 as their main demographic. So that's just one thing to kind of think about and qualify, is this right for me? But most people that are scaling and running brands, to be honest, their demographics already on Facebook, their demographics are already over 30 years old, up to like 55. This is simply because their platform is now aging quite heavily. So for most people, it is going to work. So let's dive in and look at some example advertorials. Then I'm going to show you how to write an advertorial using ChatGPT. And then we can do something in VSL. I'll give you a copy of this document on millionaires.com. And I'll just show you some example advertorials as a first step. So the first section of advertorials that we have are pain-based. And obviously, we always talk about having a pain point for our product. When I'm saying pain here, I literally mean pain. Like they are hurting. They're physically hurting. And now you guys can see what an advertorial looks like. It's like an unbiased advertisement, feels like an unbiased news article. Note that they all have advertorial at the top. This is a legal compliance. Otherwise, it's very, very deceptive. You can't actually pretend to be a news article. That's not right. And I'll talk a little bit more about the compliance as we go through this. Obviously, this is a higher risk kind of form of advertising, and you need to make sure that you are compliant. So this is a pain-based article. I'm just going to read the headlines just quickly. So finally, there's a simple way to combat foot pain caused by obesity. This one is about also foot pain. And then this is about your lymph nodes, I think. Anyway, that's a couple of formats. So if your product is solving pain, advertorial is probably going to be more effective than running a Shopify landing page. That's just the truth of it, just a simple product page. The next examples that we've got is safety. Now, if your product can make people feel safer, it's going to be pretty awesome to do an advertorial as well. So this is a device that pumps up air tires. Yeah, a portable air pump. And this one is about fires and safety within the home. So if your product can make it safer, this one is applicable for all brands technically, which is business success. And I've seen these work every now and then where you kind of talk about this is the most viral product on TikTok, blah, blah, blah. And this one is like, keep warm with this heater that's working really well. You can talk about the founder success story for any business, of course, and you can tell about the sales. I find this because it is not about what it can do for the customer, but more so bragging in the first instance from the hook everyone is kind of clicking on. It's far less effective. And I've seen lots of people that are just like, oh, advertorials don't work for me. And it's like, yeah, but you're just kind of talking about yourself too much. You want to talk about what is in for the customer. So this technically will work for everyone, but I see the one that works best for is still when there is such a large technical either pain point, safety point, or like certain like shock value within the product value proposition as well. So the last one is shock. You're really just trying to disrupt or scare people, which a lot of people do. So this is, I guess, somewhat health as well. But this is the Pet Lab Co., one of the best direct response brands that's existed in the past 5-10 years. And they're the perfect example, right? They're selling pet supplements, one of the most difficult spaces to scale, one of the best lifetime value, because dogs can't really complain about their supplements, so people just keep buying them. They just launched a product page with this exact product and a couple of Facebook ads at 45 seconds. No way are they going to win. No way are they going to scale to over 200 million, which I believe they're at. Then this one's, again, I guess these are all still health, but at the same time, I just find that they're trying to really shock an existing belief, which technically all advertorials do. You get the idea. So they all look pretty similar. They've all got the really strong hook, which we're going to break down the formatting now. When you're writing an advertorial, there's kind of 4 main things that I see work, which is the first one is the first person story. So this can be a customer. There's a really good story from Peter Kell, who's really amazing at VSLs. And he talked about how he surveyed his customers, and one of the women was just like, oh, the most embarrassing thing happened to me when I was sitting down and the person across the table, I was on a date, and they licked their finger and tried to wipe the dark spot off, which happens when you're aging. And they then incorporated that into the advertisement as this person telling that story. And you'll be shocked at how many people would have experienced that with the problem set, with that problem. And that's why it works really well. So getting either a customer or you to write the first person story is a really good format. The next is an expert story. So typically you'll see like a doctor writing what they think. Secondhand story is where you're just saying, this is what I found out, this is what I saw, blah, 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 rather than, hey, this is me writing the article. And then a news article is probably more of like a generalized, this is a factual thing rather than like a narrative, so to speak. So this one looks like it's a bit more secondhand story. So how John rather than how I. This is a first person story. See my neuropathy. And then this is by doctor. This is an authoritative expert story. Yeah, this is a bit more like a news article. So it's not really like a first person narrative. This is first person. So once we know what format we're going to run, now with the expert story, you're going to have to find an expert and you're going to have to work with them on the next things that we do. You might have to work with a copywriter. They might be amazing at copy and they can just write it. With a first person story, as I said, you can survey customers. Secondhand story is exactly the same. A news article is probably easier to write initially if you don't have these stories, but to be completely honest, they're the least effective because you are not doing your homework, you're not finding a narrative. Again, these stories are the easiest thing for people to consume, as if someone's going to watch a 20-minute VSL, as if someone's going to watch an hour VSL. And it's like, it's because you don't have there's no such thing as a too long article. It's just too boring. So really focusing on surveys and telling a first-hand story and being captivating. So here are some general copy and design tips that you'll see throughout the advertorial. So short sentences. So when we look at like this, like you can see that they're varied sentence length, but there are still short sentences and they're all spaced out. This is just because it makes it so much easier to read. So there's the second one, just easy to digest. Don't use massive words because that's just confusing. Bold text for things that they need to read. You can see the use of bold text just to create some content hierarchy. Conversational language, as I said, one thing that with the conversational language is if you're selling to like doctors or you're selling like to biohackers, maybe you can use more scientific language. If you're selling makeup brushes, then chances are you want to use a little bit less scientific language simply because more conversational for that demographic for obvious reasons. So the final point I will say is the best advertorials, if you just removed all of the text and just looked at the headline and then the images, it should tell the story. So you've got foot pain, pills, you've got then a doctor can solve it. This is like what's exactly happening, like the nerves and whatnot, swollen ankles. And then it just kind of tells the story. Like they showed how it fixes with a 3D render and then the actual product, how it actually applies. And now they're all happy, smiling, laughing. So you see, if you remove it all, like this one here, I don't think the images are doing that same story. There's no 3D renders about how it works. Like there could be 3D renders of airflow, graphs, that kind of stuff. Like that is so obvious what it's doing. And you can see the images tell the story. So I think that that's one thing that is really important. This one's actually really good for the images. You can see them going through, finding the product, how it applies, expert, the product itself, the progress shots, that kind of stuff. Really, really powerful. So how do we do it? Let's go into the structure. All of these advertorials are going to follow pretty much the same structure. The first thing is a headline. So I like to make it a very authoritative, credible source. And one thing I'm going to talk about a lot is like open loops and closed loops, which means like a statement that opens curiosity and then you close that later on and give them the answer. But we need to create curiosity so that people read every single line. That is the goal. We're trying to educate them throughout it. So let's break down a couple of these headlines. The final one is provocative language. Like don't say like borrow, say steal, don't say dislike, say hate, these kind of things. You've got to be really, really strong in the language that you use. So let's break down a couple of these headlines. So finally, there's a simple way to combat foot pain caused by obesity. Here's how. So like finally, like really kind of dramatic language, which is really good. Then my doctors told me that there's no cure for my neuropathy, but then I discovered an alternative solution that erased pain and tingling for good. One thing they probably surveyed here is a customer has told them a story that their doctor said it wasn't going to work. And they are assuming that that's happened a lot, or they're assuming that people just not even go to the doctors to get this because they've heard that the doctors are going to say that. Just like, I'm not talking about the ethics and stuff here, guys. I'm just talking about like probably what's going on behind the scenes. But then I just discovered an alternative solution that raised pain and tingling for good. One thing to note here, guys, they haven't said this foot massager or this foot TENS device or whatever this actually is. Yeah, it's a massager, is going to solve my foot pain forever. Because that's like a open and closed loop in the headline. You have now created an ad. You haven't created a news article. So you're never selling until like literally the end of this advertising, because we've got to take people on the journey. People don't want to be sold to. This is why most of these, aside from the business success stories, again, why I don't like them too much, is like they're not really talking about the product too much. See, like doesn't mention the product here. It will mention the product like literally like down here pretty much as the solution mechanism. So that's just one thing to really think about. The headline is definitely something we're going to test a lot, you know, where there's so many different ways we can frame the headline, and it's above the fold, meaning that when you first click on it, you see it. Old newspaper term that once they, it was like above the fold in the newspaper, and then they would fold the newspaper out. So this is something that we're going to test. 3 weird signs, that provokes a lot of emotion as well. Like that's the language that I'm trying to talk about. I think that this one that was the doctor, this one, like very authoritative as well. So yeah, I think there's some good examples. The next thing that we want to do is go to the subheadline or subheading. And this can also be a little bit kind of in the first paragraph as well. I think one thing that a lot of people do here is they're going to use qualifying statements. So you want to break down, is this article for this person? So you can see here, this here, if you're struggling with lymphedema in your legs, calves, feet, or ankles, or if your legs feel like they're 1,000 pounds, again, that 1,000 pounds is probably from a review or somewhere. Read this short article now before you do anything else. They have now qualified, will it be a smart investment of your time to read the rest of this article? Let's see if we can find another few qualifying statements. So, and a qualifying statement here could be, do you have a home in a high-risk fire area or something like that? Or do you cook with grease a lot? Like that would be a qualifying statement for this one. They're not using it. This one would be like, are you road tripping a lot or something like that? So I think qualifying statements are really good to introduce. And if they're not introduced within the subheader, so the subheadline, they're probably going to be introduced pretty quickly in the first paragraph. You can see here, if you hate being cold, but you don't want to raise your heating bill, like that's a qualifying statement. So I think that makes sense. You can add reviews as well. Like you see a lot of people add reviews quite high up. Yeah, so they do put a little bit of social proof up front. That's something that you can test. So moving on, yeah, you can summarize the article and the promised solution that you're about to have. So let's take a knee brace, for example. You're going to summarize what you're going to be talking about within the article and then give them the fact that you can solve it. Again, we're not selling the product. We're not saying this knee brace is going to solve your knee pain. There is a solution if you read on that it will solve your knee pain and you'll never have it again if you do this for 45 minutes a day or something like that. So it's pumping that up. And then you've also got the author, which can sometimes be important. If you've got a credible, authoritative person, then definitely use that there. So then we got the hero image. Now, this is again something that we'll definitely test. This is more of a stock image. I'm not totally sold on that one. There a lot of movement and GIFs or whatever you want to call it can be really good because people are starting to read this and it just captures attention. And you're really just trying to display what is going to happen in the article or really create an emotional response that people can relate to within that image. So if this was just a simple stock image, let me grab like this one. If it was just this, honestly, as the top image, it's just not strong enough. Like it doesn't create any curiosity. It doesn't create any emotion. Yeah, so that's the hero image animation. Before and afters can work really well here. Just sometimes Facebook can get a bit funny about them. But yeah, start telling the story with images. Some people won't read. I talked about that. The next thing that we're going to do is describe the problem. So we want to relate to the customer's story and basically have them go, this is a really big problem for me. Sometimes you can be communicating to people that already understand that there's a problem, they're problem aware. Some people you actually need to describe the problem that they might have never thought of. And you kind of need to understand that difference. We'll take an example. Let's grab this one. So he's introduced himself, he's added his credibility, more credibility there. You name it, I've seen it. So again, this is kind of all just authoritative stuff. Then we're talking about lymphedema, so bad. There will be a point where they talk about the problem. Well, the problem's kind of obvious. Like if your legs are looking like that, there's a problem. So that's basically what he's doing here. So I can barely walk to the bathroom because of neuropathy. And by the way, one beautiful thing about advertorials and direct response from advertising, you would probably be able to find these guys advertising this whole body massager with a completely different angle that has nothing to do with neuropathy. Like this is the thing, the best products, that what they're doing is they're trying to find the best pockets on Facebook and the best problem sets to write these articles. And this is where sometimes it can get a bit diluted with brand. It's just like, are you solving neuropathy? Are you solving foot pain? Are you solving ability to perform as an athlete? The whole body massager probably can solve all of those issues. And therefore, like they will run all of these different advertorials. Now that's sometimes antonym to like building a brand because it's inconsistent. Consistency is so important, knowing what you stand for. So anyway, back to it. Just describing the problem initially. But that's not even the worst part. What pains me the most is I'm a burden to my family. So that's kind of like really reinforcing what the problem is and why it's a problem, which is good. The other thing about describing a problem is a lot of these people will use science very early on. You can see these people talking about the swelling, why it is actually a problem, and how the problem actually works a little bit more. So then we've got challenge the existing solutions. Now, this is like we're trying to create cognitive dissonance between what they already believe and what they probably already tried and why our solution is better. Well, that our solution is going to come a bit later, but really using metaphors and how you've stumbled upon this belief. It's almost like you're telling them a secret and you're trying to educate them, because if we already know the content, we're going to bounce off. We're going to be like, we don't want to directly instantly challenge their beliefs like outright. We want to nurture them along it. So it's like, you think knee pain is because of inflammation. They're like, yeah, I do think that, but this is why the inflammation is actually happening. You might have thought it was because of your joints, but actually it's because of your diet. And that's like, yes, they agree with you, but here's the real reason. And that's kind of what you can start. You start to shift them away from that belief. Then we've got find the solution. So certain ones like this is like the inventor's story, I think works really well. So it's like, how did you discover this solution? And it can be, my example was like, I put a ton of blankets on me for weighted blankets when I was testing out the product, and then tested mine, and it was super calming. And that can be a story. It's a pretty lame story, but you can probably get one that's a little bit better than that. So the invention story, how the new solution works. So now we're starting to talk about the product in itself and how it works, but we're not talking about our product. We're not selling yet. We're talking about the science, the benefits, the features of this product, but we're not saying the calming blanket does this. It's like the weighted blanket is known for this. Well, like it is a bit of a subtle difference, because we need them to really read all of this section, because this is where we're going to educate them. So sometimes it can be like firsthand stories of like what happened when you use it, before and afters, instructions on how to use it. It's like, wow, the first time that I actually put it on, it tingled, but then the pain went away straight away. And again, real story, what's really going to be powerful here. Then we go to like, what was the outcome? Like, how long did it take to get results? Remember, everyone wants a solution to all of their problems, but if it's going to take a lot of time, money, and effort, they're not going to want that solution. So towards the end of the solution, you probably want to be talking a little bit more and more frequently about the product itself. And then you come to like, what was the outcome after you use it? So how long did it take to get results? Now, time is also a massive objection, as well as price. Like if we can reduce the time that it takes someone to get the desired results compared to the alternatives, as well as make it affordable, people are going to be far likely to buy. So talk about that. What were some potential negatives? Now, by framing some potential negatives or disqualifying a certain demographic that we don't want because they're not going to see success for it, we can actually build trust with people that we do want, and we can reduce returns, all of that kind of stuff. And what was something really surprising? Like what's something that they can expect from that? You can even talk about competing products in this situation as well. It's like my usual portable heater smelt kind of like it was burning all the time. This one didn't do that. So that can be really good. You can also talk a bit about your service here. Then we've got testimonials and social proof. So I'll just show you how some of these work. Now, I think the interesting thing about reviews when people add them is it's a great way to get some custom imagery and videos and whatnot on there. But typically, it's just basically reinforcing a lot of the stuff that we've talked about. So I've used it for an hour or more in 50-minute increments and it hasn't run out. So talking about charge as a question. So it's just a great way to very easily insert objection handling. So it doesn't even need to be 100% in line with what the article is about. It's just like, you're trying to address it's almost like a frequently asked questions section that can really reinforce and build trust. So you definitely use some reviews. Now, one thing you'll notice about the formats of these, like this kind of looks like a little bit like Amazon, but some people use like Facebook comments and stuff in their reviews. I don't know if that's 100% allowed, but they're just trying to make it as unbiased as possible and real. So yeah, maybe check into that if that's allowed in your country. And then we go to the call to action. Now, this is where I think a lot of people go wrong. So one thing that works well is price anchoring and framing. So let's just check out some of these ones. This has got like an offer here, which is like might be buy one, get one free, or a recent a sale. Another thing is price justification. It's just like, always think about like the old school infomercials with this, but if like we could solve your foot pain forever, how much would you be willing to pay? $1,000, $500? And then it kind of builds from there. So this is like a value add. They give you a free course as well. So that's kind of part of the offer. 24 customer support. There's a ton of things that your business offers that you're not adding into the call to action, probably, that you can do here because you're using a long form and people are consuming the whole thing. So they're using scarcity as well. Check the availability, get 50% off. I can't find any price anchoring, but it's just like, it could be a clinic would charge you this much money for this solution. Our product is sold for this in the past, but for today, you can get it for this. So that's the kind of stuff that we can look there. Offers, free gifts, discounts, always urgency. The justification I've talked about. What will happen after you order. So just saying it'll be shipped within X amount of time, free returns, that kind of stuff. And then in the footer, you're always going to have disclaimers that it's an advertisement. Then most people will also have sources as well. Individual results may vary. So you just need to make sure you're compliant and work through that and understand that. I haven't gone too deep into compliance, so make sure that you're looking into it. See, here we go. Here's sources as well. I think that this is a really, necessary thing to do for compliance, but also a really good trustworthy thing, because a lot of these things that you're talking about within your article should be backed in science, and you need to have a valid reason why you're talking about them. So the more we can talk about, the better. So how would we get an advertorial done for our article? Now, I would strongly recommend, if you're just getting started and you know how to write a little bit, or you want to learn how to write, I highly recommend writing it yourself. Go onto these examples that I've seen, literally either write out their article again, and just every sentence when you write it out, like just copying it, just to learn it and just to see what they've written. You could even handwrite it all out just to get the feeling of what it looks like. Then go through and just build this structure from this, what I've shown here, and just be like, what is the key problem that I'm writing for? Which might be this, and what is the story that's behind it? And then just put dot points for all of like this kind of stuff. Make sure each line is just progressing, and is very, very engaging. Or you can use an editorial copywriter, which you can just go onto Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever. It's definitely a specialized form of writing. I wouldn't get a general social media writer to write it. It wouldn't work out. But you can just write an advertorial, and a bunch of those writers will pop up. You can pay $700, $1,200. Some of them, obviously the best in the world, are going to be like 10 grand or more. I know someone that paid 20 grand for a VSL to be written. It's a beautiful art, and people know what they're worth in that. But yeah, you can definitely pay them to do that. But if not, we can use ChatGPT just to get the bare bones. Now, the way that I would do this is I would come to ChatGPT. This is going to be no way like optimal, but we've already got this one here. So I've just said, list some core messaging I could use for a Facebook ad for alpaca socks and how they can keep your feet cool. What are some more interesting things about alpaca socks that can help me? So I'm just basically warming up ChatGPT here. Now I want to go and I want to write me an advertorial similar to this for my alpaca socks. The brand name is Peak Textile. Actually, I'll use this one because I don't want it to like the first person doctor story. And we can just punch that in. So, and then it's going to punch out an advertorial. Now, this is when I first heard about the thing. So this headline would definitely need to be punchier again. That's just talking about the business. So one thing that we could do is let's just refine it a little bit better. As an avid hiker, I've tried every kind of sock there is, from high-tech synthetics to fancy merino wool. So this will build out the story, and you can probably use something like this just as the first structure. But let's go to here and let's try adding. send this as well. And this is just expanding it out there. So I might keep tweaking this. You definitely probably want shorter sentences and first person story. And again, it's so much better if you can write the actual customer story and use that. But I think I'll be able to get a ChatGPT one just so I can show you how to put that into the store and actually how to build this advertorial funnel out. Let's go through VSLs and how they kind of differ. Now in the industry, a VSL is probably, well, most ads where you're kind of sitting in front of them talking to a camera, it could technically be a VSL. They're probably more so defined as, within the industry, a longer form video that's generally an interview style that is focused more on educating the consumer, especially in the early stage, rather than a hard sell straight away. So very similar to the advertorial. It definitely has notes of being unbiased, like the advertorial as well. You'll often see these video sales letters as YouTube, because YouTube, while it's a huge platform and you can advertise and spend massive money on it, it's still very hard to convert because you're really interrupting someone with a purpose that's trying to get to a piece of information. So we need to use the best practice of advertising to actually hook them in, educate them, make them, this is worth watching over the video that you were initially looking at. And it's just converts so well. It definitely, if it's going to convert on YouTube, it's probably going to convert on Facebook as well. So it's a really, really good format to learn. I think that I wish more brands in their early stages would take on a VSL and give it a go, especially by using an authoritative figure like a doctor or an expert in the subject, a product designer, that kind of stuff, to talk about the issues at hand and build this big, long video in the early stages of launching their brand so that they can use it as a modular content bank going forward across the board. So even if you're just doing 45-second UGC ads on Facebook, if you have this like one massive authoritative video when you're first launching, you can split that up, you can add it to certain parts, you can put it on your landing page. But more importantly, I think that we're going to try to build a VSL for our new separate funnel. And it's basically called a VSL funnel. So again, similar to advertorials, very viewer focused. We want to use a ton of visual cues and metaphors to take the person on the journey and explain what the issue is and how you're going to solve it. And you're going to constantly create open loops, closed loop. But let me just break it down, what the format is actually going to be. Then I'm going to show you some examples. Then I'm going to show you how to use ChatGPT to create one. Granted, it's not going to be absolutely dialed in, but at least it's going to give us the format and it's going to be very, very quick to do. So firstly, what is the format? Generally, the advertorials are going to follow this format. Firstly, it starts with the big problem or contrarian idea that you're going to address. And then secondly, it's going to be the problem. Like the difference between these two that I like to define them as is like the big problem or contrarian idea hooks them in. It needs to be somewhat controversial. And then the problem is like, why does the problem exist? So the whole first section is talking about the problem mechanism as a whole and what's going on. Then sometimes people go straight into the solution, but sometimes also people use the promise in the middle. So this could be like what they will get by finishing watching the video. They're going to get the solution to the problem. Then the solution, which is going to be obviously like kind of what your product does, or it's not even sometimes about the product specifically. It's more about how the solution actually works. Sometimes that can be kind of parallel to your product, but we're trying to avoid, for as long as possible, plugging our product. Then we've got the proof, which can be in forms of social proof, the testimonials, and it can also be in the proof of like the science behind our product as well. So how do we get a VSL and how do we start setting this up? The best platform that I use for this is VidTower. Now I'm going to add a couple of transcripts and some example videos into millionaires.com. So if you don't want to use another software, then that's fine because I'll pretty much have everything that you need there. But at the same time, I think that I just wanted to point out this is exactly where I've swiped all of these VSLs so that you can watch them. So we're going to go through and we're going to actually play a couple of these and learn about them. So I'm just going to crank
this. If you're a woman over 40 and you want to lose belly fat, stop doing endless workout.
So they've done a qualifying statement and what the problem is. If you want to, actually, they're about to say the problem, but they've done a qualifying statement there.
Want to know why those crazy workouts and bad eating plans aren't working long-term? because they don't fix the root cause of your problems. So you're always fighting against.
So again, she hasn't really described the problem just yet. She's just kind of qualifying, and she's using a contrarian idea that everyone believes that they need to do these crazy workouts, but she has a different solution that's coming soon.
Hence this hidden issue, and your results don't stick. And it's even worse for us women in our 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Cool. Again, just calling out the avatar, but she's, basically saying these workouts don't work.
Is the root cause of our problems, and how do we fix it? Well, these endless workouts and many so-called healthy foods are metabolism disruptors.
So what she's done there is she's created a certain packaging that makes you want to listen to the rest of the video. Again, every sentence within your VSL, considering this is a 5-minute video, I'm going to show a 40-minute one in a second, that needs to be strong, because otherwise they're just going to tune and churn out. So
they actually disrupt our metabolism.
Sorry, she was saying metabolism disruptors. You're like, tell me more. It's just a way to package the information that you're about to talk about. So it's kind of like an open loop.
And our hormones. So it's not your fault. I tell my clients all the time, you're not broken. It's these disruptors that are making it so much harder on you.
One thing that you often do with this kind of video is why you really need to know your customer is you're not trying to instantly tell them you're 100% wrong. Or you're telling them a solution straight away. You're really trying to align the video with what the person already believes and then make slight pushes.
So let me show you what's really going on and what you can do about it right now, despite your age or your situation.
So we're talking about the format that was there. So there was a landscape video, horizontal. Obviously, there's some VSLs that are vertical as well, and they blur the edges. But because this is running on YouTube, this is where I found this video through VidTower, is that it's obviously going to be landscape. Now, I've seen really great VSLs done on iPhone, handheld. I've also seen really great VSLs in studio setup like this. So what is probably best is one, to do the high level of production, but then also do the cheaper version as well, because you're writing a whole script for this. So you may as well get a beautiful camera set up and shoot it if you've got the budget. Obviously, if you're just starting out, you don't need this. You can just use your iPhone. But if I was, me personally launching a store, I would use a high level of production because I have the budget. And then I would also do an iPhone and film it that way as well, with a bit more movement, a bit less produce, just to see what works. Again, this is because it's such a long piece of content and you're making a bunch of sections within the VSL, that's it might talk about metabolism disruptors, but then it might talk about stubborn body fat as another problem. And there's a bunch of sections within it that sometimes you cut certain sections, sometimes you'll use testimonials in that part rather than the actual talking head person. So I like to think of them as really just kind of modular designs. And this is why I like to have one format in a high level of production and then one format with a bit more movement in the iPhone.
Okay, first.
So this is one of the best parts of VSLs that I think is often overlooked, is the use of props and metaphors. You're trying to get someone that is possibly very uneducated about your product to understand and be captivated. So this is what she's about to do here.
Imagine this container of water is our metabolism. And right now the water is clear, which means we have a fast metabolism. We are at our goal weight, we look good, and we feel good. But then this shows up. And this represents metabolism and hormone disruption.
Notice that she hasn't talked about the solution at all yet. It's all just the problem.
What are disruptors? Well, disruptors hide in lots of foods.
Chances are she's done this video sitting here this whole time without a transition, and other video that we just watched when she was standing there, she might have done 4 or 5 of those versions at a later date, trying to improve her hook. There's a good chance because sometimes the hook just doesn't work, but the core video is strong.
Then hide in so-called healthy foods and even in some beauty products. And when we're exposed to these disruptors, it can cause our metabolism to slow down and even our hormones to suddenly go out of whack. Just look, our metabolism and our hormones are all gunked up. This means we're now gaining weight. We have food cravings and excess hunger. We start to get those stubborn areas around our bellies that we can't see.
Still talking about the problem, still trying to relate to the customer and what they'd be experiencing and just building trust.
To get rid of. And so many of us women are told to just diet and exercise to fix these problems. But watch, if we're just dieting and exercising, you can see that not much happens. And that's because we haven't fixed the root cause of the problem.
Still, you don't even know the root cause of the issue, and we're 2 minutes in.
And the root cause of that problem is our metabolism and hormones are still gunked up with disruptors. So until we fix this, we may see a little progress, but then the weight just comes right back. And as the years go by, we're exposed to more and more disruptors. This is why so many women fail, and then they think the problem is their age. But the good news is age doesn't have to stop us. Once we fix
So it's really important to write out a bunch of common beliefs around your product and common situations just so you can keep calling them out.
this, we can start to see amazing results again. So what do we do to get a faster
Here comes the solution.
metabolism? Well, first, we need to find out what our own metabolic disruptors are, because we all have a unique metabolism and we have disruptors that are specific to us. And we can find our own metabolism disruptors with an easy metabolism test. And when we cut out our disruptors and add in the right nutrients for us, we can start to...
Do you see that she's created an open loop about the solution, about how we need to take this test, but she's not exactly saying we need to take this test and pointing out our product. It's still an education piece.
our metabolism. Watch, we do a metabolic reset and look, the disruptors start to vanish and our metabolism
Use of props and metaphors.
is clear again. So now those stubborn areas, they can finally start to go away. The number on the scale can go down again and we have energy. We can look good and we can feel our best. And watch, if we're exposed to disruptors again, we're fine. Our metabolism can handle it. So me and my clients, we used the Fabulous 5 metabolism cards
So we're 3/4 of the way in and they've finally talked about the product.
because these cards, they list out all the different metabolism types and the disruptors that affect each type. And these cards, they all...
Notice how she didn't say that this is the main disruptor and this is how to solve that disruptor, because that is creating a bit of the curiosity. That she might do it later on, but I probably don't reckon she will, because that's what the solution of the product is. So they need to buy the product to get it solved.
also list boosting foods for each metabolism type too. So here's how it works. You'll take the quick metabolism test I'll give you when you
So how the solution works, I believe that was on there. Yeah, so solution, what your product does.
get your cards. We find out your metabolism type, and then you follow the section on your cards that's right for your type. It's so easy. And these cards, they fit right in any purse, or they can go on your fridge so you know exactly what to eat and what to avoid that is best for your results. Now, normally they sell for $25, but
So here comes the offer, but there will be proof coming soon as well.
I'm giving away a few thousand sets for the next little while. I want to help even more women, so I'm giving away a small supply of the Fabulous 5 metabolism cards for free, along with the metabolism test. So to get yours, just click the bottom lower left-hand side or the upper right-hand side of this video. Tap that button, tell me where to ship your cards, and then you will get yours for free. All I ask is that you help me out with a small shipping fee so that I can get them to you.
So our offer is just to pay shipping fee, which is a pretty common offer.
Then I'll rush your metabolism cards right out to you and you can start getting better metabolism results. You'll even get free access to my private metabolism boosting community so that you can ask any questions that you'd like. So hit the button below or the link above, and I'll see you in a second to get your own metabolism cards. Oh, and one more thing. When you get these cards, you can finally eat normal again, regular, normal foods. No need to cut out complete food groups like carbs or other amazing, delicious foods. Me and my clients, we enjoy every food type out there, and we still see results.
Sorry, the social proof and testimonials wasn't really used. She just talked briefly about her client, the benefits that they've had.
Because we cut out the metabolic disruptors. So tap the button, get your own cards before someone else grabs them from you.
Now, one thing that you'll often see about VSLs is when they're being used, often use VSLs later in their funnel as well. But you can see that they've got another VSL here It looks like she's going to do the similar thing. But yeah, sometimes these can even be longer. Sometimes you'll see that they will force you to watch a certain amount of the video as well before you get your next thing. This is because some people have proven that if you can get someone to watch 20 minutes rather than just clicking straight out, you're much more likely to convert them. So we'll be able to see that. And one other thing is they will use the VSL within their landing page. You can see that this is a very kind of first person script across here. So imagine being a food expert. So you can actually use these transcripts, even if, like, let's say the VSL flops, it's not really working. You can use it within your advertorials or tweak it, use it in your landing pages, use sections in your other ads as well. So it's a worthwhile exercise. So let's go to another one. Let's do Gundry. So this is Golden Hippo, like the best there is kind of ad, direct response advertising in VSLs. This is a 40-minute video and he's a doctor. Well, let's just break it down a little bit.
If you want to know why you're so tired,
so he's high production in his doctor's studio.
so often, look at this banana.
So instantly an open loop. What does a banana have to do with being tired?
It's fresh, brightly
Use of props.
colored. Looks great, right? Now, look at this banana. This one is brown and wilted. Believe it or not, knowing what happened to this brown banana is the key to getting your energy back. Want to know the secret?
So you see that instantly now went to a completely different video. You can see that the audio changed a little bit. They've done this modular system that I'm talking about where he's just gone in and filmed new hooks for his existing VSLs to try to see if he can increase performance. This one has B-roll, like stock footage, which is a common thing, especially because in the longer videos, because how are we going to get so much footage? So yeah, use of royalty-free footage is often used in VSLs.
More energy? Do one thing. Place your hand on your chest. Hold it this.
So this is the use of like a practical example where they can do it. The most famous one for this was back in the day, there was a toothpaste commercial. And it's like, run your tongue across your teeth. Do you feel that? Like that gristly feeling? That's plug buildup. Use this, now do it after you use this toothpaste and it will be completely clean. It's clean for every toothpaste as well. Everyone gets that feeling, but the way that they created like a physical thing to do kind of makes people really buy into the ad.
And ask yourself this. Could it be that all signs of getting older are coming from one fixable problem right under here? This is probably going to surprise you. But if you have low energy, if your body is aching, or you need naps at random times, or if
so that's a qualifying statement like their customers would be experiencing.
you're gaining weight or having skin problems,
Basically listed everything with getting older, just to loop everyone in.
joint problems, or trouble concentrating, these issues could all be starting right here at your heart. Now, most
Cool. So they still haven't talked about the problem yet.
people, when I first tell them that, think I'm talking about heart disease or heart attacks. I'm not. I'm talking about something sneakier, but also easier for you to fix. First thing you have to know is that all these things that are usually blamed on diet, exercise, age, or genetics,
They're really trying to disrupt your belief of, hey, I already know this. This is going to be an ad for something about heart disease. Every single time you disrupt someone's belief of what the ad is going to be about, it just makes them buy in a little bit more.
things like fatigue, weight gain, dull skin,
Anyway, you get the point. I'm not going to watch the rest of this.
through them. And this ends up slowing
Use of 3D renders,
papers, I can tell you, Cassandra and Mangosteen, along with
using like a presentation. I'm not a big fan of that side of things.
phytonutrient-rich fruits in this.
One thing about the length, when you're starting out, the VSL should be as long as it is interesting. Like you can't just try to go a 40-minute one just to really bump up the view duration. You know, you're probably going to, in your first attempt, try 5 to 10 minutes for the VSL. We'll just check out their landing pages as well while I'm here. So they've spent $2.9 million on this ad on YouTube. They probably spent more on Facebook. And okay, so they've got no VSL on their landing page. That's interesting. Basically just got the upsells. So that's kind of how it works. Now, how do we write a VSL? Or how do we kind of start getting the bones of one? I think we could probably go and simply do this view transcript. And let's just grab this transcript back to ChatGPT with what I used for the advertorial video and go, write VSL for me. Use the following tips. Actually, I'm just going to put that in there. And I'm going to grab my tips. For socks, use the following tips and trend. Cool. So I'm just going to punch the VSL in here and it's going to break it down. So hiking should be freeing, but instead you're enjoying the trail. You're dealing with pains, hot spots, blisters, and sweaty feet. So that's like the qualifying statement, something very relatable. That you can see that they're not introducing the product straight away. Like they're just talking about their existing solutions. The truth is, now this is the problem. It's the friction. This isn't half bad. You'd obviously need to add a bit more like provocative language and test a couple of things out. So talking about the science, then meet the alpaca socks. So we're introducing the solution. Now, I probably wouldn't mention the textile or anything here. I'd probably go into talking about alpacas as a whole. And I would probably go and talk about how alpacas can deal with the cold, why it's such a good material, and really flesh that out and go behind the science with it. I've been hiking for years. So this is a story about how to create it, before and after results. Sweet. And the structure is kind of there. So like if you really struggle with writing, you can probably do that. You can get someone authoritative, tweak it up a little bit. You could even make them put it in their own words as well and expand on it, film that. And yeah, I think you'll get some good results. Now, a direct response copywriter that can do advertorials might also be able to help you with this. If you're an absolute new beginner, then I still think this is a worthwhile exercise for you to do, but just don't invest heaps of cash into it. Just give it a go. Test the ads on Facebook in a landscape version, but more importantly, test it in square and vertical as well. Test it in a landscape version with a big title on the top saying like this new invention. And then I wouldn't test YouTube just initially. Just if you can get it working on Facebook, then we can explore those other channels. And yeah, maybe I'll show you that next, is how to actually use those VSLs on landing pages and how to split test the traffic between the advertorial behind the VSL and our standard product pages on Shopify. So hope that makes sense. It can be quite overwhelming if you're writing copywriting right now into YouTube because there are so many different forms. You have direct response copywriting, which is kind of like advertorials, VSLs, which we've talked about a little bit. We've got brand copywriting as well, which can be a little bit more like abstract and talk about like on social media. You can tell stories, our about us page, that kind of stuff. We've also got SEO copywriting, which is about optimizing perfectly for Google using lots of keywords, putting those in blog posts on the homepage so that we can rank in Google. We've also got social media copywriting, which is sometimes similar to brand copywriting. We've got email copywriting as well. I've said copywriting 500 times in this video already, but email copywriting is where you're writing all your welcome series, your abandoned carts. And then with e-commerce, we're generally going to be using little bits of all of these copywriting skills, depending on where it is. The deliverables that we need to create, and I'm going to show you exactly how to use ChatGPT if you're really struggling with this at the end of this video, but we need to create homepage copy for when someone lands on our website. We need to create product page copy, which is going to be quite similar to our homepage copy. We need to create an about us page, a welcome series email for when people first sign up to our welcome list, which I'm going to show you how to do, abandoned cart. We also need our advertising copy, which is more direct response. So our Facebook ads will have a body of text. Now, albeit that's not hugely important compared to the creative, but it is still something we're going to have to do. We're also going to have to do our Google copy as well. So when you search your product, you would have seen a lot of these Google ads. You can see the search-based ads actually have writing there as well. So there's a lot that we have to kind of go through. Where do we start? It's really important that we start at the fundamentals of what makes good copy. And there's a couple of really great frameworks out there, which the first one is the PASS framework, which stands for problem, agitate, solution. If we think about when we're trying to write, all copy, all we're trying to do is to try to persuade someone from one position that they believe to another position. We're trying to create and evoke emotion to create action. And the past framework embodies that quite well, because if we break it down, so you've got problem. So we're describing the problem. In our example for the alpaca socks, it will be, do you get blisters on when you're working on a 100-degree day? Or do you get blisters when you're hiking and your feet start getting sore? Then we've got agitate. So that is quite similar to problem, but we're just drilling down a little bit more. So we're just maybe saying, do you get blisters? Did you know that they can actually get infected and get much, much worse? And then solution. Enter the alpaca socks that have moisture wicking ability, therefore that you won't get these blisters. So that's one framework. If you're just sitting, staring at the screen and you're like, I don't know what to write here, the past framework can be used for the emails, the Facebook ads, all of that kind of stuff, even some of the website copy. But if you're just stuck there, just give that a go. The other framework that can also work is the AIDA framework. The AIDA framework stands for attention, interest, desire, and action. And it's very, very similar. So the attention we've talked about a fair bit in this course is the hook. So very similar hook could work as the problem set, which is, do you get blisters? And then we're trying to capture their interest by maybe even being a little bit scientific. It's just like, did you know this is actually caused by your socks? And then it's like desire. Imagine if this didn't have to happen. And then action. So actually telling them to, hey, go purchase this, buy one, get one free. So they're just two frameworks that you can use for those things. When to use each framework, it doesn't really matter, to be completely honest. I think that copywriting is, great copywriters will hate me for saying this, but when you're first launching your store, it's not going to be dependent on you doing incredible copy, like the best copy ever. You don't want to be spending way too much time on this. It's going to be dependent on your positioning, what you're actually trying to market the product for, the product selection, the fact that you just have okay copies, as in no spelling errors, clear communication, you're clearing up all of their objections. I think objection handling is one of the ultimate copy hacks, where you simply look at the copy on your website and go, is a consumer still confused or has objections? If so, can I use copy or images to handle those objections? For our product with the socks, we could put that into ChatGPT and say, what would be the main objections someone would have before purchasing this product? One of them would be sizing. Is it the right sizing? Does it have a returns policy? What's the shipping rate? So all of those things can be covered within our copy. Another thing we really need to understand is good copywriters will, when they're presenting work to you, is to make sure that the format of the page that you're going to be putting that copy in matches the deliverable for it, because it's a really important thing to understand hierarchy of text. If we get, let's say we write all of these words for the website and we make it way, way too long, and then we go to our Shopify website and we copy and paste it across, and it just looks like a big blob of text. There's no where that our eye just suddenly gets drawn for the main characteristics that we're looking for. And this is just something to consider when we're going through this process, which we're about to do. We're going to look at the website that we're designing through the theme that we're using, and we're going to make sure that it kind of matches there. And we can play around with that a little bit. So a few common questions I get here is, do I need to hire a consultant for this? As I said, I don't think you do, especially with ChatGPT at the moment. We just need to make sure all the objections are handled and it's clean text. Do I need to do SEO? Absolutely not, unless you're an SEO specialist, because we're driving traffic to our website in another way. There's no point doing SEO at this point. Eventually, if you're in a really, really new niche, like for calming blankets, we rated #1 for weighted blanket for most of the period that we're selling. And that drove a lot of traffic because it was a really new niche. But we were fighting a battle every single day against our competitors to hold that spot. So I don't think that it's something that you should consider initially, because sometimes that SEO copywriting and the structural changes that you need to do there from a technical point can get in the way of you creating the emotion and doing direct response copy, getting people to actually take an action. So you can kind of ignore that, which is good. Another mistake and a question that I get is like, what is the purpose? What goes first in your copywriting? It's really important when we go through it to make sure that every single line that we have, let's say it's an email, captures their attention and we don't drop off anywhere. One line should lead to the next. And this is why you often see spaced out text on like LinkedIn posts at the moment, because people knew that it was easier to capture attention just having one line and focusing on that line, making sure it's perfect, and then capturing the next one, rather than people just seeing this big blob of text. So really think about every single line that you're doing, making sure you're bringing people on a journey and trying to create that emotion. I think that's kind of just a general overview. What we probably need to do now, because we're very, very close to setting up the Shopify store, is we need to just use ChatGPT. So once we're on ChatGPT, we want to prime it so that it understands what our product is a little bit. Because if we just go write website copy for this product, it's not really going to be great. So if you want to use your competitors or someone selling a similar product to you to prime it, and you can just grab their website and copy and paste it across, and you can just paste that URL and just say, here's a competitor. I'm positioning my product the same way, blah, 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 and you can punch it in. But I'm just going to do mine this way. So I'm going to go, I am selling a pack of socks targeted at tradies and hikers. Then I'm going to grab this. So this is just the theme that I'm using here. I'll actually just grab the product page as well. Let's start with the home page. So this is the layout of the copy. Write me a home page. Cool. And we can just punch that in, and it's going to give us some great copy. So there's a lot of words here. This is the only feedback that I have with ChatGPT, is sometimes that it can really just add way too much content. But what we're looking for is just our main positioning, our main things that we're trying to sell to. And because we've primed it with the positioning that we have about hiking, temperature regulation, blisters, lightweight comfort, it's kind of brought all of that out there as well. It's also brought perfect fit, which I actually haven't really drilled down on for tradies, which I think is kind of cool. And we can just literally copy and paste this when we're ready to build our store and drag that across if we don't want to write out our own copy. Now, the other forms of copy that we do need is our product page as well. So I might want to just give it this example. Cool. And it's got all the product highlights, durability you can count on. Again, probably too many words here, but it's even got potential icons that we can use, which I assume this has it, kind of these dot points here that will probably make these icons, but it really is kind of that easy. Now, emails, I'm probably going to go over the email copy in its own module because I think that it can be a little bit different. But if I wanted to create emails, for example, I could just go write me a welcome email for 10% off, make it conversational, one line at a time, and it should be pretty good. This is a bit too conversational, so let's do make it more direct response, conversion copy. See how it goes with that. Cool. And it's kind of punched out something. Now, as I was saying before, you also need Facebook ad copy. So we can program this and get it to use the PASS framework. Use the PASS framework to create Facebook ad copy. And kind of funny that it's used similar language that I used before. Long work days or hikes leaving your feet sweaty. Hard to stay focused, so agitating that existing problem, then solution. So it's really that easy. Now I've got this one chat in ChatGPT. You just want to keep using that to keep developing your copy. And yeah, I think realistically, I'm kind of happy with this for the first instance. I think we'll be able to get some sales using this copy. So let's set up the Shopify store. Now, it's really important once you've got this ChatGPT history that you, whenever you want to go back and create anything, even if it's Google Ads, website, email, you want to use the exact same chat history because you've kind of primed it and you're giving different angles and whatnot, and it just becomes smarter and smarter. But realistically, I'm happy with this. I think we'll be able to get some sales with it. In today's episode, we're going to cover absolutely everything from how to initially set up your store to how to set up all of the settings so you don't make any mistakes or annoy any customers. And finally, how to design your store so that you actually can make a lot of money. So the very first thing that I actually want you to do is I want you to set up your domain. So you might have the option on the left-hand side, but you can also go settings and come down to domains as well. And we can connect our existing domain if we already have one purchased off Shopify. You do have a very simple option of buying the new domain in Shopify. The reason why I don't like this is if you need to transfer the domain at a later date, and just having it with some of the domain hosting providers is going to give you a lot more flexibility if the store is ever successful. So I'm just going to click connect existing domain, and it's peaktextile.com. So now I've entered peaktextile.com. What I need to do is I need to go to my hosting provider. So I'm using Namecheap for mine. Log into your account. You can see my domain here. I'm going to click manage. And if you ever get stuck or you're using someone else aside from Namecheap, you just come into here and look at the instructions. Generally, you're going to have to copy and paste something. So most people will have to go in here. And we're going to go into advanced DNS. And we've got all of these, so we're going to have to add a new record here. Once we're in this template, we need to change this DNS template to Shopify, and we can click click continue, and you can see that it's added the CNAME record here. So we can scroll down and we can see that step 3, we need to verify these two things exist. So type A, data, ends in 65. Yep, so that's all set up. And then also the CNAME record having Shopify.myshopify. Look, it doesn't exactly have that, but I think that that's going to be okay because that was the default one set up. If something doesn't work, then I'll check that. But then we can come back to here and click verify connection. It might tell us if we've got an error. So now we can see this SSL is pending. So that's just basically connecting to Namecheap. This is pretty much done, and we can test it by just writing in the domain. Now what we want to do is we want to set up our theme. So we can click customize theme here, and I'll just show you what this looks like. But we currently have the Dawn theme active, which is the current default. That can sometimes change. We can click this little view your store up here to come and see the fact that it looks pretty terrible. We have a few options here. There are free themes that you can go and play and preview and find something like maybe if you've got skincare, you want to use the Sense theme. Themes are actually quite important. It determines how much we can customize, how easy it is to customize. But more importantly, it determines if we design the store really well, really clean designs, really emotive, communicates the product unique selling propositions through photography and clear copy, then we are going to increase in conversion. One of the main mistakes that I see everybody that tries to do drop shipping is that their store looks like garbage. And that's just the truth. It's got really tacky images, the layout, the padding, but like the spacing between each element is wrong. The copywriting has spelling mistakes, all of this kind of stuff. We want to make sure it looks clean and beautiful, and the theme is the first place that we can do that. If you are first starting and you have pretty much no budget, you can use a free theme, and the Dawn theme is probably going to be acceptable for you. If you have a bit of budget and you're like, I'm going to invest in this dropshipping store and I'm going to spend a lot of time on it and I'm pretty confident in this product, then you want a better theme than that. The theme that I recommend is the Shrine theme. So we've got this discount code and we've got this unique link for you to download. Now, I pretty much copy my dropshipping friends, what they're using at the time, and all of them are currently using this just because it converts better. So pretty much we can just go and buy one of these. I'm going to buy the Shrine Pro you can probably just buy the Shine Intermediate, because there's going to be an app that enables a lot of functionality at a later point that I'm going to show you. I'm going to remove lifetime support. I don't need that. Cool. Now we have purchased this. We can simply just go to our Gmail, and we should have an email like this where we can simply click dashboard. Now on this stage 2, you've got to enter your license key. Now this was actually found on this email. They should make this way more clear, but you can just see this license key there. So in this section, we need to grab our domain, which I can come across here as your main store URL. Then this secondary URL, you can ignore. This is if you have a second location. And the Shopify URL is what you're going to find when you come here, settings, domains, and you can grab this one here. This is your kind of Shopify admin domain. So I can just dump that there, and I can click submit, and you can now download the theme itself. Make sure you do click this, and you can also copy the token as well. Save that into your notes if you need it, and it will create a zip file here. This zip file is what we're going to do to upload it to the theme. So I come back here, click themes, and all we need to do is add a theme, upload zip file. We can drag that one in there and upload it. That'll just take a little while to load, and we can see it's now added. I can either publish this. Considering my store isn't live, it's fine to just click publish. Now, once this is live, what we can do is we can click customize, and you should get an error here that it's not working. We can click theme settings on this left, authentication, and this is where we've copied that code previously on that thank you page. Click save, and suddenly we're live. So this is now a very, very good theme with awesome drag and drop editors, which they're going to go through and set up the entire store. Before we do this, we probably want to just come back and look at all of these options and make sure that we've put everything that we want in here before we customize the theme. And what I mean by that is we want to set up our product first. So I'm going to come into products, and you can see there's a previous product there that was going to launch, but no longer. And I'm just going to get rid of this, and I'm going to click add product. Now, this product, this is the back end of where you can add all of your products. Let's say you're going to drop ship a couple or a few products. We simply want to add them here, and then we can change how they are displayed through the theme customizer that I was on before. But that theme customizer is pulling all information from this section. So all I need to do, we can obviously import from our dropshipping tool if we want. We can import the product that comes with all of the images as well. Or we can just create the product and then link it to the dropshipping product later. Either way is completely fine. But my product, I am going to go back to ChatGPT, and I have already written all of my copy using ChatGPT. All I needed to say was I'm selling alpaca socks targeted at tradies and hikers. So you're just saying what you are selling, who you are selling it to, and any unique selling propositions or features and benefits unique to your product. Punch that into ChatGPT, say, give me copywriting for this, and it's just going to put out the best answer. So I can grab things for the product page here. So premium alpaca socks. I'm not going to grab the rest of the title there just because it's going to be too long. And then the description, I'm just going to grab this section here, just the bulleted points. And now we want to add images. So if you've imported directly from a dropshipping tool, like this one has, so you can see here, this has dragged in a couple of images, which is fine. Or if you've taken your own images, all we need to do is click upload new. Now I'm actually at this stage working on getting product imagery 3D renders similar to this one that you can see on screen. So I'm just using a competitor's at the moment just so I can get a feel for it. But obviously when I launch the store, I'm going to change that out. But I can just add these images here. Remember, we definitely want white background. The 3D render should be done shortly. I'll be dropping a module on how to do that really cheaply. If you can make your product 3D, it just looks very, very clean. And you can see I've made all of these changes, and there's a section up here that says unsaved product. This will not publish. It will not be live until I click save, and I can sometimes change this status. So let's say I already have a successful store and I'm creating a product and don't want it to go live, but I just want to work on it, I can change this to draft and click save. And this is going to be visible for me, but not visible for my customers. But you can see I've got really simple text talking about the features and benefits, why someone would purchase. Got the clear product title, beautiful product imagery, which appreciate they're not really a competitor, they're just selling socks. They're not selling alpaca socks. But eventually, my images will be here. We don't just want to add white images. We also want to add lifestyle images. So one thing that I just realized here is this is something that I see so many people go wrong with. See how this image here is slightly vertical. This image is square. We want to make sure that all of our images are the exact same dimensions. Otherwise, it's going to be really bad. When they're scrolling on the product page, it's just going to be like moving around the image and it looks really, really unprofessional. So to make sure that these all are the same size, well, let's take a step back and delete these. So you just select here, remove, and then I'm going to create a design in Canva. And I'm just going to do custom size. Let's just do 600 by 600, create new design, add these images in, drag them into the center. Cool. And we just want to make sure it's centered. And we want to make sure all the padding is the same. Now we want this padding to reach the same edge where that text is. Cool. Centered, centered. So you just scroll down, make sure it looks good. And now we can just download all of these. We can compress it if we want to make the sites faster, but sometimes it can just make it look pretty bad quality. 600 by 600 is not a huge image. So now I'm just going to go back to downloads and I'm just going to drag all of those into here. Going to be the same images, but now they're all square, which will look much, much cleaner. Let me just show you why I did that. So let me add this bad sized image here. And then if we ever want to go see what we're doing on the theme, we just click preview here. And it will take us across. And you can see this is like cut off down here because I've used square images here. So it just creates padding issues and it makes you look like a scammer. So we just don't want that. That's why I've resized them all. If I delete that image now, everything will be all good. So I can just click preview. And now it's starting to shape up really, really well. So we don't just want these images on our store. We also want lifestyle images. The product that I'm selling for is either for tradies or hikers. I don't know what angle is going to work. And that's sometimes how it is when you're dropshipping. You don't know who your target customer is. You can assume, but it just takes a little while to figure that out. So I'm kind of hedging my bets. I've got a few tradie images coming for my product, but I've also got some hiking imagery already done, which is why I feel comfortable launching the store today. Sweet. So I've dragged these images into Canva. I can drag these across. You need a wide range of imagery in different dimensions. You need a landscape photo for our homepage, which you can see here. It's like our banner image. We also need some square or some rectangle photos, which you can see maybe here. Like you might need a rectangle photo or a square photo. So we need a bunch of images. This one, if we come back to this, our product, we can see that there's a bit of empty space here. So I probably only need 2 more product images here. So 5 total, because I'm going to have a dark gray, a light gray product image. This spec one, maybe I'll actually put down here actually. And then, so I'll have 2 of these options where they can be light gray or dark gray. Then this flat lay as well. And then I just need 2 lifestyle images. So I'm going to add those, drag these into here. So click preview and you notice that it's replaced these white. Really want these white images to be the main ones. So we just need to reorder this like so and click preview again. And that's looking pretty clean. People come in, they'll swipe across. Obviously my socks will match these socks exactly. So it'll feel even more uniform and it will look really, really nice. So we've already started to do some really important stuff. The product page, there's an old newspaper term called above the fold, which is like when people got their newspapers delivered, you could see the top headline, but you couldn't see anything else because it was folded over. The same thing goes in web, which is like above the fold before they scroll down is the most important part because someone will see your ad, they'll click on the ad, and then if above the fold just doesn't match anything that they're expecting, they'll just bounce straight away. So same with the homepage and the product page. We just want to spend a lot of time making sure this looks really, really awesome. And the Shine theme has allowed us to do that. So now we've got our product set up in the back end of Shopify. What we want to do is we want to go back to that theme editor that we had before. So let's come into online store, click customize, and we want to start going through these sections. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I want to go to theme settings and I want to go to logo. Now, this is where we're going to add our logo that we've created. So what we're going to do here is click add images, and we're going to add our logo that we've created. Now, we want to make sure that it has transparent background in case something pops up later on, whether we're using colors on the background, and we can click add. So here with this, we probably don't need to add a secondary logo. I'm going to use mainly white, but that should be good. The next thing we need to do is we definitely need to add favicons. So if we use the logo generator that I talked about in previous episodes, they'll actually provide favicons for you, which is good. If you didn't and you wanted to just make that purely on Canva, you just basically need a square image that represents your logo. It's like 32 by 32. It's very, very small, but just shrink down the first letter of your word logo or an icon and then use that. But for us, we can come into the folder with all the logo files, go into favicons, and I can grab this one. Now what a favicon is you can see up here next to Canva, there's this little C. That's what the favicon is. You need to put this in place. You can't have just a template there because it just looks like a scam website. These are the things that we just need to do to make people feel trustworthy that we're actually going to ship their product. Now, we can play with the size of the logos here. Realistically, I'm kind of happy with that. When we're in this theme editor, I should have shown you around earlier, but you've got all of the changes that you can make for these modules. You can drag and drop these modules as well. You can drag and drop them, here, and play around with them. You can also change the view of what you're doing by clicking mobile here. I think that it's really important for you when you're first setting up your store to design in mobile. 80% of your traffic at least is going to be on mobile. Click over to mobile straight away. And we can start working on the store there. And we definitely still want to be working on the homepage. So if I want to edit something down page, obviously this is going to be down on this side. So I'm going to start up here. The other thing to note is you can actually click hide and unhide for certain elements here. And Shine has most of the things kind of preloaded here. So for our offer, what we're going to be doing is a buy one, get one free sale initially. So we can click here and that should look all pretty good. We just need to change the copy of it. Actually, it looks a little bit too full on to have the announcement bar and the horizontal ticker. We'll just have the horizontal ticker. To change the text, we just need to change these bits, and we're heading into Black Friday. And I can just delete that one. Black Friday sale, buy one, get one free. So that's all done there. Now, one thing that we're going to have to change as well is the theme settings. I should have done this when I did the logo, but we come into theme settings and we want to change the color to match our brand color. Now, I have a branding document here with all of these colors that I plan to use. Consistency is super important for branding. Your emails, your Facebook ad copy, like your animations on your Facebook ads, all of this stuff should definitely be following the same color palette the whole time. So I can come into here and I've got this brand set up and I can just copy and paste these colors across and have a play with them. So generally with colors, you're gonna have the primary color, which is basically the main text. Now, if you're gonna use white here, you've got to have a really dark secondary color here. And then I highly recommend keeping the background white. I think it's just much cleaner, especially with the product imagery that we're using. But we just want to change these accent colors to be probably this. And again, that's going to work because it's a dark color getting changed over. And we'll keep this the same. I'm just going to change all of the purple to this one color. And then I'm going to change this kind of maroon color. Now I want to add the outline to be this color. Now you can see that it's looking very one-dimensional, which is kind of what I want. But in terms of simplistic, but we could have a play with removing this gradient. So with these accent gradients, what we need to do is we can click on this color and we can change it to one of our brand colors, which is here. And then we click on this color and then we change it to this one. And that's going to add this gradient. You can't really see it here, but we can change the product page here and you might be able to see it on certain things later on. You can see it starting to kind of show there. So that's all looking pretty good. Now we can come back to the home page. I want to stay there. Now, next up, if we keep going down the left-hand side, we've got typography. Now, if your brand already has some fonts that you've done through your branding deck, someone's provided it to you, you're very good at branding, then you will have primary and a secondary font that aligns with your brand. Like if you see this heavy text, it doesn't really match this branding. It's a little bit too playful. That being said, I actually really like it. I think that I might come back to it. I think the shrine theme, it's a really nice contrast between the two texts, and that's why I think it converts quite well. But you can just play around just with this editor here. You can select a new font and you can change it to bold as well if you want. It's maybe a little bit less playful, but it's similar. You just want hierarchy of text. You can't have a really thin text for the headlines and then not on the second, because people need to know where they should look. And this kind of achieves that. So I think that looks fine. I just want something a little bit more rigid. So something like that. I think that looks pretty good. I can select that. We can use this custom font link if we need. We can also change the weighting and the spacing as well, meaning the spacing between the letters. But realistically, this is getting quite granular for what we're trying to achieve. Eventually, you definitely will use a lot of this stuff when you get a designer in your company and you start doing custom design pages. But realistically, we don't need to do that. One thing I am going to change is I'm just going to come up to this logo. You can see I'm still on mobile editor here, and it just feels like a little bit too small, this logo. Like I'm just going to increase the size of it. I think that looks better. And we can just check it on desktop. Again, yeah, it looks a little bit small. Just because it is quite a long logo. If I got rid of the triangle, it would look probably perfect, but I think that looks much better. Sweet. So next, we can keep coming down. We've got animations, which we don't really need. Then we've got badges, which is on the product page. I can do all of that stuff later when I'm doing the product page development. I think that all looks pretty good. Actually, no, we'll do social media. We want to make sure that we change this social media to the Instagram and Facebook when we set that up. I haven't done that just yet, but we don't want it to just be the default one. That's what we call, I guess it's the overarching theme settings. Now we just need to go through and actually change all the information. So I'm going to actually start on the product page. Now I'm on the mobile version of my main product, got the nice banner bar there. We can flick across, look at our products. Probably needs a little bit more padding on there. Looked fine on desktop, but on mobile, it's a little bit tight. I can jump back in Canva, fix that up, make sure that they're, aligned. So that should stretch all the way up, or the other one should be smaller. Cool. So now we're on here. We can slide across. All looks pretty good. And we just need to edit and go through here. You can see that there's a bit of overlap here. This is just so that people know that there's another image that you can slide across. But yeah, we can go through and change all of this. Obviously, the title of the product is getting pulled directly from here. So if you need to change any of this core product text, you want to do that in the back end of Shopify. But if you want to change anything like here, these theme things, you can change it here on the right. So I'm just going to work down from top to bottom. At this point, I'm just creating the product page for my individual socks. You should always have an offer for your product. It doesn't have to always be like a sale offer, but you could be like, get a free extra product with your thing, or get free express shipping. There should always be an offer, which has got to be at the top. You can also create what's called bundles as well for your product to increase the amount of order value that the average customer spends on the website, which I want to do soon. But for this one, I'm just going to complete setting up my individual product, because I think that that's what most of you are going to do. So for the reviews, if we can, we've hopefully got a few reviews here, so we could change it. to 2,000 reviews, for example, like 95 reviews, 91 reviews or something like that. And you want to make sure that that matches the reviews that you're going to have at the bottom, which we're going to use an app in a second. I'm going to show you exactly how to set up apps, but we can set that up. Then we've got the price. So the price is 0 because it's pulling from the Shopify product itself. So let's say I'm going to sell one pair of socks for $39. And then I've got the cost per item, which is the customers aren't going to see this, but let's say it's just like $5. I'll add that properly from Dropshipping app later on. But we can click save here, and that's going to update the product. And you can see that there's $39. It's sold out currently, so I want to just add 1,000 units of it so people can purchase it. If you have stock and you're not drop shipping, you're going to need to make sure that you add the right amount of stock here. But because we're drop shipping, I have unlimited stock. I can just click 999. Sweet. So now I can add the price. Now, if I wanted to, let's say, there's a few ways that I could add a discount to this product. The first way that I could do is I could actually come here, and there's this compare at price section where I could do $59 and I can click save, and then I can check out the theme. So it will automatically create this strike through price here and give the save 33% off. This is why I really like this theme, because that we've split tested something similar on the hoodie, just having this little badge of how much you save, and it drastically increases conversion. So that's one way that you could add a sale. The reason why that is sometimes a very good way to add it is because now any of the apps that you use or any of the software that integrates with Shopify with the orders, has the compare price and that price. And it's generally quite simple to do that. Another way that we can do it is we can add coupon codes. So let me show you exactly how to do that. So we'll come to here and we'll come to discounts and we'll create a discount. And you can see we've got amount off products. So for specifically, this is 33% off. We could just, if we wanted to do that, we could create an amount off, and it could be 33 off for 33% off. And now if the customer adds the code 33 off, they're going to get 33% off the products that we specify, which we can select specific products and select this alpaca socks. And we can go through and change any of these things, such as like when they need to spend a certain amount, or they can only do, one per customer, which I often like to encourage you setting a minimum purchase requirements, simply because I've seen a lot of people do like $30 off, and then the coupon code leaks and they have a $30 product, and lots of customers just suddenly check out and purchase all the products for free. So it's kind of important to just at least put, let's do $38 amount so that we know that they're actually purchasing this, and we can click save, and this 33 off will be there. Now we have a few options about how we tell our customers this, and in the email video that I'm going to do, we're going to display that code. Within that email, they're going to sign up and they're going to get that. It's not going to be 33 off. I'm going to change that. But you can also change it in this header bar. Rather than this buy one, get one free, we can change this to use code 33 off. Use code 33 off for 33% off kind of thing. And that will be 100% fine. We just want to make sure it's in inverted commas and all capitals, and that'll work great. But realistically, the sale that I want to run with this product is going to be a buy one, get one free. So to do that, we have a few options. I can actually go into the back end of code and hard code in a discount code to this add to cart. So when they add it to cart, it'll go straight to the checkout, and there'll be 2 pairs of socks at the sizes that they want, and with the discount, and it will be like one will be free, which is exactly how the hoodie is coded in. I'll just show you. So we can come to adult, bundles, and I can add these 2 products in and click add to cart, and it should go to checkout. And you can see this is in a buy one, get one free, but you can see that the discount has been applied with a custom twin pack. But if that was, $79 off, this one would be free, and it would work like that. So that's one option that we can do. We can also go into this quantity selector and we can click enable quantities breakdowns, and we can create bundles that people can save. Let's say you don't have the margin to do buy one, get one free. It doesn't really make sense. You can just do smaller discounts. You can change that. But the way that I'm going to do it is probably the simplest way, whereas I'm just going to duplicate the product. So this product is going to be, say, $39. I'm going to come back to this product and I'm going to duplicate it. Just clicking here. And I'm going to do buy one free. Actually, that's going to be too long. Let's just do BOGO, just so I know it. I'm going to duplicate. I can set it as active. Now, I want to change this image so that it is a buy one, get one free, which we're going to need 2 images here. And we can just create a new image. And I just want to grab the exact assets that I had before. Again, do not use your competitors' images. You want to grab your own, and I'm going to grab my own very soon. But we can grab, this isn't the best way to do it, but we can just create, let me grab this one. And we can just add probably want it better designed. This kind of want it circled. Now, if we're going to use this image, just as a good learning opportunity, we want to make sure we're selecting our brand colors here, because it's just going to make sure that it looks consistent across the board. So I'm just going to bring this to the front. I'm going to remove the background. So I kind of just want something like this. It looks pretty bad. Try again. Change the colors. Cool. Now I can just save that image. Again, guys, there's so many different ways that we can approach this issue, each with their pros and cons. But I'm going to come to this here. I'm then going to add the image that I just made. Delete this one. Preview it. And we've set up a buy one, get one free here, which is good. We could even remove this image if we wanted to. And now, obviously, we need to come back to this previous product because we're going to sell these for $39. So this needs to be $39, not compare app. I was just giving that as an example. Now, this is going to be $78 because it's 39 times 2. You can click save. And you can see that it's got save 50%, buy one, get one free, and they can add it to cart. And they're going to get the product there. So this will work. We just need to make sure that we set up the bundle correctly in our dropshipping tool so that when people buy this SKU, which let me show you what SKU is. So this SKU here, so we do BOGO socks, for example. Like we just need to make sure that when people buy these BOGO socks, they're getting 2 pairs of these socks, if that makes sense. So that's one way to do it. I might, in a future episode, actually split this out so it shows that you're getting 2 pairs of socks. I think that's going to increase conversion rate, but it's a very, very simple hack without using coupons to kind of show how to get that happening. So it's worth, while we're on this thing of offers, it's worth mentioning that you can do a offer here. I think it's called offer, bundle offer. So this is going to be similar again. Sorry, I know I'm giving you lots of options, but at least you're learning how much kind of is available to you, where you can select, this product, and then you can add another product. Let's say it's a a shoe or something like that we're going to sell with it. We'll say we add the shoe here. So you buy this and you get that. And then you could do 100% off discount. Sorry. Yeah, 100% off. And you can see this actually looks pretty good, right? So they're going to click that now. And we've got this deal up here and we can click grab this deal. So you're adding these 2 products to cart and you're getting the free. It's got the strike through and it's going to add 2 to the cart now, which is probably better. The next thing that we need to do is we need to set up automatic discounts as well. Automatic discounts, we come back to this section, we click create discount, and then we buy X, get Y. We do automatic discount and we can just write BOGO, and we do minimum products is 1. Make sure you select the single product that we have, and then the customer gets 1, and then you do the single product again at a discounted of 100% or free. Yep, that's fine. And then we come across and we click save. So we can just head to the site now and we can go to catalog and we can click grab this deal. And you can see it's added the 2 products now. It's going to go as individual products. They can see it and they can click checkout. The only reason sometimes you wouldn't use this option to show offers is it can get really, really messy and just kind of like if you've got a different product there that they need to understand a little bit more, or the buy one, get one free is all the way down here and pushes the main add to cart down very far. That's when I wouldn't use it. But I'm actually preferring this option. So I'm just going to click save here because that's going to get rid of this random bundle and save down here. I think that all looks pretty good. Clearly communicated. We obviously need to change this, buy one, get one free. So what we need to do is we need to change all of this stuff because I'm actually going to use this. Buy one, get one free. Sweet. Just need to, I'm going to stay on mobile. Now, the shipping checkpoints. This is interesting. It should automatically update. Obviously, this is today's date that I'm filming it. And then order ready, and then delivered. This is the main thing that you're going to want to change because it needs to be based on your shipping options and how long it's actually going to take to ship. So what is 2 to 8 day delivery because we're not drop shipping. Zen drop might be a little bit more. So we need to make sure we change these dates to match and make sure that we don't get a ton of chargebacks. So now we need to change a bunch of other sections. It can be a bit overwhelming. We've got a lot of options. So how do we prioritize? What I would suggest is you come to ChatGPT and you ask it, what are the main design elements I can have on my Shopify to handle objections customers may have about my alpaca socks? The objections that your customer might be completely unaware. It's a brand new technology. It might be like, how does their product even work? Mine is socks. People know how socks work. They just don't know about the material. So I've got to describe that. People, you might be selling a gadget that, is really expensive. So people will be really fixated on what happens if it doesn't work, what's the returns process, those kind of things. So there's going to be differences. So we're just going to ask ChatGPT that question and it's going to give us answers to it. So we've got payment security badges. Yep, that's kind of obvious. Money back guarantee. Yep, we definitely want to add that. So how do we add our trial process or our promise so that customers have? We could add it to this section here because it's quite important. So we would want it quite high. Or we could add it to one of the sections. One thing that we might want to do here is we might want to use this collapsible row, as it's also called an accordion. We can add multiple collapsible rows here, and these can just act as our frequently asked questions. Things that, customers are going to have objections about. We can change this icon if we want from this checkbox to any of these Google fonts. We can just simply click here. And we can copy, we can just write in refresh and that would change that image there. But I think that the checkboxes are fine. And I'm just going to change this to what is your returns policy? And we can just ask ChatGPT. Cool. I'm just getting a 20-word returns policy. Chuck that into here. and you'll see that I can click here. What is your returns policy? Free returns or exchanges within 100 days. No question asked. Your satisfaction is our priority. That's a little bit tacky. That's your satisfaction is our priority. Cool. And then we can just add another one, another collapsible row. So what's the next objection that ChatGPT could say? Is it eco-friendly? I don't actually have information on that. I will need to find that out. Sizing, durability, shipping times, they're all really good ones. So I'll just add those. What is your shipping time? Even though we've got it up here, that'd be good to have the answer. Within 48 hours. Cool. And I'll just save that one. And you can see the customer's just going to come in here, click these things and see the answers very, very quickly. So I can keep fleshing that out. I'm going to do one more. The size guide is really, really important. So let's add a size guide. Which Shrine has, which is good. The way that the Shrine sizing chart works is you click on it and you see this design. So I think that that's helpful and it's good to have somewhere, but realistically, I think it's such an important point that I don't really want to have people clicking on it. So I'm going to instead add it again under this section. I'll add this thing later on. I'll just drag it down there. But I'm just going to add another collapsible row. I'm going to do what is your sizing. And I'm just simply going to write the sizing. So I can actually just punch in a size chart into ChatGPT that I've gotten from the listing. And I can just easily come across here. Let's see if this works. That's not going to look very nice, but let's try. Cool. And now I can just copy and paste this into here. Sweet. And we can click there. Nice and simple. I might want that on the top actually, which we can just drag up, click save, and that should be sweet. I'm also going to add the sizing chart down here, as I said, but that's all looking pretty good. I actually just want to thin out this text a little bit. It's just too much. It'll be in the actual product itself. If you ever get stuck with the formatting of here, because sometimes it can be a little bit dodgy, you can just come to this code and you can just kind of delete the code, but you could also use, if you don't know any HTML whatsoever, you can try to use this section here and remove the bullet points. Sometimes it just gets a little bit buggy, but I can save that. And that should just look a little bit better for me. See how that's now changed that text there, because you can see that the text is actually a different font there. So we can come in here and I can actually just remove some of that. Come back here, make sure it all looks good. Kind of liked it before. Cool. Let's bring it back as bulleted points. Save. It's much easier to see. Yeah, I think those bulleted points look good. We could make this an expandable section. So like when you come look at Udi, we've actually tested this. You can see that there's no real product description. Actually, it auto expands the details, but you can close it as well. But realistically, I think that's okay. Sweet. So that looks good. We've got to add reviews here. I need to get a couple of reviews from people. Now we come down to this section. So this section is going to be really important to talk about features and benefits of your product. This is almost always necessary, this section, because although very few people are going to scroll down to read the rest of your product page, it is going to convert more customers for those that do scroll down. And I think one of the best images to do here is a spec-based product, which is similar to this one that I showed you guys before that our competitor has done really well, which is kind of like this. I think that that's a really nice design, which we could do. Alternatively, we could add a new lifestyle image as well and talk about kind of a new demographic that we want to target there. So I've got a lot of hiking stuff up here. Maybe we want to call out our tradies that we really want to target. So to do that, I can even create a GIF as well. GIFs are really, really powerful. So let me show you the use of a GIF somewhere, maybe at this website. So you can see these here, these video reviews. They've just got a lot of movement. These GIFs show exactly how it works. Very, very powerful stuff at communicating. So that could be a really effective way. The only thing you need to know about using GIFs is you want to make sure that they're not too big. If they're too big, then what's going to happen is it's going to slow down your website way too much. Another really good option here is using 3D renders that actually communicate your product. So if I come to something like, just come to a couple of these, I'm sure that'll be one of them. You can see how it's just using 3D renders to communicate the product. And if you can get a couple of these animations done, they can be really, really effective and increasing conversion. So my 3Ds are on the way, as I've mentioned a couple of times. I'm going to use this section just 100% about the material and the fabric specifically. So I'm going to make sure that this image is about the material. I'm not going to use a GIF just because I might add one later, but to add the image, we just need to come to Canva, and I've uploaded it, and I can enhance this. Realistically, I should have got this retouched, made it look a little bit better, but it's just giving people confidence of the quality of the product. I can just download that one. Click select image. Download that one, install. Let's see how that looks. So one thing I don't like about this is the fact that it's surrounded by this and the image is really small on desktop. It wouldn't look too bad on mobile. But what we can actually do is we can use this section down here. And by the way, to add any sections to this product page, let's say you're like looking at a competitor or like the Uddy's website and you kind of want to copy it. To add the sections, we can add blocks here, but we can also add section here. And we can see all of these sections that we can add. Let's click add section. And you can just scroll down here and actually get a preview of what it's going to look like for, all of the options. So you've got that collapsible content example that I just showed you, sign up forms, all this kind of stuff. You can search image, see a couple of image options that we could add. But realistically, we could just use this thing here. We can add an image to it underneath the content heading on this right hand side. We can select the image and that should look a little bit better. Just remove this bit. We don't actually need a heading either. Don't need a button. And now we've got a much nicer design. I'm going to drag that higher than that bit. I'm going to hide this one. And that's nice and balanced. So you can go there, they'll scroll down, they'll see another image and be like, oh, what is that about? And we can talk about the fabric. So to come back here, I go talk about the fabric in 3 bullet points. And what icon should I use? Cool. And we go to this icon with text, change this over. And we could we'd create a custom icon if we wanted, or we could go here. Cannot be bothered creating brand new icons for this, but we can always go to free icon sites. So that it's a bit random, but come back, we can change these icons. Sweet. Go to the next one. Let's go moisture wicking. Cool. That's probably best. And then the final one. So I'm just adding temperature regulating, and then we'll go temperature, grab the sun. Perfect. This is starting to take shape. We are repeating ourselves a little bit here, which isn't always great. The one thing you'll learn is just people don't really read all of that much. People really look at icons, headings, images, and they don't really read the rest. So don't be too scared about repeating yourself. The other thing is we can change certain bits of copy. So let's say this says moisture wicking here. We can change this moisture wicking, because you're repeating it, to like blister proof. And then, yeah, just kind of change how presenting this, because ChatGPT can present its copy itself a little bit. This is all looking pretty good. That image definitely is just too intrusive, and I'm definitely going to change that as well. But it's all looking pretty good. I think this is where we want to add social proof. Now, social proof is really important. If you can get just like 10 or so people to test your product and give you photos, and or even sell 10 or so products, so they're authentic reviews, and then populate this, it's going to be very, very helpful for you. So you can even, in this image video slider, you'll probably remember we created these video ads. We could turn that into a GIF just so we can use those and get a little bit of movement in the product page. So to do this, we'll go resize video, and it's just this online resizer. I could just use CapCut, but let me try dragging this file in here. This is one of my previous ads. That's taking way too long. I'm going to use CapCut. But if you need a very easy editor to resize videos, you just don't want them to be too big. And I want it to be square as well, but I'm going to go to CapCut. So to make this, all we're going to do is create a new video file, new project. You can drag that raw footage in that we want to have auto playing. So I'm going to go documents to the shoot that I did, grab this file, drag that in, make it sure that it's square. So we could just export that and add there, but I'm just going to see if I can create a second layer of this to do like a comparison. Cool. And now we just need to label these. Sweet. So we've got cotton socks. You can be sitting in the middle. And we probably want to match our other font, because otherwise it's going to look out of place. Hopefully they have it. I think I used this one. Sweet, that looks good. Save that. Hopefully they have that font. Cool. So they had that font, so we can actually match it, which looks good. Just want to make sure that you can see the background. And then I'll just delete that. Copy that across. Cotton socks, and then alpaca socks. Cool, so something like that. Sweet, so we've got a nice little video there. We can just export that. We don't want it too big. We can go square, drop that in there. and that should export. So go to this autoplay video that we set up, upload, head to the videos that we've created, drag the video in. Again, we want to make sure that it's quite small, this video, and we can select this and then remove that previous image that we had before. It's not needed. Trash that. And this looks way better. Nice little visual there. Captures their attention. Looks great on mobile. Sweet. This product page is starting to look really, really good. The next feature that I want to add to the product page is something that I actually recommend every single person have. It's a comparison table. A comparison table, there's multiple examples that you can do. You can be quite aggressive with it and use your competitors' products. Everything that you compare, so I'll just show you what a comparison table actually looks like. So if I come to the homepage, I think there's one already there. So it's like my store has these features, other stores have these features. You could use your competitor's logo here or just their name and then say the specifications they have. So for example, Udi fabric is like double as thick as everybody else's, and we can weigh their fabric and say our fabric is this GSM, their fabric is this GSM, and we can have the competitors that they're weighing up and considering. The easier way to do comparison tables is just come into ChatGPT with our primed kind of chat and say, I want to create a comparison table with other types of socks. And you can just put your competitors there and it'll give this design. We can actually probably copy and paste this, screenshot it, be in this format, and it's going to give us the design for us. Sweet. So you can see that it's saying durability, moisture wicking, temperature control, odor resistant, eco-friendly. This is a very easy way to do it just because you're doing others. If you use your competitor's name here, it's using something very subjective around durability. That doesn't sit well with me, and it also might be not legal. So one thing I would feel comfortable doing is make this table versus polyester and alpaca wool, because polyester is really like the cheapest fabric out there and it does have lots of negatives. So it's actually just created me the table. Cool, that was terrible. We don't want that. No text version. Cool. And it's still struggling with that text version of this table. Perfect. So durability, moisture wicking, temperature control, 3 things. We might want to add a couple more. What else could we add? And it really just kind of wants to not give me the right answer this time. But anyway, I'm happy to add comfort as well. It's just way thicker, moisture wicking, durability. So all we need to do is come to our theme editor here. And again, I'm just trying to get this product page dialed in. And I can go to add a section, comparison, add the comparison table. I want to up higher under there. Table row, and we got moisture wicking. I should copy and paste this so I don't stuff up a basic spelling error. Yep, cool, it's this hyphened. Moisture wicking. And then we've got temperature control. And we've got odor resistance. Cool. And we can add a couple more rows. It doesn't look very good when it's only 3. So it definitely is more eco-friendly, but we'll do something different. We'll do blister protection. And we'll add one more, which is durability. Sweet. So we've got others here. We can change this. And in this section, we have the ability to add our logo on the Peak Textile. That looks a little bit weird. Probably look around desktop. But I'm probably just going to remove that and keep it there rather than use our logo. But that all looks pretty sweet. We can change the checkmark colors if we wanted to be more unbranded. I think this is fine. Let's just check it out. It looks like on desktop. Probably do need that copy there. I'll come back up to this text. My sub heading when presenting this table. Cool. We can add this. That looks pretty good. And the product page is shaping up pretty nicely. I think we can add these testimonials once I get them. I'm just going to hide this for now because I think I'm pretty happy with this. Down here, we've got an image in the footer, which I don't actually know what it's for. It could technically be for the logo, but I think that looks a little bit weird. Actually, we might just chuck our logo in there. Let's select an inverted logo. Adding the inverted logo, it should look pretty good. Make that a little bit bigger. And these quick links, we can add those later. I'm just going to get rid of them for now. I'm going to get rid of the subscribe. And there we have it. That's a pretty good product page, I think. I think we'll convert nicely. We've got very clear information. We've got an offer. We describe the product, the features, the benefits, sizing, returns policy, shipping times. We've got enticing imagery, comparison table as well. I think that that's looking pretty good. If you can do something similar to that and it looks professional like this, chances are that the website isn't the reason why you're not getting sales. It's going to be the Facebook ad, the positioning, or the product timing, or the product margin as well is going to be the main thing that makes you not get ads. So I'm going to go do something similar to the homepage and go through this. The only difference is there's not a huge amount of differences for an early stage dropshipping brand from the homepage to the product page if you are selling a single product store. Because the main difference, so if I can show you the hoodie, we send a lot of traffic to the homepage from our Facebook ads because the user might not just be looking for hoodies. We have thousands and thousands of products. So they might want to go to sleep teas. So if I send everyone to the product page for this product, it's not going to make any sense. They're going to have to click back. And that's why if, let's say I had 4 different colors of socks here, or I had alpaca socks, and then I also had, let's say, cotton socks or something like that, then I might need to really think about my homepage and how that directs traffic to those different products. And this homepage might need to be a little bit more general and talk about the brand itself. But right now, because it's a single product store, I'm going to be driving traffic to this product page, meaning that the homepage can look quite similar because I'm hoping people come straight to this URL and they're going to grab this deal and purchase. That's why I don't feel the need to spend too much time developing the homepage differently. I will make it look a little bit different with some different images so it doesn't feel like we're just doubled up and we're a scam. But that's probably all you really need to know within the theme editor at this point. So let's continue on with the Shopify tutorial in the back end. We're still in this product section. Let's just say we wanted to add a different color sock to this. There's a couple of ways we could do it. We could duplicate the product like we did before, which would allow us to change these images, would have all the same copy. And then when they came to the website, it would look very similar to this, where they land on it. It's like, yep, I can select the dark gray or the light gray, which is an option. It definitely is an option. But what that will stop me from doing is driving traffic directly to this product page and I'll need to send them to what's called a catalog page, which is this page here, because there'll be a second product sitting here, which I don't really want to do. I want to just make it so they're on here, they can pick their color product, and it's nice and easy for them. So this brings us to variants. We need to learn variants. Now you're going to have variants for different sizing, maybe for your product, different colors, multiple different things. So for mine's color, mine's like a dark gray, and then I've got a light gray. Cool. So when you're editing these images, we can select the image, and I'm going to use this one. It's going to ruin our beautiful product page, but I just want to show you how it works. Base color. This is just for sorting. I'll just click gray, and I can click save. Let me just actually change that. Also change this handle here. Cool. And then we've got gray here, and I'm going to click on this one, and I'm going to change this image to this product, which is the darker gray. Looks a bit darker than that. Cool. And click save. Now I can click done here and click save. Now what this is going to do is it's going to change these options here to gray and light gray. What we need it to do though is we need it to change the product imagery as well. So to do that, we just need to create this variant here. And now you've got these variant sections. I'm just going to select the images again. Cool. I'm just going to select this one and then select this one. And then I'll click save. See how it now changes? I can select light gray or gray. If you didn't have this bundle selector here and you were clicking that, it would change over. See how it changes over? It's just because that one is the default first option. Let me just, how do I change this? Probably just by dragging this forward. Sorry, that's changed, guys. Cool. So now this one should be first. So now I'm on the gray option. You click light gray, gray, or you click here. Sorry, they're out of stock. That's what's throwing it. So let me just fix that. Edit quantity. Cool. So I've just added quantity stock for both of them. So if they want to select one or the other, they could select here, here, and realistically, we'd want those images to look exactly the same. We'll just change the color. Now they can also select this, which is really awesome for us. We can also go back into here because realistically, we don't actually need this section here. I don't need this color selector. If I didn't have this buy one, get one free, I would need this color selector and I would need the add to cart under it because they're going to add one. But realistically, I don't need that because I've got the add to cart here. I can even change this to stocks included. And I just want to change this to add to cart just because people get a little bit confused. Click save. Now they can select their product and it'll be nice and awesome. And you can do something similar. You might want to, for your variants, you might also need sizing like I do, which I'm going to add at a later date. The sizing may throw things off a little bit, but I'll just navigate that. So while we're in products, let's finish off this section. One things that I like to do is I like to come down to this search engine listing. Now this will automatically populate for you. If you have a really, really long name, remember before I had like BOGO and stuff like that, you just kind of want to tidy up this section and get rid of it and just make sure it describes exactly what it is with this URL. If this URL is really, really long and scammy, just change that because that looks really bad. And then if you really want, you could just be like, come into here and you can go change this meta description to be SEO optimized. And you could just put that in there and copy that across. Not that we're doing SEO, we're driving traffic to this store. SEO is really difficult, so don't get overwhelmed with that. Now we can also set up collections here. So this could be my socks collection if I was going to add more products to it. So we can click socks and then we can add those in. That's similar to this section. So these are all categories: sleep teas, dressing gowns, pajamas. We would create a new category and we would add coming into this section. So let me just create socks and I'll add this one and save it to it. Now, realistically, I could also add, alpaca t-shirts, and rather than socks here up the top or in here, I would be able to, check the socks and also the t-shirts. That obviously makes sense. So the next step that we need to do, I don't think we need to create collections. I just wanted to show you as an example. We'll finish off on products. Tags can be helpful early on, and I highly recommend you set these up properly, because eventually you're going to create, when you're doing millions and millions of dollars, you're going to need a lot of this historical setup in the back end so that all of your data is clean. So you might not need to understand it, but realistically, I'm just going to do alpaca socks and give myself that tag at a later date. It's just a sorting mechanism. And yeah, I'm kind of happy with that. So let's keep working down on the left-hand side here. We got inventory, which we can change in these units. I can just bump that up for that product. And then we can come to customers. There won't be anything in there. Gift cards we can leave as well. Just save that one. Content, this is where we're going to find all of the images and stuff like that which we've been setting up in the files, and then meta objects is just kind of a lot of the actions that we've just taken. But we can add images and whatnot and just find our old files here. Finance is not going to be too relevant for you at this point. Analytics, we're going to do sessions on analytics once we start running traffic. Reports, something similar. You can check, your conversion rate, like first time versus returning customers. You can create custom reports. Again, really not relevant for you. Live view, you might find interesting as we start running some traffic. We can just check where all these customers are coming from. And it's kind of just fun to watch. Marketing is not relevant for us at the moment. We don't really need that. And discounts, coupons, we've already talked about that. And then we've got these sections down here. So I'll go to online store. We've talked about the theme. We've added the theme. Blog posts, if you're going to do SEO, you'll be creating blog posts. But again, we don't really need that. You'll also be creating pages as well. Pages are somewhat relevant. So we'll go through this now. What we'll do is we'll set up an About Us page, just because I think that the more stuff we do here, the less scammy we're going to look. It's not 100% necessary, but let's just create a little About Us page. Cool. I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to create an About Us page. Let's see if it can figure it out. Sweet. I think that looks pretty good. Sweet. So we've got a response here. We can just copy and paste this. And save that. Now we can view the page here. Looks fine. If we want to put this on our store somewhere, the way that we do it is we go to something called, let's say we've also got a contact us page here as well. This is set up. It's already got the form, which we might need to change in a little bit, and I'll show you how to do that. But how do we get the About Us page up here? We come to navigation, and there's the main menu. So this is the main menu. And then there's the footer menu, which is down here. So to add these things in here, we can add the menu items, About Us. And we can click pages here to select the pages that we've just added. And I'm just going to add both of these to the footer. And click Save Menu. And we can come back here. And it might not add because of the theme. It certainly will add. on this, but I'll get it in a second. So about us. Cool. And you can see that that's now updated up here. To get these links on the footer, let's say we wanted to do that, we're going to have to come back to the theme editor. And come down to here, which is like this footer. And all we need to do is unhide these quick links. That's weird, that title being there. But we can add that. And we could do something like this. Looks a bit weird like that, doesn't it? I don't really like search. Let me get rid of the search. Close some of these tabs. Coming back to navigation, get rid of this search in the footer. Sorry, I'm clicking around a bit quick. Get rid of this, save. Now that should be gone. Get rid of this. Sweet, and click save. And now we've got a couple of links there. We might just want to add a few more. We can actually just change this to the main menu. Now it's going to have the exact same as the footer menu. That looks a little bit better. It's got all the links there. The other thing we want to put down in the footer to make it not look like a scam is our social media. So we can add these links here. I haven't set up these pages yet, but once we add these, we can come to the theme editor and we can add the brand information and that should show up. Definitely want TikTok as well. Sweet, so I'm just adding all the URLs. Can click save. Now our footer looks really good. Let's come back here. Now preferences, we can remove this password if we want people to start shopping, which is good. This title and meta description, while is primarily a search engine thing, like the SEO thing, it does need to be changed because let's say someone in iMessage says, hey, look at these socks and texts their friends. You're going to want to make sure that this is optimized for it because this is the preview that's going to show, including this image here. So create. So I'm just going to screenshot this. Create this copy. So just ask it to create a homepage title and a meta description. Copy and paste that. I'm going to remove the ethically sourced stuff just because I don't 100% know at this point. It's just a startup. We'll get some more answers from that. Remember, guys, you just don't want to lie about anything. Then next is we need a social sharing image. So you definitely want to add an image here. Truthfully, it's probably going to pull, if you don't add anything, it's going to pull this header image, which for me, I don't quite yet have. I'll set that up in a little bit. Then we've got Google Analytics. This is really important to set up. I'm going to set all of this up in a video of itself where I run Facebook ads and I set up Google for Google ads as well. I want to give you the complete setup in those videos. So I'm just going to leave those for now and, head to millionaires.com to see the rest of it. I can disable this password if I want, but I'm not going to just yet in case the store links to my social media. We've got point of sale. This is none of this is helpful for you unless you're actually selling in stores. Then we've got shop as well, which right now we don't really need to set up. Before I get to apps, which is important, we'll go into settings and just cruise through all of these because there's some hidden traps here. So in settings, we want to come down to here with this prefix and suffix. And all we want to do is just give it a couple of letters at the start. And then we also just want to add a number at the end because otherwise people can track how many orders we've got. So we just add a couple of numbers there. Otherwise people are going to be kind of worried when it says order 1001. So we can save that. Then we definitely we don't want to set up anything here yet. Don't fulfill any orders automatically. We want to make sure we're in control of this with our dropshipping app. So just keep that there. Click save. Then next, we've got the plan. This is what you set up initially. Next, we've got users and permissions. Now, this is definitely worth understanding because let's say I didn't want to just do all of that setup that I just did before. Let's say I want to hire a consultant to help me design the website and get in the back end. This is where we can add people to the website. They can request access, or if we're on a higher plan, I'll just upgrade to a higher plan to show you. So now I've just upgraded to this plan. We can actually add staff here and give them their email, and we can select where they get permission. So we might not want to give access to the finance so that people can change finance settings and stuff like that, or delete our products. We might just want them to see our orders. You know, our customer service reps should just see our customers and our orders. So these users and permissions can be really helpful. Payments, this is a really, really big one, and one that I probably should have started with because I hope you guys are all still watching. You need to make sure with this PayPal, click in here, it'll automatically set up for the email that you used to sign up with a Shopify account. That might not be the email that you want your PayPal set up. Let's say you've already got a PayPal, you've been using Squarespace or something like that. Like you don't want a brand new PayPal created. So we just want to click deactivate here. And we might even just want to use our actual business email as well. So go through and set up all of the PayPal stuff independently of that. And yeah, it should just be much, much cleaner that way. For Shopify payments, we need to make sure that we're adding the bank account here for our business before we launch our store. Really, really important. So just click add bank account and you can set all of that up. But aside from that, it's really kind of self-explanatory. Checkout. This is important as well. The main thing here is we really want to make sure that customers are giving us as much information as possible. So it only requires last name. I changed that to require first and last. And then shipping address, phone number. You've got to have the shipping address, phone number for certain people. I think it's just super, super important because sometimes you need to contact them or the courier needs to contact them. So I definitely recommend setting that. Don't include company name, just require first name and last name and also phone number. And then you've got this email. Is that pre-selected? No. SMS? No. We can talk about that in the email session. Then all of this stuff is 100% fine. We can just click save. Next on the list, we've got customer accounts, which we can set up if we can allow people to do them, but realistically, I don't recommend it. Anything that creates friction or delays the customer from shopping is often going to reduce conversion rate, cause us issues. Now, shipping and delivery, this is where there's a bit of work to be done. So they change this all the time. So yours might be a little bit different. We can create a new profile. So I can create alpaca socks and I can add the product that I wanted to ship. Now I can delete this shipping location. I've just got Zendrop. Now we've got zones that we want to ship to. So I can do USA and select this, and I can select all the countries here. And I can also add, say, Australia as well, and add both of these. Sweet. Now what we need to do once we have the zone where we're shipping, let's say it costs the same amount for us. We want to charge the customer the same amount shipping to USA and Australia. We want to click an add rate. And for me, I'm going to do a flat rate because that's just the easiest. You can set it up and link it with your courier, but I'm just going to use a flat rate here. And it's standard shipping. And we can call it 2 to 8 day. Actually, it's going to be a bit longer than that. The shipping time is going to be 7 to 10 days, which is going to be, you need to talk to, Zendrop or the agent to make sure that that is the right day. And then we can add $7.99 for shipping. So this is the cost. We can also add small like subtext here as well. So we can add tracking number provided, ships next day, that kind of things, but tracking number provided, that should be good. Now, one thing to note here is we can add conditional pricing here, which if someone orders something, let's say they order over $50, we might want that, we might want that to be charging more because there might be a lot of product. So therefore, when it ships to the customer, it's going to be heavy. If that makes sense. So we might need this to be $12.99 because the product, there's going to be multiple products. We can also do weight, but weight's not, you need to set that up to the product. But for this, I'm going to remove that and click done. So this is my standard shipping, which is $7.99, which realistically, I actually need to go back to my product and I need to add how much does shipping cost? What is your shipping time? Maybe I'll just add it here. What are the shipping details? And I'll add the cost here. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to add a second rate, which is going to be free shipping over $50. And then I can add, it's going to be 0 and it's conditional on them purchasing, like what I talked about before. If they purchase, it's going to be 4 pairs of socks. But if they purchase, like if they click add to cart once and they want to, let's say, add an extra 2 pairs of socks and it's going to be $78, then I want them to get free shipping because I'm going to communicate that to incentivize people to buy 4 pairs of socks rather than just 1 pair of socks. All of these things we're trying to do is trying to increase conversion rate or increase average order value. So I'm going to add this. It needs to be 60. And I can do another one of this. Tracking number provided. And I can add that. Standard shipping. And then I've got free shipping over $50. And that should be conditional. Now, if I wanted to, let's say, add another shipping zone, right? I can go into here and I can just add United Kingdom. But because these countries have different, like maybe they have different costs to ship there, you might want to add different actual shipping profiles for them so that you can charge different amounts. That gets a little bit complicated because it needs to match what you are showing on the front end of your store. My product isn't going to be too expensive to ship, so I'm just going to add United Kingdom as well. And yeah, if I wanted to, I could add different rates here and I could change this to, maybe this needs to be $9.99 and I can just add the rate and put it here. For this one though, I'm just going to delete this and I'm going to add this one to the existing shipping zone, United Kingdom. And I'm going to add all of that. And I'm going to call this USA/UK/AU. And then I'm going to click save. So worth noting that anyone that is out of those countries and puts a shipping address out of these countries, or let's say I duplicate this product and don't put it in this shipping option, they are not going to be able to check out of the store. And this is why I'm always like, make sure that you check your checkout before you start running ads, because you can just make small little mistakes here. Even I do it. So yeah, just make sure that you're checking this. There's other ways to make this a bit more resilient as well. So you can come back here and you can just click general shipping rates. Now this will, if you change this general profile that was already existing, it's just going to ship to all products. And so every time you create a new product, it's going to be completely fine and kind of fall into that one. So for this one, I'm just going to remove all of these options just because I don't want that popping up for people. Just going to delete this and click save. So there's no rates, so customers aren't going to be able to see that anymore. It's only in these countries where they're going to be able to check out. Worth noting that always kind of play around with this section. Yeah, and you should be fine. Just keep testing it. Keep an eye on it as well. Taxes and duties. Now, this is often confusing and depending on the country, I often don't want to give too much advice here. I think that you should chat to a tax specialist or your local accountant about the company setup. I've done some sessions on it, but again, try to get a professional. I actually did a whole video on collecting sales tax and whatnot. Just go watch that video because I've talked about how to do that and thresholds and all of that kind of stuff. I'm not going to get into it now because it's just too boring to do twice. So we've got locations as well. This is going to be the warehouses. So the next section is markets. This is pretty important if you're going to sell globally. Now the UDI is set up so I have a new Shopify store in every single region. This gives me ultimate control on the catalogs, what I'm showing in terms of like pricing, that kind of stuff, pixels, all of that kind of stuff. But realistically, Shopify Markets is a fine solution if you don't want to have lots of accounts and you just want to test new regions. Let's say right now it's set up so Australia, because that's my default country, has its own market, and then its international is set up separately. If you're going to sell in a market like Australia, US, or UK, you want to set up its own market here and customize it a little bit. So to add a market, all we do is we click add market at the top, and then we go United Kingdom, and we write it in here, and we can add this. It's already in international, so we might just want to remove. In fact, I'm just going to delete international. Oh no, that's inactive. That's fine. We can just leave it there. So we got United Kingdom now. Now what I can click is first this section. Because it's English, it's pretty simple to do this. If it's going to be different languages, we're going to have to use apps, subfolders, all of that kind of stuff. It's going to be a little bit more complicated. If we wanted to, we could integrate the peaktextile.co.uk domain to optimize conversion rate as best as possible. Because as soon as someone goes to .co.uk, they know that you ship to the UK, and it's going to be great. I'm not going to bother setting that up today. I don't think it's necessary for me to test. I don't think I'm going to do this store for too long. I'm just going to leave that. The next is we've got products and pricing. So we can see our pack of socks here. This is auto converted from, I think it was $39 before, to £21. So all we need to do, it's already included. If there was something excluded, you would need to click on here and include it in the market. And you can do price adjustments as well based on a percentage just to cover yourself in the exchange rate. So we might want it to be 5% more expensive just in case to cover those costs. But realistically, it's not necessary. The important thing is to see is this rounding. So it's going to round to £1, which looks a little bit weird that it's kind of 21 pounds. We might just want to make that 19 and save that. Next, duties and import taxes. We probably need to start charging duties and import taxes when we hit a certain threshold, but I can set that up later. Shipping. I've got these shipping options that these are being pulled directly from the shipping options we set up before. It's just converting the currency to £5 and it's free for over $50. One thing to note, now I've just seen it, is I'm saying free shipping over $50. They've seen the customer's seen everything in pounds up to this point. So I'm going to have to go fix that and stuff that up. And I am actually going to have to add in another shipping rate here so that this doesn't actually say $50. It's just going to have to say free shipping. Let me just change that. Free shipping. And I can just click save there and come back to markets and going to shipping options. So that all looks pretty good now. That $60 and up won't show to the customer. Next, we've got payments. Definitely want to click into payments and just see what they have. Sometimes there's pay now, buy now, pay later people that you kind of want to add. But realistically, if you're just using Shopify payments, just make sure you've added the bank account and the PayPal, which I haven't set up just yet. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we can click preview here, but realistically, sometimes it just doesn't work. So I just connected to a VPN and changed my thing to the UK, and you can see this is now what the UK customers are going to see. We can add it to the cart and we can go just put in an address and you can see we can check out here. So I'm just going to repeat that. I'm also going to do the USA, make sure all of those those markets are proper. We've got apps and sales channels. I'm going to save that to the end. Customer events. We don't need to do anything there. Notifications. So you might want to keep all of these default notifications on. You're just going to get lots of emails to yourself just to remind you. I think it's kind of good to just leave everything there. Nothing on custom data. Languages, we kind of covered in markets, but yeah, you don't really need to change anything. Customer privacy, I highly recommend turning on section here. That now set up a privacy policy, which you can read here. And we can go to the privacy policy on our website. So using automated privacy policy, this is going to be your store email there. So you probably need to change that Peak Textile email. And also this address, that's fine. That's our business address. But you just kind of want to check that it's in the right company name. So we can come here and there's no policy set for terms of service. We definitely want to insert template there. And you want to insert, this isn't automated, so you want to insert your company name. So like convert agency, PGY Ltd. And this terms of service is really important. Now, if you're confused in this section, you can get a lawyer. Alternatively, what you can do is you can go to ChatGPT and you could grab someone else's privacy policy, put it into ChatGPT and their terms of service and say, what do I need to do to get a privacy policy like this? What are maybe some differences? There's certain things like the apps that you use to track behavior. You know, maybe you're doing SMS marketing, maybe they're not. You'll just use ChatGPT to bounce that back and forth. But realistically, if you just go in and use the templates and put all of the company details in, you're going to be more covered than not. But again, to get fully covered, you're going to have to use lawyers. So don't blame me if anything goes wrong there. Shipping policy as well. You can add all of these policies. So one thing that you need to note is your privacy policy and your terms of service is going to be at your footer, which is really important. Make sure that that is there because that's where the contract lines with the customer. I kind of want to get rid of this powered by Shrine thing. We can do that later on. You can do that in the code. Yeah, you just want those two things there. So I think that's all pretty covered from a preferences point of view. So we've got to set up Shopify payments. It's not hard. Just make sure that you use all of the right details. Make sure that you use your full name and that is on your ID because you're going to have verification. Don't use your mum's details and then don't have her ID. Like it's just not going to work. So definitely set that up. I'm going to name my store. I should have done that ages ago. Peak Textile. Actually, this is probably where the auto adjust is. Cool. So I'm going to save that. So we've named the store, which is good. We can probably, one thing that I did forget to do that you all need to do is come into this section here, come into checkout, because when you come into this, you'll see that it's got the wrong logo here. We just want to add our logo just so it looks professional. Make it a little bit bigger. Check it on mobile. That looks pretty fresh. Sweet. And I can just save that one. Don't need to customize too much else. Don't make it, the more you customize that checkout, people are just so used to it. So it could be quite trustworthy. If you put heaps of color and stuff, it's probably going to ruin it. I think we can chat about apps now. There's going to be a few apps that we need to use in future modules. If you count the Facebook app, maybe that. There's a couple of apps for Google advertising. Then we've obviously got our dropshipping app as well. We also will need our email app that we're going to talk about that in a module. There is just one app. Let's say if you've gone through this and you're just like, oh, I'm not going to use the Shrine theme. I don't want to spend any money. I completely respect that. That's, you don't need it. But there's so many things that we kind of can do in this Shrine theme, like all of these upsells and stuff like that I'm kind of showing you that aren't available on the other themes. Now, one of the first apps that I really, really like is Vitals. So there's going to be a link for Vitals in the millionaires.com and in this video. So just click that link and it will hopefully get you a better deal and then just install it. So we just click install and it'll be setting up. It's got a trial. So we can just click approve here and we're going to get a bunch of awesome things. that we can customize with our store. So we can switch the app on here and click save. Then we can come back to in apps. It should be here. Now, the main reason that I love Vitals is this visitor replays section. We can enable this visitor replays. And what this is now going to do is it's going to record people on our website. This is perfect for beginners, simply because you may have set up your website, you think that it's right, but there's errors that customers are getting. For example, they might be clicking a lot on a certain section of the website that isn't actually a button linked to anything. Or they might be trying to check out and they're from a different country and you realize that your shipping options aren't actually set up correctly. So you can watch a replay like this where they're clicking around and make design adjustments. So you can come down here and look at all of these options that Vitals has, or you can go to the Vitals app website and see just how many apps they have. So they have a pre-order thing, which could be very, very helpful in case you sell out of stock. The animated add to cart, probably not. You could add a sticky add to cart, which basically scrolls as you scroll so that you can always add it to cart. It can be very, very effective. Again, similar, we've just got so many things overlapping with the Shine theme. So again, if you've got the Shine theme, you don't need Vitals, but Vitals, if you don't have the Shine theme, you probably do need something like Vitals, or you need a bunch of other apps to make up for it. We've got the announcement bars, which we've already set up. Facebook pixels, we're not going to use that for Vitals. We're going to use the inbuilt platform. Cookie banner, you might need to insert in EU countries with privacy policies. So that's very, very easy to set up. Product reviews is the one thing we're going to add today to make sure that customers can leave product reviews. And yeah, we could also add a currency converter as well if we don't think Shopify Markets is going to work for us. But all I want to do today is add product reviews, and that is now active. So we can set up email requests for reviews, but I'm actually going to teach you how to do that in the email module. So we can just click go to settings. So it automatically actually added this. So now we can add some reviews to it. It does look a little bit weird with this animation at the top, which I'll have to fix. But realistically, I just wanted to show you that app. It's a very, very simple app with a lot of options that's super affordable. The other app that we want to cover today is probably one of the most important and one that a lot of people miss, which is Aftersell. So Aftersell is going to be an app that helps you increase your average order value by basically presenting the product that you've already sold the person and giving them another deal. We spend a lot of money trying to get this person to purchase the product. Once they are sold, we are already shipping the product, meaning we already are incurring a shipping cost. The incremental cost that it costs to ship a second product is like drastically lower. So we can often offer them a very, very good deal on the next product if they want to add it. But if we really push them to purchase that product earlier on, like saying, hey, buy it, like we've kind of already done it a little bit with BOGO. But like if we were like buy 4 pairs of socks and we'll give you a really good deal, that just psychologically, it's very expensive for them to spend $100 on socks. But with this, what we're going to do is we're going to give it to them after. So they've already purchased. We've got the purchase. There's no risk of them churning. So that's why it's a really, really good app. So all I'm going to do is Aftersell, post-purchase upsell, install this app, install. Now, the top tip I have for using this app is just offer them the same product that you're already selling them. Don't try to introduce a brand new product. I have seen some great cross-sells work where people are like selling a bug product and then they sell like a really cheap bug product next to it or something similar to that. But realistically, I would just recommend you sell them. I'm just going to try to sell them more socks. So I'm going to go apparel, fashion. This doesn't matter. Now we can come to funnels and we're going to create a new funnel and it's going to be called socks. It's going to be upsells machine. Now, the way that it's set up is customers will be offered more of the item that they just bought, so at 15% off. If they accept the first offer, they'll recommend a multi-product offer of 4 products where they can accept one at 30% off. This uses the Shopify product recommendation. If the customer declines the first offer, we'll give them another chance to accept the same products, except at 30% off. This is pretty aggressive. Like, it's going to be pretty full on. I'm tempted to use it. It just doesn't really make sense for socks because they're just going to get so many. But let's have a play with it. We could maybe, rather than using the default funnel, we could just, so this upsell machine, this is the default one, which I love, by the way. It's pretty awesome. But we could just start from scratch. And I could just, let me just show you how that would work. Show funnel for all customers, because you can select certain triggers, like maybe they buy a certain product, but we've got one product, and we go click save and next. We select the product that we're going to have, which is our alpaca socks, save. If they accept the product, this is the post-purchase. So after they purchase, they're going to get this product popping up at a certain price, which we can edit here. So this is the page that they're going to see. Jane, before you go, here, buy another pair of socks. They're not going to buy it for $39. They've just purchased 2 for that price. So we're going to give them an automatic discount of like, say, 50% off for another pair. So the main thing with this page is we want to make sure the copywriting is really enticing and it's really clear for the customer. Truthfully, this video is getting very, very long. So how about I do a whole new video on AOV, conversion rate best practices. I'll set up the rest of this app, but make sure you do set it up before, because we definitely want to, some brands can not even be profitable. I've just had the idea then. I probably do need some kind of complementary product to this rather than just the socks. I don't know what it would be, but that's something for me to think about as well. Another really cool thing about Aftersell is they have this thing called network offers, which we can eventually set up. Now, this is a smaller store that I'm running at the moment, and every single checkout that a customer does, they will see an ad from Aftersell, and you see I can make about 0.22 per transaction. So I'm making an extra 22 cents per transaction. Now, this obviously sounds quite small, which it is, but if you've got a very low AOV product or you're selling a ton of volume, then this after-sale offer can actually be really, really cool as well. So you can set up network offers. I wouldn't do it just yet, but this is another thing that only after-sale really has at the moment. There are some other apps that we need to use to actually make the business run, but these are the core ones that we need to setting up the Shopify theme. I think that's it for today's episode. Pretty close to being able to run traffic. Up next is we've got to set up the emails, and then we can launch Facebook ads and finally get some sales. In this video, I'm going to cover absolutely everything that you need to know about Facebook advertising and how you can use it to create profit for your business. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner or intermediate. By the end of this video, you're going to be a complete expert and you're going to feel very comfortable with running ads. I'm going to cover when you should use Facebook ads, how to sign up to Facebook ads, how to not get banned. I'm also going to cover a clear step-by-step framework for running ads. I'm also going to screen record and show you step-by-step how to set up ads in the ads manager. I'm going to cover how to read the data within the ad account to make profitable decisions. I'm even going to go into the best types of creatives and ads to create to get the most profit. The best thing is I'm actually going to be launching a brand live in front of you and going back and checking the results so you can see absolutely everything that you need to do on a daily basis. We're not just going to cover the theory of Facebook ads, we're going to put it to practice. But first, let's cover what types of businesses actually succeed on Facebook ads. First up is e-commerce brands. Next is agencies. Third is if you're running an app, it can be great at driving traffic. Then we've got lead generation / info businesses. And finally, small businesses. Now you might be wondering, that is just so many types of businesses. And that's because Facebook is the most powerful marketing tool to have ever existed. If we took the daily active users on Facebook and compared it to countries, it would be bigger than India, China, US combined. They have the most data and the most robust platform. But that's not even the best part about Facebook ads. The best part is that you can use very small amounts of budget in a very controllable way where I put $1 into the machine, into Facebook, and I can clearly see that I get $3 back. This very measurable and iterative process makes it the perfect advertising tool for beginners. The key to getting this machine running properly is making sure that we do the right settings from the beginning, as well as we put the perfect creatives in terms of like videos or images that clearly convey the value propositions of our product. When combined, those two things get together and you can get incredible results. If you do these settings wrong in the early stages, chances are you're going to spend lots of money and get no profits. So I'm going to cover how to set up a business manager rather than just boosting posts on your page. I'm going to set up a Facebook/Instagram page with a few clicks. I'm going to show you how to verify your domain so you don't get banned. Then I'm going to set up a Facebook pixel, which communicates between our advertising platform and our e-commerce store. I'm going to show you how to set up payment methods, set up the ad account, and then finally launch the ads to see how much money we can actually make. So the first step is we want to go to business.facebook.com. This is called the business manager. Now, we don't want to use our personal profile and set up ads and boost posts through the page because we want to set up this properly so we can scale it in the future and Facebook will begin to trust us. So we want to click log in with Facebook and we want to use a Facebook that we've been using for a long time. The longer that you've had it, like maybe you've interacted with friends, family, the more trusted you're going to be. So I'm just going to log in here. Once you log in through Facebook through Business Manager, you'll probably be prompted to create a business portfolio, which we want to go through all of these steps. So the first thing I'm going to do this is because this is called Peak Textile. And then I'll enter my actual details, making sure it matches. Enter your business email as well. Click create. So once you've signed up to the Business Manager, all you need to do is go through the prompts and make sure you input all of the correct data of your business if you're incorporated, such as business numbers. For Australia, it's ABN, and then you're going to click Verify Business. Submit all your documents there. Make sure all of the names match your names on your IDs and the addresses are correct to avoid getting banned. Now, I'm about to go through all of these complicated settings, but the way that Facebook updates regularly, if something is confusing, just message in the Discord and say, I'm stuck on this section or this has changed. And I'll send maybe an updated video or we'll get one of our coaches to kind of explain what's going on. Alternatively, I might even just put on millionaires.com, which is my free e-commerce course, an updated section for that setting. So the first thing is you can come and see all of your business portfolios here. You probably won't have too many. You can click all tools up here. Now this can be quite overwhelming, but the main things that you need over here are actually already over here. So we can work down there. So people is a very, very good one. If you're using like an agency, you could invite people and give them certain levels of access so that they can't completely steal your ad account. You be very careful about who you put as admin here. Now, while we're talking about safety, while giving the right level of access to our team members is really important, we can also come to Security Center, and the amount of brands that I mentor in Daily Mentor that get their ad account hacked is absurd. Make sure you set up two-factor authentication for everyone. Set up your phone number or set up your authenticator app so that you don't get all of your money stolen. On the left, we can ignore partners, system users. The next thing that we want to do is we want to go to pages. Come across here and we're going to click add and create new page. We can enter our page name. This should match the brand name that you have on your website. And then you can put in the category, which will be clothing. And then we can add a short bio. Click next. Click agree, create page. And it should say successful. Now we can click done. Click refresh, and it should populate with our other pages. We can see this here. Now I can actually go into view page and I can change all of these details. So all I'm going to do is change this profile picture. So I'm going to upload the profile picture, click save. And then I want to add a new cover photo. Click upload. Click save changes. Now the page is mostly set up. We can come to this about section and change this basic info to give customers confidence around the fact that we are a real business. So I'm just going to go through here, click save. I'm also going to add the website, click save. And then the final thing we can do is we can just create one post. Back in stock. Buy now before we sell out. And we can add a photo. Just in case people go to our page, we want to make sure that they're confident that we're a real business. And click post. And now our page looks acceptable and like a real business. We can keep posting things on this as we go along to engage our followers, but truthfully, that's not that needed because all of our impressions, all of our customers are going to be coming through the ads themselves, not these posts. So I'm going to close this. And the next step that we want to do, coming down on the left, is create an ad account. Click add accounts, click add, create new ad account, and you want to call it what your brand name is. You want to make sure that you match your time zone to what you're actually selling in. And you want to make sure the currency is what you're going to be actually receiving in terms of your website. So I'm going to be receiving Australian dollars from my Shopify store. So I'm going to select Australian dollars because therefore I'm going to be able to pay my Facebook bills with the money that I'm receiving. So click next. One thing I will say about setting up this Facebook process is don't click around like a mad person. Don't accidentally make a name mistake. Just take your time. Make sure all the numbers are correct. If you're clicking around lots, Facebook might just ban you straight away, or you might make an irreversible mistake. So really, really take your time with all of these details. Now, the one thing you want to do here after you've created that account is you just want to make sure you select your name and make sure that you can manage your own ad account. So assign that. Then you'll be prompted to add payment info. If you don't get this message, you can always come to this setting and go payment. And then we can go to this ad account that we've just set up and click add payment method. Make sure it's in the correct currency. And we can add all of our details here. So similar to what I was saying before, make sure that the credit card that you're using is yours. Don't use someone else's credit card. Make sure it has funds in it as well. And just be aware that there's a good chance that your bank will call you and say there's potential fraudulent activity going on with your card. Make sure you approve that. And then you go back to Facebook and verify. You might even need to have a backup card to put into here if you can. One final thing to note about setting up the payment methods is I don't suggest that you use PayPal. I've just heard about a lot more people getting banned from PayPal than using a credit card. It's much harder to control from an accounting point of view as well. Hard to reconcile at the end of the month. If you don't understand that, you will one day. But the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a pixel. So again, just coming back to this section before, and we can just keep working our way down the list. We've got business asset groups, which we don't need. We can create a new Instagram if we wanted to here. You actually need to create it through Instagram, click add, connect account. But what I really want to do is create a pixel. So I'm going to go to data sources, click pixels. Now, depending on how Facebook is feeling, it might show you this new data sources section called data sets. They are still pixels. It's still very, very similar. It's just in a new section. So we can click go data sets. And within this, we can click add. And we can create a new one called Peak Textile. And we want to use this recommended section. Click next. And we're going to click check for partner. We're going to click Shopify for me. And we're going to go to Shopify. Make sure your Shopify is already logged in. Now, all I'm going to do here is click install. And it's going to create this kind of app here. I'm going to click connect account. Continue. Now we're going to make sure that we connect the correct business portfolio that we set up before. Now it's going to bring you to this data sharing section and you should see the pixel that you just created before. So click that one, click agree, and click submit for review. Don't refresh the page, just wait a little bit. Now it should say active here and you can run ads. We can come back here, click next. We can send some test traffic to it if we want. While that's going, I'll show you another method that you can use here. So you can go to Pixel Helper on Chrome and install this app. And then you can come to your website and click on it, and you can see everything that the Pixel is doing. You can see that it's properly installed with a tick, and you can also go to this section, click checkout, click on this, and you can see that it's initiated a checkout. So it's all nice and properly set up. So I'm just going to exit out of that. Weirdly, this isn't working. However, I'm not too worried because I can see that the Pixel was firing there. So I'm just going to close that. One thing that you might want to do is just assign yourself to this Pixel, make sure it's there. You can see that I'm now assigned to that. I'm also assigned to the ad account and also the page, which is good. And that's pretty much all of the settings that you need to know so that we can start running ads. I know that's quite boring, but if you don't do that correctly, then you're going to have a lot of troubles later on. So now all we need to do to start running ads is we come to the ads manager. So once we're in the ads manager, we should just check that this is the ad account name that we just set up. Now we can either click create here or create here, and we'll be brought to this section. Each of these options has its own purpose, but for 99% of people watching should be using this sales objective. This is because all of these other objectives aren't going to produce revenue for you. They're not optimized for revenue. So it will be shown to other audiences that aren't just primed to buy your product. They might be primed to click or just be kind of educated about your product. But realistically, this can deliver very low quality traffic that's not ready to purchase because there's so much ad inventory that Facebook wants to get rid of. And we want really good quality traffic. So we're going to click sales. Now, all of the sales setup was done through clicking through this Facebook and Instagram section and setting up the pixels. So you should be kind of ready to go. This section here is basically saying, do you want to use an Advantage Plus campaign, shopping campaign, which we definitely will eventually, but I want to show you how to manually set up something similar. I'm going to click manual. Then it will bring you to the campaign level. So you can see up here, this is a campaign, this is the ad set, and this is the ad. Very similar to before when I was here, this is the campaign, ad set, ads. So I can click edit on here and I can go down here as well, and we can edit each step of the way. The campaign level is the optimization, the settings within Facebook for what you're actually trying to achieve. When you come to the naming is going to be hidden to all of your customers. It's just for you. It's just an organizational tool so you can know what is within that campaign level. So I'm just going to call this Australia Broad, and I'll explain what that means in just a second. Then we can come down a little bit and we can skip this, skip the categories as well. This is only if you're selling weird products. And we can come to this section here. This is what we selected before, sales. Then we've got Advantage Plus catalog ads. I'm going to explain what catalog ads are just in a second, and it'll make a lot of sense when I describe the type of ads. But I don't want to run catalog ads right now initially. I want to run video and photo ads, so I'm just going to turn that off. Then what we've got is the Advantage campaign budget. I'm going to turn this on. And what this means is that all of the ad sets that I create, so remember we've got the campaign level and then we got the ad set. If I create multiple ad sets, which ad sets are the certain targeting, so I might target dog lovers here. I'm not going to, but I might. And then I might target something else here or different age demographics on a next ad group. It will adjust this budget for, at the moment it's $20, across all of those different ad sets and give a lot more control to Facebook. If that didn't make sense, it will in a little bit, but I just want to leave this on for now. And I want to start at $10 a day. If you're wondering about how much budget that you should be setting to spend on a day, you want to be making sure that you're spending maybe 1/3 of the total price of your product. So if your product is $300, you probably want to start with $100 to speed up the insights that you can get to make iterative learning. If you don't have that amount of money and you're just wanting to get started and you're just trying to figure this out and play with it, it's okay to do a $5 a day budget just to work things out and see if your ads can kind of convert. So I'm going to start with $10 here. This budget scheduling, we can just leave that as automatic. A/B test, we're not going to set up A/B tests because we're going to test in a different way. We're going to let Facebook test, which again will make sense in a second. Then we go to the ad set level. So we're now down a level. We can go here, and again, this is a naming convention. I'm just going to write broad, and I'm just going to write ad batch 1. And I'm also going to write buy one, get one free BOGO, because that's the sale that I'm currently running. If you want to just write broad, it's completely acceptable. Then we've got website here, which is perfect because that's where we're driving the conversions. Then we've got this performance goal here. This maximize value of conversions may be grayed out for you because you've started a brand new business manager. For me, I've got both of them. You can use maximize number of conversions initially. You don't want to use anything else at this point. It's just one of those two options is fine. Now, one thing that should happen here is the pixel should be created. I should see this pixel here, but something's gone wrong in my setup. So I'm just going to come back to the section. If it's a pixel issue, if it's a page issue, whatever it is, what you want to do is you want to come back. You don't want to publish draft items yet. We can just close that. And I want to come back and see what's gone wrong with my pixel. So come back to these sections and go to data sets. I can go to this one and I can click assign assets. And now I want to select the ad account that I was running. And that should all be good to go now. So back to the ads manager, come back into edit. None of those ads were running. Come back to the ad level. That's where I was up. And now that is sitting there, which is great. It's going to give me a warning because I've had no activity from the conversion that I've selected because nobody's purchased. It's a brand new business. So that's fine. ROAS goal, we can leave that empty as well. Dynamic creative, we can leave that. That's going soon. Then we've got budget and schedule. I don't want you to select an end date. I just want you to run this indefinitely, but just make sure that you don't set and launch these ads and then forget about them because Facebook has no problem about debiting you $20 every single day, even if you're not getting conversions. So leave that open. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to check this audience control. This has automatically selected Australia for me. So I can actually change this. If I wanted to add United States, I would come in here and add this. And you can see that it's now updated this audience on the left, but I'm not going to do that. And now is probably a good time to talk about strategy and what I'm setting up on the ad set level. The best strategy for Facebook ads is setting up a campaign. If you're going to sell in multiple countries, you want to set up a campaign for each country. So this one's going to be my Australia one. I'm also going to set up a United States one and a United Kingdom one because I'm testing my product to see where it will sell. And I want to keep them individually on the campaign level, but I don't want to mix all of the audiences because I'm not going to be kind of sure what countries are working best for it. So I'm just going to leave this as Australia. And then I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to leave advantage audience. And then I'm going to leave placements as is. I can see that this pixel selection isn't actually going to work, which makes sense because it's a brand new pixel. So that's now grayed out for me. So I'm going to go back and fix that. Just check that you've got no errors here, and then you can go to the next step. Now we're at the ad level. So it's a great time to talk about types of ads and how to optimize your ads for Facebook. There are three main types of ads that you want to be running on Facebook. The first is images. Now, images used to not be very good on Facebook because it's very hard to communicate certain value propositions, highlight the product in the full extent, but recently they have been working incredibly well. To find ads that you really like, you can head to trendrocket.io, which is my tool, and you can log in or sign up, and you can click on ads, click filters, you click media type and click images, and then click apply. and you'll get a bunch of different image ads that are currently running. You can scroll down and see what catches your eye. So feels like a kind of a TikTok-y post with the Instagram captions, and you can see a bunch of other ones. You can change the language. Probably should have done that. Sorry. Country. I'm going to go United States. And I've got images selected. Now, one thing that works really well, let me see if I can find another example, is where you're explaining what the product is using like arrows and whatnot. Let me just quickly, because I know Udi has some. Let me also go to the Facebook ads library. If you don't have a Trend Rocket subscription, then Facebook ads library is okay. You just need to know what brands to search. So come to all, and I'm just going to go into the Udi. So I can just view this ad because this is kind of what I'm talking about. So you can see it's talking about problem, solution, just highlighting features of the product. I'll put another couple on the screen right now just so you can kind of see exactly what I'm talking about. The next type of image ads that works really well is just a sale promo. So this is a really good example of like a sale promo where we're calling out an option. Now we're on Black Friday sale for Udi at the moment. So there's going to be a bunch of these ads. You can see them here. You can mix kind of talking about the features and values propositions of the product. You only just need a Canva account. You can drag some lifestyle images, put some text on it, and you can kind of copy a similar format to this. And then the final thing that works really well is, again, sorry, I'm on Black Friday promo, so it's kind of hard to find, but is influencer photos. So just grabbing photos of influencers or real customers that have used your product and not even editing it too much. You might not even need to put it through Canva. It just needs to feel very native to the feed and run those. I'll add another couple of other high performing influencer photos for us so you can see exactly how that looks. And that brings me to my next format of ads that works really well, which is video ads. Similar to photo ads, there's 3 forms of video ads that work really well at the moment. The first one is called user-generated content, which you might have seen people with their iPhone talking about how they purchased this product and the value, features and benefits that that product has given them. It feels quite native. It feels like a customer review. This is a really good format, and it's been dominant for probably the past 3 years on Facebook. That being said, it is definitely becoming less powerful than other forms of advertising because people are starting to get ad blindness to it, meaning that they've seen it so many times that they don't really trust it anymore. So this poses a new issue where you need to make sure that they really are authentic customers talking about the product, but it also means that it's made other forms of ads more viable. The second form of video ad that I really like is founder ads. If you just get your iPhone and talk about why you created the product and show your operation, that can work very, very well. And then the final format of video ad that's working really well is TikTok style ads. If you scroll on TikTok and you see brand new trends of the way people are consuming content, maybe it was like the cake, is it cake or is it not cake? That kind of stuff. It can really capture attention and feel native in the feed. We recently just did this creative here where the person is on AirPlay in the office and is getting kind of busted. And that's because it feels very native to the feeds and people kind of trust it that it's content, not an ad. With any of your ads, a general principle is first, understand the positioning. Who is the ad for in terms of their gender, in terms of the problem that they have, in terms of how they speak, all of that kind of stuff. Really nail who you're trying to sell to. The second thing is always make sure that you're talking about your unique selling propositions. Why is your product important and why are your competitors maybe inferior or the existing solutions out there in the market for this problem inferior? The third thing is always try to have an offer and call out that offer and create some urgency so shoppers are willing to purchase right then and there when they see their ad. Next is make sure it's not pixelated or blurry. You want to make sure people feel confident that you're a real business. The final mistake that I see a lot of people make is make sure that your video ads are really fast. People have such low attention span. There needs to be quick cuts and it needs to be high energy for the most part. So you might be wondering, how many ads do I need to get started on Facebook? You probably need 3 to 5 ads to begin testing. And the more that you can get, the better, because you'll be very, very surprised about what ads work and what don't. So the first thing when we're creating ads is we need to create the ad name. Now, these two names are somewhat important because there's only going to be a few campaigns and a few ad sets. It's less important than the ads, which there could be hundreds and hundreds of ads. So we need to make sure that we're very organized here with the naming convention. The first thing that I'm going to name is I'm going to call it alpaca socks. And then I'm going to do a dash. And then I'm going to write the type of ad. So this one's going to be a video. And then I'm going to write the actual ad description so that I understand what it is. So I'm going to come into some of the ads that I've edited, which is in here. And I can just open these ones up. And I've got a bunch of video ads. I'll just show you one of them. Actually, I'll show the one that I edited in a previous episode.
If you're wearing your everyday normal socks, check this out.
Cool. So it talks about, how water doesn't absorb as much in it. So I can use this one. So to describe this ad, if you're using something like a UGC creator or they have like an Instagram and they're like an influencer pretty much, you might want to use their handle. So it'd be like Alex or something like that. But for me, this is just going to be, so it's basically a home shoot, Alex soak. So I'm just going to do that. Actually, let me just do Alex soak. Just because he's soaking the sock. And then I'm going to make sure that I select the correct page, which will be in the business manager. So I can just select here. And you can just use Facebook page for now. Actually, I am off camera. I'm just going to connect an Instagram and set up an Instagram. I'm just not going to bore you with that. There's nothing too hard there. It's similar to the Facebook page. Make sure you upload the logo and a photo. So I'm going to set that up off camera. But with ad setup, I'm going to click create ad. And then it's going to be manual upload. And then we come down to this section, which is single image or video. And we keep scrolling down. And then we've got this source URL. We want to make sure that we're grabbing whatever we want to push towards. So I'm going to be pushing to this product page. So I'm going to grab that and push it there. In e-commerce, you have the option to send this to your home page, or you could even send to your collection page. If you have multiple products, maybe you've got multiple different styles. So you've got a top and you've got some pants. You probably want to send to the homepage or the collection page so that people have the choice where they go on the site. Because mine's a one product store, I'm just going to send directly to the product page because that's what I optimized for. So next, all I need to do is click add video in this media section. If you had an image, you would obviously click add image. And then you need to upload the video. Select your video. I've uploaded these two. You can see these two videos. They're very, very similar. That's because they're just two different dimensions. So one is 9:16, and just because I've added text to the video, I didn't want this text to be cut off in the next step that I'm about to show you. So ideally, you want to create videos in 4:5 and by 9:16. If you can only pick one, you probably just want to create 4:5 because that can still go on most placements. So I'm just going to select this 4:5 and show you exactly what I mean. Click next. We don't need to trim it. Now you can preview the ads in certain sections, in certain things. So this is Instagram Reels. You can see this border here. We can actually get rid of that by simply clicking replace and uploading the 9:16. And now you can see that it looks much, much better there. We could also, if we wanted to get really granular, is upload a 16:9, which is horizontal. I don't think you need to do that. You can just leave original. And you can leave original there as well. And we can click next. Now, all of these options, some of them are looking quite good at the moment and doing some level of performance, but you can lose control a little bit on how the ad actually looks. So I'm just going to leave them for now. And yes, I'm going to add more creatives. Now we can preview what these looks like across multiple things. The main thing we want to check is Facebook feed. Make sure that it all looks great. Then we also want to go to Instagram feed. It's going to look exactly the same as Facebook. Then we can go to these stories as well. Make sure it doesn't cut off on Instagram stories and reels. And that looks pretty awesome. And then we can come down to the text. Now, if you're a little bit confused about what text to write where, we can come to ChatGPT. We can come to a section maybe where we've been talking about our product previously if you've talked about it a lot. Alternatively, you could just go to a brand new chat. I'll do that just because I don't think a lot of people have done that. And you could put in the website URL that you're sending to and just write me some Facebook ad copy and headlines for this product. Give me 5 options for each. And we just punch that in. One thing about this copy is it's very AI orientated. So I just want to use break each sentence into a new line, be conversational. And this is looking much better. Say goodbye to cold, uncomfortable feet. Our premium alpaca socks are built for ultimate warmth and comfort. Create some with the science of alpaca wool. So this is just explaining a little bit more of the science, which is quite interesting, kind of entertain people and educate people around why ours is more important. We can also say, use emojis to call out features, benefits, and our offer. And you can see this is very digestible. Say goodbye to cold, uncomfortable feet. Our premium alpaca socks are built for ultimate warmth and comfort. Whether you're on the job, they didn't really call out the offer, so I'm just going to tweak one of these and bring this in myself. But if you're very bad at copy, that's probably going to be good for you. So I'm just going to change this to tired of sore feet at the end of the day, ? So the main copywriting framework that I follow is the PASS framework, which is problem, agitate, and then solution. And then we want the link. So buy yours here. I'm just going to add the URL. Now we can actually preview that, but just by clicking here. Just going to spell check this. Spell check. I'm just going to copy and paste that. Make sure. One fun tip that you can do is you can purposely misspell there or you are, your, and you'll get a ton of comments of people saying that you spelled it wrong, and you'll get a bunch of engagement, and it might make the ad go further. Not great if you're trying to build a brand, but it does kind of work. So we can now grow it down here, and there's a bunch of variations that it's going to create. We can also, if we wanted to try something else, we can click another, we can create our own, and I can just copy and paste this into ChatGPT and go, make me a version for hikers. And I'm just going to ask it to make me a version for another different avatar. And I'm going to put that in there and see which one it likes. Just going to get rid of the emojis, just make it look a little bit different. Sweet, so we've got 2 text variations there. Now we can scroll down and there'll be a bunch of headlines here. One thing that I like to do with the headlines is call out the offer that you've got on the website. So if you've got buy one, get one free, or if you've got like a 20% sale, call that out here. So I'm going to add this headline, but I'm also going to write another headline option here, which is buy one, get one free. Then I'm just going to put like a alarm. Cool. So calling out the offer there. You could also add Black Friday sale. Sweet. Now with the description, alpaca socks. Cool. Next, we've got this call to action. We can click here and we probably want to do shop now. Then we can scroll down and we can leave all of this. We can leave these enhancements. That was what I saw before. You can change this link to the display link you want. This is automatically populated. You can see that display link there, so it's absolutely fine, but I can just paste it in just to be sure. Keep scrolling down, check that this pixel is correct, and we should be pretty good to launch that ad. So when I click publish here, because it's in draft stage, you can see in draft up here. When I click this, it's going to start getting uploaded. Once that is approved, that ad, the budget will start spending. So we want to make sure that we are okay with that ad running if we're going to click publish. So I'm actually willing to have this ad to start posting. So I'm going to click publish here and it should upload and go into a review process. Great. Now what I can do, I can click duplicate and I can just check that I've got the same campaign, same ad set, and I can duplicate it. What I'm going to do now is upload an image ad underneath the same ad group, which means that the budget that I've set at this campaign level, that I think was $20 a day, but that is going to decide whether to spend on the image ad or the video ad. I'm going to show you how it knows what it's spending on, or what it's telling us, what ad's getting the best results in a second. But for now, I'm just going to go to image because I'm changing this, and I'm just going to go split BOGO, and I'm going to delete this, and then I'm going to scroll down, and you can see because I've duplicated it, all of this copy is the same. Now the copy is not that important compared to the image asset. We want to spend a lot of time focusing on what type of creative, like the image or the video, works best as a first step, rather than just constantly spending a lot of time on the copy. So I can just delete this media, select image, upload my graphic, which is this one, click next, next, done. And I should see a nice preview here. Cool, that all looks good. And then I can come down here. I'm not sure why that's not working. Facebook's just sometimes a bit buggy. And then I can click publish. That one will be published as well. And now I'm just going to go through this and keep duplicating these ads. I can just click quick duplicate. That'll be in the same ad set level. And I can go to the next one, which is video. And I can go VSL sit. I'll just go builder rip. And I can come back down here, upload a video. And I've got this other ad here where he basically rips the sock.
Did you know that socks are not made equal, especially for tradies? This is
cool. And I can just upload that one. Click publish. And I'm just going to keep going through this until I have 4 or 5 ads. And then I'll talk to you about what we do next. You're probably wondering, what's the purpose of having multiple creatives and introducing multiple creatives? First of all, one just might not capture attention, it might not be emotive, and it just might not be profitable in the auction system of Facebook. The purpose of every creative that we introduce should either allow vertical scaling or horizontal scaling. And this graphic shows exactly what I'm talking about. So if you just assume all of these dots are audience, when we do vertical scaling, we're targeting the same audience, which is this group here, but we're just maybe expanding it a little bit. We're just hitting that same audience, maybe a little bit of expansion, but we're just making sure that we convert those customers. Vertical scaling is less risky because we already know that that customer audience, that demographic, that persona, like let's say hikers, really wants the product. I don't know that just yet. But we also have something called horizontal scaling, which would be introducing, let's say, rather than hikers, it's going to be builders, which would be more targeting this audience over here. In the early stages when we're launching Facebook ads, and horizontal scaling is essential to grow your ad budgets over time. That's kind of what pretty much all you're doing when you hit a certain scale, is you're just trying to expand how much you can spend on Facebook. But in the early stages, we want to horizontally scale straight away because we don't know if hikers want this product or builders want this product. We need to test both. So when I look at these creatives that I've just, that I set up, this one is a hiker's angle. You can see it's talking about the alpacas and showing the hiking shoes. And then this one, he's a builder. So, which is very, very important for those audiences. So if we wanted, we could match the copy to that. I didn't think that that's necessary, but I've just made sure that I've got builder angles and I've also got hiker angles in this ad set. And that's going to give me the best chance of actually getting some results. So now I have all of those ads in there. I've got one more step before I'm going to let this run overnight, maybe a couple of days until there's some level of results, maybe good or bad. It might not even work. And then I'm going to show you exactly how to read the ad account and what a Facebook media buyer does on a daily basis. But first, let me just show you this last thing that I need to do. Right now, we're only targeting Australia. So this probably actually should have been broad Australia, broad. Just so it was mentioned on the campaign level. But we've got this. What I want to do now is I'm actually just going to, once I've got all of these ads right, I'm going to come up to the campaign and I'm going to click duplicate. And I'm going to do duplicate original setup with copies. We want to make sure this show existing reactions, comments, and shares on new ads is ticked, because the more likes and comments we can get actually on the post is more trust. Actually, I'm just going to change this to UK. And then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to go UK. And then I'm going to scroll down to the place where I'm actually targeting the country, which is here. And I'm going to click edit. And I'm going to exit out of that. And I'm going to do United Kingdom. And I'm going to keep the budget at the same, which you'll find on the campaign level, which is $10 a day. Actually, I'm just going to bump these up to $20 a day, just so I have enough spend. So I'm going to click publish here on this one. I'm also going to change my Australia one to $20 a day, just because if I do film tomorrow, I want to make sure that some data, good or bad for you guys. I'm going to click publish on the Australian one. And then I'm going to do it one more time for USA as well. Come to this level, make sure you're changing the naming convention here. And then coming down here, we're going to edit, we're going to delete, we're going to do United States. Select that. And I'm going to click publish. Now, one thing that to note about my website is I have selected on here to that this domain at peaktextile.com, this currency conversion will change. There's shipping options available for the UK, US, and Australia. So I can actually ship to those customers. So just make sure that you can do that before you start spending in the country that you're shipping to. The amount of people that waste money sending traffic to something that they can't even purchase is astounding. I'm just going to fix that naming convention. So we've got a bunch of broad ads in each country. We're going to see which country works and which ad works as well tomorrow. I'll see you then. Alrighty, welcome to part 2 of the Facebook ads tutorial. I'm wearing black today. It's the funeral of this brand. It's going terribly. Not actually, but we don't have very, very good results, which I'm going to show you, which can mean multiple things. And I'm going to show you exactly how to work through that. So it's a great opportunity for me to teach you, because chances are you're going to get some slow results. My last probably 5 brand launches, I have gotten results in day 1 using the product selection process that I had. With sometimes I've managed to scale up to $5,000 days within like the second week of the business, but sometimes it doesn't work as well. And there's kind of a step-by-step process that we need to go through to understand what is broken and where. And fingers crossed, it's just not the opportunity. It might be the wrong product. We might have to go all the way back to square one and start product 1, which is realistically a possibility. But that being said, we want to tick off all of these boxes, because remember, when we first started this massive tutorial, for those people that have been following along this whole time, there is a few things that could go wrong before product. It could be your creative, it could be your website. All of these things we need to tick off, and there's actually data that we can look at to try to prove that. So coming back to the ad account, so make sure you select your dates here to get some data. So I've actually been thinking overnight, one structure that probably would have been a little bit more ideal is grabbing all 3 of these regions, putting them in an ad set, and using what's called an Advantage Plus. So I could have come here and have the Advantage Plus just like this, and then had all 3 regions on the ad set level, so it could decide where to spend in each of those campaigns. But look, realistically, this is still giving me a lot of segmented data and forcing spend on each of these countries so I can see what's going on. rather than just optimizing for results. So I might consolidate that in a little bit, but let me show you exactly how to dissect these ads. So the first thing we need to do is set up the columns right. So this information here is not enough. There's not enough data here. We can see that there's 0 purchases, but it's like, okay, cool, now what? So we want to set up our columns correctly. So to do this, I'll leave this in millionaires.com on the website. So we can actually just paste this bit of code here across here where it says columns. And that's going to change all of these sections here. So this is now a custom report. So I actually, if I wanted to, I could have, if you want to manually do it, which I don't recommend you do, but you can click customize columns and you can go through and you can select all of these things that I'm about to talk about. So this column for now, I just, by using that paste, I can just call it Davies and click apply. And now I've just saved that as a default. So every time I come on, I can just come into there. I'm just going to come to Davies. And we can see on the campaign level, we've got all of this new data. So we've got the amount spent, and it's only on today. That's pasting that thing will change the date. So just make sure you change that. So we've got amount spent, purchase conversion value, which shamefully is 0, but we've got ROAS, total purchases, cost per purchase, cost per initiate checkout, which is the thing before add to cart. Then we've got outbound clicks, cost per outbound click-through rate, CPM, reach, and impressions. I'm actually just going to add cost per add to cart there. Total and cost. And I'm just going to save that and override that Davy one. Actually, sorry, that should have been. Sorry, guys, I'm making a bit of a mess of this. So always unselect all of these random things. We're not that clever to use those. And we want to come up and drag add to cart. So one thing you'll notice about the order of these is we want to make sure it's kind of like how the customer behaves. So first they get impressions, then they click out, so cost per outbound click, and then they're going to add to cart, which is the thing that I'm adding here. Then they initiate the checkout, then they purchase, then how much return on ad spend did I make? So it's kind of like a funnel, if that makes sense. So I'm going to add to cart there and cost per add to cart there. So I can see this. I'm just going to add initiate checkout. And again, guys, you can just use that URL and paste it. I'll leave very clear instructions on millionaires.com how to do that. So I'm going to drag this up and save this, override, and click apply. So now we've got our columns. What can we look at? We can't look at purchases because there is none, but we can dissect the issue by coming across here and looking at these earlier stage metrics. CPM, I would have expected this CPM to be much lower. This is the cost per 1,000 impressions. It stands for cost per milli. I would have expected this to be more like $20. Now I have seen really competitive spaces with great LTV like beauty and stuff like that getting, $70, $100 CPMs and still making it work. But this is not a good sign. Now, there can be multiple reasons for this. Maybe the product's saturated. Maybe it's not the right product. It could also be, election time. There could be something technical why Facebook really hates us. Maybe we've got a really bad audience selection. So I can dissect all of those issues. But when I look at the outbound click-through rate and the cost per outbound click at 0.71, for outbound click-through rate, my gut feel paired with the CPM is that the creative is struggling. It's not that my website is terrible, because I would probably have a much better metric here. And then let's say I had lots of ad carts and a cheap add to cart. My conclusion wouldn't be the creative's bad because people are getting to the website. My conclusion would be that there's problems with their website. So if they're not even getting to add to the cart, then I need to fix before the funnel there. Now, this is all generally speaking, but yeah, if you have under 2% click-through rate, again, if you've got a higher AOV than what I've got, which is going to be $60, $80 or something like that, then this is maybe not applicable for you and those metrics will change. But I would really want this click-through rate to be at least $2, this to drop down to more like 20 at least. And then the cost per click, I would like it to be under $3. So I now know that the creatives aren't performing and I don't need to go and dissect the website, although I might have a look at it as a priority. So One thing that you can do, there's not going to be any unique ad sets on the ad set level, unique insights on the ad set level, because it's going to match exactly this because of how we set it up. But I can also go to the ad level to start understanding stuff. When I'm on this section with a brand new store and just testing budgets, I want to filter by amount spent so I can see what Facebook is spending on. Because Facebook, remember what we did? We just kind of shoved a bunch of creatives into these campaigns, and we were just like, you decide what to advertise. Just to make this a little bit simpler and a little bit easier on your head, what I'm going to do is USA is performing the best. That's a good point. I probably should have explained that. I can see that the cost per click in the United States is $3.47, $3.69 in the UK, and $20 in Australia. Something weird's going on. Maybe the market's not right. Considering all my Australian UGC creators were all Australian accents, I also was saying tradies, which is not great. It should have said builders because tradies is only an Australian term, those kind of things. I would have expected that Australia campaign to be doing much, much better. But anyway, I'm just going to go to USA to simplify this for you and come to the ads. Now I just got the singular ads that I set up, and I can sort by amount spent, which should still be there. You can see it spent $11.58 on this video and $8.48 on this one. So these two ads are looking like it's going to absorb the majority of the spend. Granted, it's still very early because what Facebook really wants is it wants other metrics as well. It wants like purchase metrics. It's probably basing this on a bunch of factors as well as like hold rate, how much they're watching the video, and a few other earlier stage metrics. But that being said, we could, for the next step, because the next step is we need to optimize our creatives and go back to the drawing board, or scrap and pivot the product, which I don't really want to do because I want to keep showing you guys how to work through these issues if you have them. But we can go into edit and we can just watch this creative.
You see that factor behind me? He's not very happy because I turned his wool into socks. And the reason I did that is because these socks are made with alpaca fibers, polymer materials, which allow me to stay cool while I'm on my hike.
So this is a hiking angle. Then we can come to this next one that's working.
You're wearing your everyday normal socks. Check this out.
This is a builder angle, so there's not any correlation there. So my kind of conclusion here is that I need to spend more. You do want to spend at least 3 times your average order value at least before you make any conclusions. As I said, it's like the election, a bunch is going on. So I'm just going to put these budgets up and make sure that they keep spending until I get some insights and see where we go from there. But because I want to round out this tutorial before I just keep going on with the millionaires.com growing the store, I want to show you what another ad account would look like and exactly how you would scale a successful ad account, because I hope yours is already successful. So I'm just going to come to an ad account. So this is a much, much healthier ad account. You can see that we've spent 1.23 million in about 10 days. And we've produced about $5 million of revenue in this one. So this has multiple campaigns, and those campaigns are structured like certain product categories. So one would be one product category, one would be another. The first thing that I would be doing is I would be adjusting the budgets. So I'd just go in and I would look at the return on ad spend for each of these things. If, for example, this one's at 10.86 and it's barely spending, and what I could literally look at is like yesterday, and I can see that these campaigns are they're barely spending, but they're getting fantastic results. I would then increase these budgets by 10, 20, 30%, depending on how much they're actually spending, to make sure that this ROAS number is coming down to my target ROAS. So you're probably wondering, how do I calculate target ROAS? You need to create a target ROAS calculator, which I will provide to you in millionaires.com, but it'll look something similar like this. I'm going to make this much, much better, but I'll walk you through this one. So we've got the unit sales price excluding tax. So this is going to be if you're charging sales tax on your product. Let's say you're selling it and it's a 10% sales tax, your actual price is going to be 40, 44, but you need to remove your sales tax to make it 40. Then we got payment fees, which I just average out to be about 4%. We'll give you Then you've got your courier's cost, which the dropshipping platform will give you as well with the cost. Then you've got units delivered per order. Now, I only have this units delivered per order because I might be doing 4 packs or 7 packs or 9 packs or something like that later. So with this BOGO, I'm obviously delivering 2 units for the BOGO. This is actually going to be 59 as well. So with this BOGO, I need to have 2 there. And with a 4 pack, I need to have 4 because I'm sending 4 socks. So the cost per the sock is going to be $8, which is consistent. So you'd put your cost per item there. All of these things that are grayed out, I'll make this way nicer for you in millionaires.com. But this is then going to multiply that because I need to send 2 units. The courier cost might increase slightly because we're sending more units, but realistically, the incremental cost doesn't skyrocket that much, which is great. This is why we send bundles, so that the courier cost is less because it's very low to actually add more units. Then we got a bunch of metrics here, like our total COGS, which is just like a multiplication of the units and the COGS. Then the total cost per order to send all up. So that's basically all of these costs for you, including the payment fees. And then we've got the gross profit, which is relatively low for this product. I thought we could kind of make it up with packs and bundles and LTV and whatnot, but we'll figure that out as we go. Then we've got a target ROAS that we can manually input if we would like. So let's say for this campaign, if we were going to run a target ROAS of like 5, then it would spit out the customer acquisition cost that we have and the net profit dollar per order and the net margin percentage. So if I wanted to run this business at 20% profit and I'm running the BOGO promotion, I would need to run the store at 2.8 ROAS. If it was just this BOGO promotion, you can kind of ignore these for now. So this target ROAS, I also have added a section below, which is the break-even ROAS, which means if I'm spending more than 1.8 ROAS on this promotion, I am suddenly unprofitable and I shouldn't. And I want to be running at 2.8 to get the 20% profit. So if I was coming to this store, let's just say, for example, this is the alpaca socks, and I come into these campaign levels and I see that I've got the ROAS of 10.6 here, or in fact, all of these, just because it's a different store with a different margin profile. I would want to be adjusting my budgets so that this ROAS came to the 2.8 ROAS that we're targeting. So I could probably ramp up this campaign a fair bit. Then I would probably ramp up a lot of these other campaigns slightly because like this one's at mass scale. So I could still ramp it up a fair bit. It's probably the one with all the winning creatives and whatnot. And that I would keep doing that until this ROAS matches what I want, because I'm going to be maximizing revenue through that. And therefore, and I know I'm profitable. Now, if this went to under my break-even ROAS, or even, in between the target ROAS and the break-even ROAS, then I would want to probably scale back a little bit, pulling back 10, 20, 30%, depending on what I'm seeing. So once we start getting a fair few results, we can look at some of these other metrics, but that's not really going to help us that much. You can do some creative analysis, hook rate, hold rates, all of that kind of stuff, conversion rates of specific creatives. And we definitely do that at the Goodie. But in the early stages, when you're running campaigns, I really just recommend you just keep adjusting budgets primarily and just keep coming into ads. And I'll just sort these and looking at what your top ad is, leaving them if you want. And you can see some of these creatives like running at really, really low budgets and have a decent amount of spend, maybe 3, 4, 5 times your AOV. You can turn these off in the broad campaign so that Facebook doesn't keep trying to spend it and it's creating inefficient spend for you. I know some people that just leave it on completely, but I recommend that you do turn off some of the ads that are getting bad ROAS and absorbing spend. And then you're just literally creating new creatives based on some of the top performers that you've created, but you're also creating new creatives for different avatars. Remember what we talked about the other day about horizontal scaling as well. So we're creating vertical scaling by looking at the top creative that I have here, creating variations of that, but we're also creating other avatars, other offers, that kind of stuff. putting those into the broad campaign and seeing if that allows us to spend more and increase budgets. If that was all really confusing for you, make sure that you're following along the millionaires.com project, because even if I can't get this initial project to work, which I'm going to do a recap episode very, very soon on what I'm going to do to change this from a creative perspective, an offer perspective, all of that kind of stuff. But it's going to help when I have a much smaller ad account than this one, and I can show you the step-by-step of changing it. So make sure that you subscribe, make sure you head to millionaires.com, sign up, and I'll see you in the next episode. In this video, I'm going to cover everything that you need to know about email marketing. I'm going to show you a step-by-step tutorial about how to set up pop-ups, how to set up emails, including welcome series, abandoned carts, how to maximize profit per visitor to your store. Email marketing can be a really confronting thing for a lot of people, but realistically, with the tools that now exist, if we pick the right tool, then it can convert incredibly easily. And the setup is getting easier and easier every single day. So the tool that we're going to be using today is OmniSend. Now, for anyone that has a little bit of experience in this industry, it is quite difficult to know what to use, either Klaviyo or OmniSend. The reason why I'm recommending OmniSend today, and I asked them to be an affiliate for this video, is because we do want to keep things as cheap as possible long term. The times that we pick a more expensive software is when the features within that software create enough profit for us to warrant the extra subscription cost. The trend that I've been seeing lately, which to be completely transparent, I use Klaviyo for the Oodie and all of my other brands. But this is because there's a huge switching cost once you've set up on the platform. So realistically, I'm always trying to reduce my subscription costs across my brands just because it's such a large expense for online businesses. So if I could have picked the cheapest software possible for this, I would be saving thousands and thousands of dollars every single month. That's why I'm recommending OmniSend today. We can actually see just how cheap it is in just a second. The other thing that we're going to set up today is SMS, which needs to be a part of your customer retention strategy, including email. And thankfully, OmniSend has that. Granted, Klaviyo does too, but OmniSend it's very, very easy to set up. The editors are easy. So without further ado, let's jump into the tutorial. So to download OmniSend, you just want to click on the link that I provided with this video, and then you can integrate your Shopify store with just a few clicks here, and click install and install. Now you should be taken to this. Make sure that this business email is correct. That's pulling directly from Shopify in these settings. So make sure that you've linked your domain already here. Then we're going to create a password and just click agree. And that should ask you to verify. So it will be brought to this section. It will automatically pull this from your website, which is your logo. So we just need to add our brand colors here, make sure that it's right. And that's starting to match our branding, which you can see here. It's really important that we have consistency across our emails to our website, to our Facebook ads, because that's what reinforcing a brand is, and it builds trust. Next, we can add our fonts. So we can just check what font we're using on our theme, and hopefully this has it. Yep. And we can just make both of those the same font. Sweet.